Synopsis: she saved his life, but he proposed to her cousin instead. In a tangled web of betrayal, mistaken identity, and emotional drama, Vanessa stays silent while the man she loves plans a future with the wrong woman. The truth could shatter everything, or set them both free. Get ready for a heart-pounding love triangle with a jaw-dropping twist. Betrayal, love, a choice that changes everything. If you love stories packed with shocking plot twists, toxic relationships, and emotional roller coasters, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss a moment.
Vanessa, age 21. Do you ever wonder what it's like to die? The man beneath me doesn't say a word. He's tied securely to a chair in a luxury hotel suite, completely still except for the twitch of discomfort. I lean in slowly, letting my fingers slip under the collar of his crisp dress shirt, brushing lightly against his black tie. Our bodies nearly touch as I whisper close to his ear. He shudders. I resist the urge to pull away. My mouth hovers near his skin, but I don't close the gap. Red lipstick leaves evidence, and I prefer not to leave any. What? You heard me, I whisper, my grip tightening on his tie, the other hand resting calmly on his shoulder. You mean, do I think about death? His eyes drop to my chest, openly distracted by the low-cut neckline of my dress. Typical. I shift my hips, settling deeper onto his lap. He lets out a shaky breath, unsure whether it's pleasure or fear coursing through him. Had his hands not been tied, I bet he'd be clutching my waist by now. Joey, as he introduced himself, has a particular interest in restraint. Convenient, really. We're in the middle of the suite's living room. The chair was moved here at his request. He brought the rope himself, smiling as he asked me to use it. He thinks I'm part of some fantasy, a paid encounter. But he couldn't be more wrong. Behind him, French doors stand open to a pristine bedroom. The untouched king-sized bed still has foil-wrapped mints on the pillows, the Merino Hotel's logo stamped dead center. He won't be staying the night. This room, this encounter, is just his secret hideaway. A space for indulgence. Men like Joey have secrets. So do I. I tug him forward slightly, the rope creaking. That's right, I say softly. Death. Not really. A beat. Do you? Constantly. It's the only truth I'll give him tonight. He frowns. I didn't hire you for strange conversations. Let's get back to business. I release the tension in his tie, letting him sag in the chair. I thought we were having fun. He jerks beneath me and I bounce slightly with the movement. I smile. Everything all right, sweetheart? You seem tense. I'm fine, he mutters, turning away. Sure you are. He's not, but he'll figure that out soon enough. My fingers trace my collarbone, slipping down into the hollow between my breasts. Nestled there is a pocket knife, its weight pressing cold and solid against my skin. I usually prefer something more subtle, something that lets the moment unfold slowly, but tonight's task came with clear instructions. What are you doing? He asks, twitching again. Seriously, what's going on? I gently tap his cheek. Shh, let's not spoil the mood, darling. Enough with the sweet talk, he snaps. I can't help but grin. He's unraveling. A flicker of fear crosses his face, and one of his legs jerks, pressing me forward again. Untie me, he demands, voice cracking. I retrieve the knife, opening it with a quiet click. I run my fingernail along the sharp edge, my painted nails gleaming. Joey, love, you're in no position to be giving orders. Let me go, he growls. Do you have any idea who... Another tremor cuts him off. I trace the blade gently down his cheek and across his throat. Watch your language, I whisper, applying just enough pressure to keep him nervous. You're ruining the moment. He pulls against the ropes, desperate now, but he's not going anywhere. My knots are professional grade. My uncle taught me years ago. The motion shifts the knife slightly, and a thin line of red trails down his neck. Another convulsion shakes his body, nudging me slightly. Those spasms are going to keep getting worse, I say gently. What? I tilt my head. Strychnine, in your drink. Back when you were too busy admiring me to notice. His breathing turns frantic. Right on schedule. Poison is predictable, if nothing else. Ever studied poisons? Probably not. People don't appreciate the elegance of it all. My best friend calls them potions, like I'm some kind of dark fairy with a deadly craft. He gasps, choking. I suppose there's truth in that, I continue. Some old beliefs say the goddess Nyx craves sacrifices. She prefers animals, but I'm not into that. People are easier. Okay, I'm messing with him a little. I don't do real sacrifices. Not like that. Most modern witches wouldn't dream of it. You're insane, he stammers. I sigh, pulling the knife back. If I'm here, Joey, it means your number's up. Some deals you can't undo. I didn't do anything. Maybe not. But you got involved with someone who did, and now you're the consequence. He's trembling all over, his breathing ragged. Honestly, it's getting a little tedious. I wish I could help you, I offer softly. I try to be better these days, to make choices that help people. It's a lie, one I tell sometimes to feel more human. You're hurting me, he gasps, then adds something crude. The smirk disappears from my face. I'll admit to the first part. The rest is up for debate. I grab his chin, my nails digging in. You made a deal, just not with me. Now it's too late. His head jerks, mouth wide in panic. I move fast. The knife slices clean through the side of his neck. His scream is short, wet, gurgling. Words try to escape, but they dissolve into thick silence. My heart's pounding, ears ringing with each beat. He twitches violently, and the chair starts to tip. I lean forward, steadying it with my weight. Blood soaks into his expensive shirt. My grip tightens, knuckles pale. I pull the blade free, step back, and let the chair fall. He collapses, the sound dull against the carpet. I watch. I dressed in black, just in case, but I really don't want stains. The dress is new. I intend to wear it again. I crouch beside him. His eyes are open, lifeless, fixed. The silence is deafening. Thanks for the warm welcome, Joey, I whisper, wiping the blade on his shirt. The Kingston family sends their regards. 1. Vanessa? 2 years later. What are you doing out here? Arya's voice slices through the silence, sharp and annoyed. We stand across from each other on a remote stretch of the Hudson River. Tonight's sky is dark, cloud-covered, not even a sliver of moonlight to guide her. She hadn't noticed me for a while. Lucky for her, it's only me. Anyone else and she might not be standing. Nice to see you too, Arya, I say with a crooked smile, eyeing her. She's dressed like she walked out of a gala gone wrong, an emerald gown clinging to her frame, red hair in a messy updo, and designer heels dangling from one hand, one of them clearly broken. Classic Arya, always dramatic, always expensive. Taking a midnight jog in stilettos? I ask. She brushes a strand of hair from her face and narrows her eyes. Whatever I'm doing is none of your business. How did you even know I was here? What are you doing in New York? You sure ask a lot for someone lost, barefoot and limping, I say, gesturing around. I found her like I always do. Thanks to the tracker our uncle slipped into nearly everything he's ever gifted her. The bracelet from her 16th birthday? Yeah, it's wired. Her phone? Definitely. Maybe even the hairpins. She's living on his dime, always has, and she knows it. Did Daddy send you again? She asks, arms crossed. I smirk. She already knows the answer. I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. Tell him that, she huffs, stomping her foot, then winces, lifting it to see a red streak across the sole. Perfect. I glance at the broken heel, then at the uneven rocks around us. Seriously, what's your plan here? Wander barefoot through the riverbank in couture? She doesn't reply right away, just studies me like I should understand her reasons. I was on a date, she finally mutters. It went bad, and it's quiet out here. I needed that. She starts moving, stepping unsteadily over the rocks, using her hands to keep balance. Where are you going now? You don't want to hear what Daddy's latest message is. I follow, not wanting her to trip and crack her skull. She slips, lets out a hiss. You're gonna rip up your feet, get an infection, or worse, I warn. She stops and looks back. You're always so dramatic. Coming from you, that's rich. I grin. Maybe I'll stay in New York, become a Broadway star. You can head back home and take over the family business. You're not serious. Think I couldn't land an audition or two? She laughs. Please. I'm joking. I like my job, especially now that she's been gone, and I get more of our uncle's trust. But I doubt Arya has any idea what our family business really is. She thinks he's just a wealthy man from the South. Truth is, he's a kingpin disguised in custom suits and polished charm. I help him keep that illusion intact. And to be honest, I don't blame her for running. New York has its appeal. Across the Hudson, the city skyline is broken up by bridges and shadows, but the glow is unmistakable. Something about it feels like possibility. Not that I'd ever tell her I feel that way. She was obsessed with Manhattan growing up. She'd cut out glossy magazine photos and tape them to her walls like a vision board. Maybe some of that stuck to me. Still, fantasies are fun until reality hits. One day maybe she'll learn that. Or maybe not. So? She spreads her arms wide. What is it this time? Why are you really here? Did Daddy send you to babysit me again? I blink, coming back to the moment. I glare at her for using the nickname Urch. She's the only one who calls me that. What do you mean? Help you? Help you with what? I move closer, careful not to slip. He just wants to make sure you're okay. She blinks, surprised. That's it? That's all? You know how he is? I'm not about to tell her our uncle, who claims I'm his right hand, sent me here for a wellness check, and that I jumped at the chance to prove myself. Fisher, my best friend, says I'm loyal to a fault. I call it commitment. So you're okay? Besides, all this? I wave vaguely at her disheveled look. She glares. Can you shut up for once? You're always... A low groan interrupts her. I freeze and grab her arm, instinct taking over. That didn't sound like wind. That was a person. And while I don't know what mess Arya's gotten herself into, hanging around an isolated riverbank, especially one known for hiding secrets, is a bad idea. She glances around, unimpressed. Hear what? Another groan echoes through the night, and I spin toward it, eyes scanning shadows between the rocks. Seriously? You don't hear that? Number. And I don't care, she replies, examining her nails. Anyway, if you're here, tell Daddy I need a bump in my allowance. I ignore her and head toward the water. She hurries behind. Hey, are you even listening? With your voice? Hard to miss, I mutter. You're ridiculous. Go back home already. I don't need you. Quiet, I snap. There's a man lying on the rocks, half in the water, unmoving. Each wave nudges him like it's trying to wake him, but his body flops like a puppet with cut strings. This was not in tonight's plan. I let out a breath and glanced skyward. Waxing crescent. Great. A night for new beginnings. I really should stop telling the universe I want to be a better person. It might start believing me. Now the universe is just playing games with me. Vanessa, Arya hisses under her breath. I ignore her, inching closer to the figure slumped by the water. He looks familiar somehow, young, maybe mid-20s, but his face is so caked in grime and blood, it's hard to place him. Urch, what the hell are you? Her voice falters as she steps up beside me. Holy crap. I nod slightly, assessing the situation. He's definitely out cold, and he's hurt. Badly. Judging by the shredded, bloodied designer suit, this isn't some small-time thug. He might be tied to someone serious. My gut tells me to walk away. We should go, Arya whispers, her wide blue eyes scanning the shoreline. We can't just leave him like this. What? Are you out of your mind? Trying not to be a terrible person here, I snap back. She scoffs under her breath. Bit late for that. I glance at her. Yeah, that ticked me off. I kneel beside the man without saying a word. Arya follows, her footsteps loud against the damp gravel. He's barely alive, she mutters. Just let the river take him. Come on. She has a point, but something about him makes it impossible for me to walk away. I press 2 fingers to his neck. There's a pulse. Faint, but there. Blood's pooling fast beneath him from a wound on his side. Hard to tell what caused it in the dark. Knife? Bullet? He stirs, his head rolling slightly, but his eyes stay closed. My stomach knots. I shouldn't be here. Vanessa, seriously, Arya says, keeping her voice low. If you get involved in this, your life is on the line. Uncle T will lose it. I shoot her a look. What does she know about what upsets him? Still, she's not wrong. I'm leaving, she huffs. Then either do it or shut up about it, I mutter. I tug off my black sweater and try to roll the man gently to one side. I wedge the sweater underneath him, pressing it to the wound, but it's hard to wrap it properly. He's too heavy and the blood makes it slippery. No healing herbs, no supplies, just me and a fading stranger on the shore. His eyelids flutter and I tense. Panic flares. If he's tied to the New York mob and I get caught meddling, Uncle T won't just be mad, he'll be done with me. Still, I can't leave him here. Arya, I say, looking back at her. Stay with him, please. Absolutely not. She folds her arms, shaking her head. I sigh, brushing hair off my forehead. Convincing Arya of anything is like wrestling a cat, but if there's one thing she responds to, it's attention. You know, people would probably call you a hero. Her eyes flicker. I'm serious. You could spin this however you want. Lost girl finds wounded man by the river, saves his life, earns public admiration. You used to eat that stuff up back home. She considers it, lips twitching. I pull out a small vial from the side of my bra and hold it up. What is that? Cotton soaked in ammonia. It'll wake him. Emergency stash. She grimaces. You carry that around? I shrug. You never know. She hesitates, then grabs the vial. You'll need to keep pressure on the wound until someone gets here, I warn, or he's not gonna make it. Ugh, that's disgusting. I'll get blood all over me. You know what? Number, I'm done. Tonight's been awful already. Forget this guy and forget you. And with that, she storms off. I look from her retreating figure to the man on the ground. My hand brushes his hair, dark and soaked. What happened to you? Then, without thinking, I lean in. Don't die, I whisper. Don't let whoever did this win. His body shudders and his eyes crack open, piercing blue, locking onto mine. My breath catches. I scramble backward, heart pounding. This was a mistake. If this guy's part of something I wasn't cleared for, I've just crossed a dangerous line. He passes out again. I bolt, sprinting to the edge of the tree line, hands slick with blood. I crouch low, watching from the shadows, teeth sinking into my lower lip, thumbnail digging into my cuticle. But then, she comes back. Urch! Arya whisper yells, glancing around. I stay hidden, saying nothing. Vanessa! The man groans. She hears it. She moves closer, crouches beside him, and picks up my sweater. Her face twists in discomfort. You better be headline material, she mutters. She opens the vial and waves it beneath his nose, scanning the area once more, probably looking for me. He gasps loudly, his body jerking awake. His eyes meet hers, and just like that, she stops searching for me. Instead, she runs a hand through his wet hair and presses the sweater back against his wound. She starts to hum, softly, like she's calming herself. And I remain hidden, watching the scene unfold, wondering what I've just set in motion.
2. Enzo. 1 year later, 29 years old. Everyone around me seems to think marriage is the natural next step. It's expected, especially for someone in my position. When I was a kid, I used to picture it, even look forward to it. Back then, in our tiny 2-bedroom apartment in Trillia, Brooklyn, I'd lie awake listening to Ma's laughter echo through the walls, followed by Pops whispering something low and mischievous. By morning, Ma would be glowing, blue eyes sparkling, the same ones I inherited. She'd hum as she cooked breakfast, eggs, sausage, coffee in the air. Pops would bury his nose in the paper, pretending he hadn't been all over her the night before. When Ma passed by, he'd sneak a playful smack or pull her close, and she'd light up like a firecracker. Watching them made me believe love was real, but everything changed. As Pops rose in the ranks, those late-night giggles gave way to fights, loud ones. Then came the pills, the kind he claimed would calm her down. One day, she took too many, and the shouting stopped for good. Love, for me, became something broken, a memory laced with grief. So when Pops arranged a marriage between me and the woman I've been seeing for the past year, it didn't faze me. Paperwork, that's all it is. I glance at my phone. Your dad wants you to call. Thinks he's being watched again. I sigh. He's always been suspicious, but ever since my brother died, the paranoia's gotten worse. There's no calming him anymore. Babe, are you even listening? Arya's voice snaps me back. She's sitting next to me in the car, legs crossed, red hair catching the low light. Her pastel pink skirt hugs her hips, and her bracelets jingle as she gestures. I take in the view, flawless skin, sharp features, and those baby blue eyes that always seem to win people over. She's half Italian, though her pale complexion makes you question it. She snaps her fingers again, breaking the moment. I grab her hand and press a kiss to her knuckles. Of course, princess. She softens. Then tell me what I just said. I exhale and pinch the bridge of my nose. Seriously, Arya? Playing games now? She leans back, all smug. I just wanted your attention. No need to get snappy. My eyes flick to the rearview mirror. Scotty, my cousin and current driver, meets my gaze briefly before looking away. Poor guy. He's here to prove himself, not play referee. Scotty talks. A lot. I already know this whole exchange is going to make it back to Pops. And that matters, because for whatever reason, my father thinks the world of Arya. Enough to demand I marry her. Not that she knows that part. I owe her, though. If she hadn't found me bleeding out by the river that night, I wouldn't be here. A wedding feels like the least I can offer. And she's beautiful, sweet, keeps things easy. I shift toward her, letting my hand cup her cheek. She leans into it, purring like a cat. The soft glow of the LED lights makes her skin look almost airbrushed. You didn't fall for me because I'm a good listener. I tease. She rolls her eyes. I'm with you because I love you. I don't know why I'm being cold. She hasn't done anything wrong. Maybe I'm just itching for a reaction, a spark, something. I adjust my cuffs. You knew what this was when we got engaged. She turns away, staring out the window. No protest, no denial. Deep down, she knows this isn't a fairy tale. Don't give me that face, I say, pointing at her pout. What do you want, an apology? That would be nice. She sniffs. I smirk. How about the pink diamond you've been eyeing instead? She peeks over at me. You mean it? My phone buzzes again, but I ignore it. How much was it again? Does it matter? Of course it does. But I know what she needs to hear. Not for you, princess. That's all it takes. Her smile returns, bright and familiar. I've learned this is how it works. I offer a luxury. She forgets the fight. I just want things to go well, she says, almost shyly. You and Daddy, it matters to me. She doesn't know me, not really. Even after a year together, she has no idea what I've done, or what I'm still capable of. Originally, it was just physical. A thank you for dragging me out of the river, half dead. I don't remember anything from that night, except her face hovering over mine. She became a media sensation, the girl who saved a mobster. Before I knew it, we were New York's favorite couple. Then my dad found out who her family was. Suddenly, we were a political move, a way to merge two powerful names, ours from the north, hers from the south. Carlos Marino plays for keeps, and right now, this engagement benefits him more than anyone. People whisper that he's lost control, that his obsession with influence is tainting the old ways, but no one dares challenge him. Not after he shot his own consigliere point blank in the back of a car, based on nothing but a gut feeling. He never replaced him. Now the only person he listens to is me. That trust is thinning by the day, thanks to his spiraling mindset. And after the hit attempt on my life, he's been worse. But loyalty runs deep, even when reason fails. I'm still here, still following orders. I turn to Arya and rest my hand on her thigh. She places her hand over mine, her gaze fixed on the imagined sparkle of her future ring. A rare moment of peace settles in until she reaches back and pulls a bottle of champagne from the minibar, pouring us each a glass. For courage, she says. I sip. I still hate the taste, sharp and overpriced, but I've gotten used to pretending. This trip will be good, she continues, watching the bubbles rise. Atlantic Cove's quieter, less pressure. You might even like it. We're not staying. She laughs. God, no. I ran from this place the second I had the chance. Yet here we are. My dad wants to throw a party, and I'm trying to patch things up. Right. I don't care where the party happens. The real action's back in New York. I drain my glass and finally text Giovanni. Tell him to answer his phone. Any update on the Brooklyn site? He and I go way back. After Peppino died, I took over his crew, promoted Gio to capo regime. Now he handles the dirty work while I sit in high-rises pretending to care about real estate. Truth? I hate this part. Wearing suits, shaking hands, making deals that look clean on paper, it's a performance. But the reality is, most of our money still comes from places no one's allowed to talk about. And how we secure those contracts? Let's just say, it's far from legal. I rub my thumb across the back of my knuckles, remembering what it felt like to throw a punch and feel the aftermath, raw skin and a satisfying sting. Those bruises used to mean something. Fitting, since I'm about to take care of something now. How's South Carolina? I look out the window. We're driving through the middle of Atlantic Cove, passing a towering white Ferris wheel and small storefronts along the boardwalk. The ocean glimmers in the distance, framed by palm trees, resort buildings, and sleek glass towers that vanish into the fog. It's a strange place, caught between nostalgia and modern sprawl. I wonder which part of that divide Trent Kingston oversees, the tearing down or the saving. We pass under a wooden archway with rusted metal letters reading Atlantic Cove Boardwalk, topped with a painted pink seashell. On the sand below, a pack of kids tears across the beach, their joy loud and messy. I press a hand to my chest where something aches. Not pain exactly, but weight. Then I type back to Giovanni. Kitschy. Kitschy. The hell does that mean? You got a smartphone. Use it. Stronzo. I laugh quietly. Being called an asshole by Gio is practically a love language. From the corner of my eye, I catch Aria's leg bouncing. The constant movement grates on me. Everything's gonna be fine, I say with a grin. Parents usually love me. She relaxes, smiling back. I love you. That's what counts. I don't reply. We keep driving until the beach and tourist traps fade. Skyscrapers give way to one-story homes, a few trailers, and then even less. Finally, we reach a gated entrance wrapped in hedges and old southern charm. Aria rolls down her window. The gate camera scans her face, and a moment later, the iron doors swing open. We follow a winding path lined with perfectly pruned trees until we reach a circular driveway. The house is massive. White pillars, wide porches, dark shutters. A mermaid statue pours water from her hands into a stone fountain in the middle of it all. This where you grew up? I ask, a little surprised. She hums a yes. I get out, pausing to look at the fountain before circling around as Scotty helps her from the car. Grab our stuff, I tell him. You got it, boss. His fingers tap against his thigh. Should I stick around or go get some food? Check into the B&B I booked. Just stay reachable. Ready, babe? Aria asks, lacing her fingers with mine. I nod and gently pull free, instead placing my hand at her lower back as we head toward the front doors. My phone buzzes. Giovanni. Aria starts. Go ahead. I'll be right in. She hesitates, her eyes searching mine, but then she turns and disappears inside. I answer the call, walking back down the steps. Kitschy, Gio repeats, not bothering with hello. Says here it means tacky, but kind of charming. What kind of word is that? And your old man said you'd never learn anything. He was wrong, as usual, Gio replies. Got news. Let's hear it. They took the Brooklyn Heights property. Good. Your dad's calling me nonstop, by the way. Says you're ignoring him. I'll talk to him soon. Just getting settled here. He makes me the messenger one more time. I'm going ghost. You'll be fine. He's just checking in. You sure about that? Gio asks, voice low. Guy hasn't been all there lately. Watch it. Just saying. Anyway, how's everything down there? Be more specific. My shoes crunch over gravel as I follow a path around the side of the estate. Beyond the yard is an infinity pool that spills into the horizon, ocean stretching forever. Off to the left, a guest house looms, 2 stories, more square footage than anything from my childhood. I meant your fiancé, Gio says with a grin I can hear through the phone. How's she holding up? He's never liked Aria, thinks she's fake. Maybe he's not wrong, but people don't drag half-dead strangers off beaches if they're heartless. Besides, I don't need her to be deep. I need her to be loyal, to carry my name and a couple kids, and to smile at the cameras. She's fine. Still a stuck-up beauty queen with killer legs, huh? You say that like it's a problem. A faint snap makes me flinch. I turn, scanning the trees. Nothing. Then I face forward. and freeze. A woman is leaning against the guest house wall, watching me. Her hair is silvery white, flowing over her shoulders. Her dress clings to her curves, black and silky, moving like liquid with every shift of her hips. Gio's still talking, but I've stopped listening. She steps closer. Her red lips curl into a slow, amused smile. Dimples appear. "You calling for a reason, Gio?" I interrupt. "You rude." "Bad signal, gotta go." I hang up. The woman and I lock eyes. It's silent, but it feels like something's coiled between us, tight and tense, like a rope about to snap. "Didn't mean to make you hang up on your call," she says finally. Her voice is molasses thick with a southern drawl. Surprising, considering Arya never had even a trace of one. I slip my phone into my pocket. "You look like someone who requires full attention." She smirks. My stomach flips. "Enzo Marino," she says, cool and sure. I usually hate being called by my full name. Sounds like my mom yelling from another room. But coming from her, it's something else entirely. "And you are?" She steps in closer, peeking up at me through long lashes. "Can't imagine you're used to being on the back foot." Was that a compliment or an insult? She shrugs. "Take your pick." I chuckle, scanning her again. Everything about her, the way she holds herself, the way the air bends around her, it's magnetic. "You're something." That's what they say. They being everyone. I slide my hands into my pockets. "You give them your name too, or am I just out of luck?" She laughs. It's warm, rich. Pulls me closer. "You're a man. Nothing rare about that." I grin. "Sounds like you've met the wrong ones." Sounds like something the wrong one would say. I can't help it. I laugh again. Guilt buzzes somewhere in the background, but I ignore it. "Tell me your name, little siren." Her pupils dilate. Then tires crunch behind me. Her gaze shifts. The moment snaps. I exhale, caught off guard by how tightly she wound me up without even touching me. "See you around, lover boy," she says, walking past. I turn to watch her go, stunned she knows the nickname. "Hey, your name," I call. She turns just slightly, flashing a knowing smile over her shoulder, and then she's gone.
3. Vanessa. There's a chip in my nail polish. It's barely visible, tucked near the cuticle of my pinky. But to me, it's like a siren blaring. The rest of the manicure is flawless, shiny, perfect. But that single flaw? It's all I can focus on. I try to backtrack when it might have happened. Was it during prep, mixing the methyl bromide? Or maybe while boarding the bus to the estate? No. Most likely it happened after running into Enzo Marino. Just seeing him had my nerves in knots. I hate that he has that effect on me. And no, I'd never say it out loud. You were supposed to make it look like an accident. My uncle's voice cuts through my thoughts, sharp and direct. I drop my hand into my lap and cross my legs, sinking deeper into the chair facing his desk. His light blue eyes meet mine with unspoken disappointment. I can read it in every line of his face, especially the way his nose flares and his frown etches deeper. "Oops," I say, offering a wide grin I know he won't find amusing. His fist slams onto the desk. Everything on it rattles, his bourbon tumbler, the cigar case, even the frame holding a photo of his late wife and perfect daughter. "This isn't a joke, Vanessa." I said overdose. That's what it should have looked like. Guilt blooms in my chest. I know, There's no excuse. I did the job. I completed it, but not the way he wanted. And yeah, it bothers me more than I wish it did, but I'm a Leo. I don't back down easily. My way was cleaner, I argue. He's not dead, but he'll live with permanent damage. He'll never be the same. If he lives, I pause, then nod. Right? Uncle T starts tapping his nails on the wood, watching me like he's trying to figure out what I'm really thinking. Did it ever cross your mind that I didn't want him to survive? His brow tightens. Now I've got to deal with the DA breathing down my neck. Please, I scoff. The DA couldn't care less about the Atlantis MC or their people. Most law enforcement in this town claims the moral high ground, but a little leverage, or money, usually keeps them in check. And I've always been good at finding pressure points. Sticking a needle in the MC president's brother-in-law was a warning, a message. Stay in line or we won't play nice. Honestly, we're doing the DA a favor. He mutters, I should have given the job to someone else. Like who? I challenge. He raises a hand, then lets it drop. Bass, maybe. Ridiculous. Bastion may be his right hand, but subtlety isn't in his skill set. He's brute force, plain and simple. He would have turned the scene into a horror film, I point out. You needed precision. I delivered it. What I needed was obedience. I open my mouth, then shut it. Because technically, he's right. You don't ignore orders from Trent Kingston and expect to get away with it. Even if you're family, sometimes I wonder when I'll finally push too far and lose whatever bond we have left. He sighs, running a hand through his perfectly styled white hair. You always do this. Do what? You toy with things, drag it out, complicate. I don't play with my food, and I definitely don't appreciate the metaphor. He raises a brow. I mirror him. You got sloppy. Excuse me? My voice rises a notch. I'm the most precise person you have. There's no evidence. The guy had a stroke, and if he survives, he cuts in with a scoff. If he does, I continue, Johnston Miller will have to look his sister in the eye every day knowing he caused her husband's condition. That guilt is more effective than any grave. It wasn't your call. I bite my tongue too late. Why does it even matter? Bad move. His eyes narrow and his ring-heavy finger points my way. It matters because I said so, and one day that attitude is going to blow up in your face and bring this family down with it. I press my lips together. He's exaggerating. Our family runs half the South. Construction, shipping, freight. Publicly, we're clean. Privately, we control more than anyone realizes. Uncle T isn't just a businessman. He's the godfather of our coast. Still, he pulls this act every time. Hands me a job, hates how I do it, calls me names. Like little one. I've been doing this for a decade, cleaning up his messes and covering his tracks. I lean forward, pluck one of his cigars, and light it. The flame flickers as I inhale deeply, the taste smoky with a hint of espresso. What's a girl gotta do to get some credit around here, Uncle? He looks me dead in the eye. You want respect? Stop letting me down. I take one final puff, then tap the cigar into the ashtray. I'll do better, I say quietly. Maybe it's just words. Maybe it's not. Part of me still wants him to be proud, to believe in me the way I once believed in him. But another part knows I sent the message exactly the way it needed to be sent. Loud, lingering, unforgettable. It's not my fault he doesn't see it. Men. Their egos always get in the way. He leans back, exhaling slow and steady, his eyes locked on mine. The room falls silent, save for the soft hum of classical music playing in the background. And I let it stay that way. When I was a kid, not long after my mom passed and I was sent to live here, I once asked Uncle T why he always listened to that kind of music. He said it made him feel refined. Didn't love it, he admitted, but sometimes you have to reflect the image you want others to see. Perception is everything, he told me. Trent Kingston has always aimed to be seen as dignified, sophisticated, a man of legacy. Back then, I'd sneak into his office and curl up in his leather chair, his throne, basically, and let classical music fill the silence. Chopin, Pachelbel. The melodies dulled the emptiness of the massive house while he traveled with his perfect little family. For a while, it made me feel less alone. Now, I can't stand the sound. It grates on my nerves, a reminder of what I'll never quite have. "You're thinking too loud," Uncle T says, breaking the silence. I blink, coming back to the present. My eyes drift past him to the painting that's hung above the fireplace for as long as I can remember, and something tightens in my chest. It's been passed down for generations, a Kingston heirloom. But it's not a family portrait. It's surreal. 7 marble thrones resting on the ocean floor, with a glowing trident floating in the center. A nod to some mythical lineage, our supposed descent from the lost city of Atlantis. I don't care about the legend. I care about what it meant to her. It was my mother's favorite. Her father broke tradition to give it to her instead of his son. It should be mine now. "You're just like her," Uncle T murmurs. That familiar ache returns. He always says that, and I never know how to respond. "So you say," I offer, soft and vague. He watches me but doesn't push, taking another sip of his drink. Then he lights a cigar, smoke curling around him like mist. "Your cousin's back, you know." My stomach tenses. Figured after I bumped into her fiancé. He rolls the cigar between his fingers. "Don't sound so thrilled." "I'm not upset," I lie. Truth is, I am. Didn't expect it, that's all. Been what, 6 years? Uncle T nods. People return to their roots. At the end of the day, family's what matters. Aria and I are the same age, but she's always been the golden girl, Daddy's favorite, this town's sweetheart. Everyone thought Uncle T would drag her home when she bolted for New York. He never did. He sent me instead. I was the one checking in. Not anymore, not now that she's engaged to Enzo Marino. "So why now?" I ask, pretending not to care, tapping my nails on the arm of the chair. "I'm throwing them an engagement party." That makes me laugh. Once, short and dry. "You're kidding." Why would I joke about that? I don't know, just seems unexpected. But it's not. I know exactly what's happening. The Marino name carries weight, especially Enzo's. He's the son of Carlos Marino, the man rumored to have overtaken the Italian Mafia's highest rank and reinstated the old hierarchy with himself at the top. It makes my skin crawl. Our families shouldn't mix. Not like this. And I know Aria has no clue her engagement was arranged. "You really think this is smart?" I ask. "I don't keep you around to second-guess me," he says flat. "I'm just looking out for what's best. You know how sideways this could go if things unravel. Enzo's not just any guy. Do we really want that connection? Since when have we ever aligned with the Marinos?" He cocks his head. "And what do you know about our alignments?" More than he thinks, considering what I've done on his behalf. But I hold the words back. "Never mind, I just thought, enough." His jaw tightens, and I see the warning signs, the twitch at his temple, the low clench of his jaw. "This is good for business," he says. "You get that, don't you?" Apparently I'm self-destructive today because I keep going. I just think it's a risk, letting a Marino into our world, knowing what we know. Have I not taken care of you? I go quiet. When your mom passed, who gave you everything? Who brought you into this house, this life? Who trusted you despite the chaos you cause? Who let you run a bar that's barely breaking even? That stings. He's talking about the lair, my bar, my place. It's rough around the edges, but I love it. I've poured everything into it. I love him too, in my own twisted way, but I hate when he brings her up. All I ask is loyalty. Keep your opinions to yourself unless I ask. Everything is under control. We're going to what? Be one big happy family. I scoff. I don't mean to, but I can't help it. The idea tastes bitter. He notices. Don't make me feel bad, little one. You're still my best asset. The words hit a soft place inside me, and for a moment, I feel that old pull, the one that hopes he means it. Just trust me. I built this kingdom. You didn't. Now go check with the chef. Make sure dinner's nearly ready. We've got celebrating to do. He waves me off, and like always, I rise, walk to the door. My hand is on the handle when his voice calls out one more time. Veneza, be on your best behavior. I don't look back. Just nod and step out, already dreading what comes next.
4. Enzo. When I stepped inside the Kingston estate after wrapping up my call with Gio, Aria was waiting for me in the foyer. My shoes clicked against the marble, the sound bouncing off the towering coffered ceilings. Light caught her 5-carat ring and scattered reflections across the glossy floor. This place doesn't whisper wealth. It shouts it. "Ready?" she asked, her voice cheerful. I gave her a nod. She smiled and led the way down the corridor, lacing her fingers with mine. We passed a high-end chef's kitchen before stopping at a massive chestnut door tucked into a side hallway. "Daddy's office," she whispered and knocked twice. I let go of her hand. Inside, Trent Kingston stood behind his desk, surrounded by shelves filled with leather-bound books. His sharp gaze snapped to us. "Daddy!" Aria squealed, hurrying into his arms. He pulled her into a hug. It had clearly been a while since they'd seen each other. I kept my distance and took in the room. Classic styling, deep woods, and rich leathers. A particular painting behind him stood out, clashing with the rest of the decor. "Mr. Marino," Trent greeted, nodding. "Call me E," I said, stepping forward to shake his hand. "Didn't think you'd ever bring my girl back to us. Glad you did." "Daddy," Aria groaned. I gave him a small grin. "Hope the flight wasn't too rough?" he asked. "He has a private jet," Aria answered for me. "You should get one, Daddy. It's like flying on clouds." "Well," another voice chimed in, slow and smooth. I stiffened. That voice. Veneza stepped into the room with calculated grace. She glanced at Aria, then turned to me, her eyes lingering. "You can always crash and burn," she added. "Vanessa," Aria said with flat disapproval. "Still freeloading, I see." Vanessa. Finally, a name. "Well, someone had to handle business while you ran off," Vanessa replied. Aria scoffed. "Revisionist history." "You sure you want to go there?" Vanessa countered. Before things escalated, Trent cut in. "Enough, girls. We have company." Vanessa turned to me, gaze running the length of my body and back up again. "Oh, I didn't even notice you were here." "Yeah, right." "No harm done," I said. She walked over and extended her hand. I took it, brushing my lips across her knuckles. It was an old-school gesture, but the moment felt charged. "How polite," she murmured. "Pleasure's mine, Vanessa." "Is it?" she asked, slipping her hand away. I wrapped an arm around Aria's waist, if only to ground myself. Vanessa tilted her head. "You have me at a disadvantage, Mr. Marino." "Italian?" "Very. Important." "Depends who you ask." She scanned me again. "Never heard of you." "Right back at you." "Vanessa." Trent's tone snapped her posture into place. She stiffened. "Apologies," Trent said to me. Her mother lacked refinement, and some things are hard to unlearn. That was a cheap shot. "I'm starving," Aria said, turning toward her father. "I'd like a word with E first. You go ahead." She nodded, kissed my cheek, and left. Classic power play. Trent was making it clear this was his house, His daughter. Fine by me. I have my own empire. Once the door shut, Trent sat back down. Vanessa perched casually on the edge of his desk, crossing one leg over the other. The slit in her dress revealed just enough skin to make my thoughts dangerous. I shifted in my seat, eyes darting away. I appreciate you coming down, E, though a heads up before the proposal would have been polite. I'm not in the habit of asking permission, I replied. He squinted. I knew your brother. I didn't let the punch land. Yeah? He was thinking of opening a hotel here. News to me. There were a lot of things Giuseppe didn't mention. Truthfully, I hadn't paid close attention back then. After he died, I realized how messy his life had been. Shady deals, secret kids, chaos. Still, he was blood. Trent stroked his beard. I'd like you to consider picking up where he left off. I gestured to his cigars. Mind? He waved me on. Before I could reach, Vanessa took one, lit it, and passed it to me with a wink. My fingers brushed hers. I took the cigar, pretending not to notice how good it felt. I'll think about it, I said. Trent frowned. You'd be foolish not to, Vanessa said. And I should trust your advice because we're practically family. Isn't that sacred to you Italians? Don't get cute, I warned. Think about it. Trent jumped in. We've got local leverage, unions, construction, the works. Good setup for a partnership. I stared him down. You sure you want to pitch me racketeering like I've never heard of it? I'm from New York. That's home base. He clapped his hands once. Then you understand. Together, we run things. I leaned forward. Let me make one thing clear. I'm not Giuseppe. Whatever you had with him dies with him. Trent smiled like I was throwing a tantrum. My jaw flexed. Think it over, he said. This engagement benefits all of us. Your father agrees. His words were sweetened poison. A warning hidden in a smile. That's cute. Fine, I said. Then I pointed at Vanessa. But you'll need to convince me. Excuse me? Her eyes narrowed. You were so eager before. Show me why this place is worth investing in. No thanks. Ask your fiancé. I grinned, leaning closer. Still giving orders like I'm one of your guys? A blush colored her cheeks. I'm not a tour guide, she snapped. I stepped toward her, voice low. Brush up on your local history, mermaid. Those are my terms. Her stare flared. Your terms suck, she said. But I'll play along, if it means you'll stop puffing your ego around. She glanced at my belt. Overcompensating much? I laughed. Genuinely. She sauntered out, and I followed, but my mind stayed behind with her. And that realization, it pissed me off more than I expected.
5. Vanessa. I can't stand this school. As strange as it sounds, I actually miss the hallways at Southside Elementary. That mix of gym shoes and overcooked cafeteria food, it had character. Here at Atlantic Cove Prep, everything smells like designer perfume and fresh money. And the people? They look at me like I crawled out of a sewer. No one's had the guts to say anything to my face yet, but earlier today, one of the 8th graders walked by and mumbled something, called me a shoulda been. I didn't let it slide. I stopped her and asked exactly what that meant. If you've got something to say it straight. She told me a shoulda been is someone who should have been born rich but ended up broke. Basically, a failure with pedigree. Some of them even whisper that I killed my mom just to come live with Uncle T. If only they knew the truth. It wasn't me, it was my father. My deadbeat, selfish, gambling father. I thought maybe getting here, middle school in a fancy town with a proper family, would feel like a fresh start, like I'd finally belong somewhere. But I don't. Still, I don't miss the cramped one-bedroom apartment with my mom. I don't miss the paycheck-to-paycheck life. I definitely don't miss her swinging between smothering me with affection and ignoring me completely. Or my dad vanishing for weeks, blowing every dollar on booze and cards. I'm never going back to that, so they can whisper whatever they want. I spin my locker shut and head down the hall, hoping to spot Arya. She didn't say where to meet her today, but I'm counting on her to help me adjust. Someone calls out, "You're new." I pause and turn. A tall blonde guy stands there, a nose ring catching the light and a chain swinging from his jeans. "And you're observant," I say, tugging my backpack strap tighter. He laughs and casually slings an arm around my shoulder like we've known each other forever. "What's your name?" As he steers us through the hallway, I reply, "I don't tell strangers my name." He stops, turns me to face him, and holds out his hand. "Fisher Ingle." I shake it. "Vanessa Anderson." "Now we're not strangers," he says, grinning. He yanks me into a half hug like I'm his sidekick now. Maybe I am, or maybe this is just some weird prank. "What grade you in?" "6th. You?" "7th, should be 8th, but I got held back." "Why?" He shrugs and grabs my backpack, tossing it over his own shoulder. "Too charming, I guess." I snort. "Right. Let's go, short stack. I'll show you the cafeteria." "Did you just call me short?" He grins wider. "Yeah, you're fun-sized." I roll my eyes. I'm the tallest girl in 6th grade. The cafeteria is loud and blinding. The noise hits like a wall, and the lights feel like they're drilling into my skull. I scan the room for a flash of red, the hair I helped Arya dye just a few days ago. She said it was symbolic. New hair, new school, new us. I wanted to dye mine too. Get rid of the dark brown that ties me to everything I want to forget. But Arya said no, said I was too young, even though we're the exact same age. Still, I know exactly where to look. The center of the room. That's Arya's spot, always the center of attention. And there she is, sitting on top of a table, legs swinging, surrounded by kids laughing at whatever she just said. Her bright red hair sways like a spotlight. The whole scene is so textbook, it's laughable. But I feel relief anyway. She's my cousin, the only one who's been in my corner since I moved in with Uncle T. She's sharp, sure, and she doesn't pull punches, but she's the closest thing I've ever had to a real friend. Maybe even a sister. "There's my cousin," I tell Fisher. He looks over and tenses. "Arya Kingston is your cousin?" I narrow my eyes. "Yeah, why?" He softens, reaches up, and pinches my cheek playfully. "No reason, Jellybean. Good meeting you, Vanessa. Don't be a stranger." I frown. "You're not sitting with me?" He glances between me and Arya. Not really my crowd. "Okay, later then." He walks off, and I turn back toward Arya. She's already staring at me, her expression unreadable. I wave. She doesn't respond. Okay, weird. I steel myself and push through the crowd. Being around this many people makes my skin crawl. I've never been popular, never liked the attention. And now every pair of eyes feels glued to me. I reach her table, and the room goes quiet. Arya leans back on her hands, sticking her chest out slightly and tilting her chin like I'm some insect she might crush. "Hey," I say, glancing around for a seat. She raises an eyebrow, just stares. "I've been looking for you all day. Thought maybe you were avoiding me." "Can I help you?" she asks, voice sharp. I freeze. Her friends stifle laughs, watching like they're at a show. My stomach knots. I laugh awkwardly. "Arya, come on." "Come on what?" she says, all fake confusion. "I just... today, Vanessa," she mocks. The words hit like a slap. I stumble back a little. What? Everyone's waiting for her next move. The girl I thought had my back is gone, replaced by someone cold and mean. Are you deaf or just stupid? She says, her gaze scanning me with disgust. All that weight clogging your ears? Right then, my stomach growls. Loud. Laughter erupts. She's blushing, one of her followers coos. Go sit with that weirdo you walked in with, little piggy. You two are perfect. Arya's jaw clenches. She shoots her minion a glare, but then she smirks. You didn't really think, she starts, shaking her head, that I'd be friends with someone like you? A pathetic little reject who probably did the world a favor by getting rid of her mom. Even your dad couldn't stand to stick around. It feels like something inside me just cracked. Someone bumps into me. My backpack falls, spilling everything. I kneel, scrambling to collect my stuff, teeth clenched so hard I taste blood. But I don't cry. I haven't cried in years. My father made sure of that. Arya steps off the table and nudges me in the chest with her shoe, knocking me over completely. My hands smack the floor. Look at you, she sneers. Crawling around like some bottom feeder. Don't get too close, urchin. I don't want your mess on me. Arya never told me she grew up with her cousin, Enzo says casually, sipping his wine across the dining table. His voice snaps me out of the memory. My chest aches. I rub at it, focusing on him instead. I've never seen anyone have this kind of sway over Uncle T. But Enzo Marino? He's different. Dangerous. I wish I didn't have to sit across from him at all. Dinner's been mostly awkward. Small talk and fake smiles like no one's acknowledging the fact that the prodigal daughter vanished for 6 years. The dining room is ice cold and sterile. Grays, silvers, and a chandelier that looks like frozen rain. The tension between me and Arya could frost the walls. I chew my lamb slowly, then shoot a dry smile across the table. Why wouldn't you talk about me, Arya? I'm hurt. She doesn't even blink. In New York, it's easy to forget you exist, Urch. Don't take it personal. I won't, but I also won't forget.
6. Enzo. Being a guest in someone else's house is never comfortable. But if you want to understand someone, there's no better way than watching how they live. And right now, I'm watching everything I can about Trent Kingston and the mismatched crew around him. The way he name-dropped Peppino earlier still doesn't sit right. What was Peppino doing down south making deals without looping us in? When we first learned my brother had been killed, I made it my mission to track down who ordered the hit. But no matter where I looked, I hit wall after wall. Everyone claimed ignorance, or at least nothing I could squeeze out of them. Then my father unraveled. The pressure of power chipped away at what was left of his patience until he became unpredictable. Now he's a wild card, and when a man like him loses control, everything we've built starts to crack. I've spent the last few years trying to keep the family together, to protect what's left. If I don't, we lose everything. Plenty of men would love to resurrect the old commission my father shattered, restore the traditions he no longer respects. Truth is, if anyone asked me, I'd admit my father has abandoned our roots. But nobody asks. They assume I echo everything he says. And to be fair, most of the time I do, because disagreeing with him could get me killed. Still, finding out Peppino may have been making side deals, maybe even behind my father's back, makes me feel a little less like the family screw-up. I stretch my neck, cracking the tension there, and scan the room. Unfortunately, Arya and I are crashing in her childhood bedroom instead of the mother-in-law suite. Maybe the guest house is taken, possibly by Vanessa. Or maybe Trent just wants me where he can see me. I'd do the same. The room hasn't changed a bit. Pink sheets on a queen bed, shelves overflowing with random trinkets, walls painted a soft peach. Through the French doors is a small balcony overlooking a private strip of beach. It's like stepping into a preserved memory. Arya's a collector of stuff, of stories, of drama. There's no way I'm letting her drag all this clutter into my penthouse. She'll need to rein it in before we live together. Or maybe we won't. She knocked out a couple hours ago, but I haven't slept. I never do in unfamiliar places. Lowering your guard gets you killed. I didn't survive this long by relaxing. I shoot a quick message to Scotty. He's holed up at a B&B a few miles out, thanks to Jessica. I tell him to meet me at 9. Then I glance at Aria, buried under blankets. She clings in her sleep, and when she does, I can't breathe. That's why she doesn't sleep over often. Cuddling? Not for me. It's like wearing a straitjacket. I sigh and slide under the covers, letting the quiet press in around me. That's when she slips into my thoughts. Veneza, uninvited, persistent. Every time I try to shake her, guilt creeps in like a leak I can't seal. Especially now, lying next to my fiancé. Aria stirs, mumbles something, then opens her eyes. She smiles sleepily. I shut mine, feigning sleep. She doesn't buy it. Still mad at me? She whispers. I blink, staring at the canopy above. Didn't know I was... She giggles and shifts closer, resting her head on my shoulder. I stiffen, instinctively. Then I remember Ma, walking through the house hollow-eyed after Pops came home reeking of someone else. How she'd cry behind the bedroom door, thinking I couldn't hear her break. That image snaps me back. I force Veneza out and focus on the woman beside me. You nearly crushed my arm back there, when Fisher showed up, she teases. Right. You're hot when you're jealous, she murmurs, looking up at me. I almost laugh. Jealousy? That emotion's a waste of energy. Wanting what you can't have slows a man down. If I want something, I take it. You're mine, right? I say. She nods. That's the deal. For better or worse. Forever. The word's great, but I push the reaction down. Then what's there to be jealous of? She shifts, climbing on top of me, her hips pressing down. I grip her waist. My body responds automatically. My tough guy, she purrs, acting like it didn't bother you. I'm not really in the mood, but the tension buzzing in me needs release. If she's offering, I won't say no. I smirk. Why don't you show me how sorry you are? You know you've got nothing to worry about with him, right? He's trash. Always has been. Just a small-town dealer who never grew up. Not my type. She smiles, and something about it feels off. I grip her hips tighter, flip her over, and press her down into the mattress. That's better. We spend the rest of the night tangled together, but it's not Aria's face I'm seeing when I finish. It's her cousin's. Next morning, I'm at the grotto, the bed and breakfast where Scotty's staying. It's 2 miles from the Kingston property and looks like every magazine spread I hate. Too cutesy. Too floral. Too cheerful. I'm sitting in a dainty little kitchen, watching the owner, Betty, dote on Scotty like he's her favorite nephew. I paid to book the place out. Just us. Beyond the green door near the stove is a patio with white chairs and an ocean view. Some might find it calming. Not me. Stillness makes me anxious, like it's the calm before the explosion. Scotty, on the other hand, is loving it. Betty slides a plate of biscuits and gravy in front of him, and he beams like she hung the stars. So, Betty, what's the scoop today? He asks, already chewing. I lower the newspaper I'm pretending to read. Don't talk with your mouth full. He grins at me, mouth packed. Why would I know anything? Betty replies with a wink. Come on, Betty Boop. Don't clam up just because E's here. He's family. You can talk. Everyone hyped for the big engagement party? Betty pushes her curls out of her eyes. Trent's golden girl finally returns? It's the only thing anyone's talking about. Interesting, Scotty drawls. You sure know how to pick 'em, cuz. I roll my eyes. Eat. Hey, why'd she leave anyway? I shrug, then glance at Betty. Truth is, I never asked. Arya said she hated it here. That was enough for me. Betty raises a brow and shakes her head with a knowing smirk. Now, I'm not one to gossip about the neighbors, she says, slinging a blue towel over her shoulder. She grabs a fresh pot of coffee, topping off my cup before pouring her own. But back in the day, I loved nothing more than sitting out front with a warm mug and watching the sun rise. She leans against the counter, eyes dreamy. There's something special about seeing the world come to life, and sometimes, in those quiet hours, I'd catch a few things. Scotty leans in like he's watching a soap opera. I pretend not to care, flipping a page of the paper in my lap. What kind of things? He asks. Arya used to sneak out. And that Fisher Engel. That boy was always bad news. No parents to keep him in line. He'd roll up in that loud Chevelle of his, and she'd hop out looking disheveled and flustered, heading back home with her hair a mess and cheeks pink. I'm not surprised. The way they looked at each other last night told me everything. What about her cousin? I chime in, mostly out of boredom. I couldn't care less who Arya fooled around with. But I'm curious what Betty thinks of Vanessa. Betty straightens up a little. Her cousin? I fold the paper neatly and rest it on the table. Yeah, Vanessa. She glances between me and Scotty, something flickering behind her eyes. Well, I don't really have anything to say about that girl. Though if you ask me, she could benefit from a few Sundays at church. Always with her crystals and energy talk, lighting incense and mumbling incantations. That one's got a bit of the spooky in her. Scotty whistles. Told you Betty wasn't a gossip. Yeah, I can tell, I say, grabbing my phone and pushing up from the table. Try to stay out of trouble. I shoot Scotty a look before stepping out onto the back patio to call my father. A soft breeze rustles my hair as the scent of sea air stings my nose. Ciao, figlio mio, my father answers, voice thick with his Sicilian accent. Ciao, papa. How are things going? Hot. And your fiancé? Her family? Everyone's playing nice. My father tends to toggle between English and Italian whenever he's emotional, or when he's trying to test me. Did you know Trent had business with Peppino? I ask, that name still rubbing me wrong. There's a pause on the line, then a sigh. He might have mentioned it. My brow tightens. And you didn't think I should know? He chuckles darkly, that low sound he uses when he's deciding if he should scold me or let it slide. You never cared for this part of the business. You preferred fists over ledgers, running in the streets, fighting for sport. Fighting that made him a fortune. I bite my tongue. You know how many people your brother was negotiating with? Peppino understood what needed my attention and what didn't. All these questions make me think you're stirring up something. Are you? My chest tightens. Of course not, Papa. His voice goes flat. Everything we do has purpose. So what's the reason for a hotel here? Careful, he warns. Even if I wanted to explain, I couldn't. Eyes are always watching. I think the house is tapped. Gio checks it every morning. It's clean. And why should I trust Gio? I raised you better. I clench my jaw but stay silent. Say yes to the hotel, Enzo. Don't make me regret this. Understood. But it's all bullshit. I never wanted a role in Marino Enterprises. That was Peppino's game. I preferred the streets. Ran a drywall business that piggybacked on his contracts and owned a few clubs. I was where the muscle was. Back then, I was a capo. I handled the dirty work, shakedowns, enforcing, taking care of those who stepped out of line. But when Peppino got himself taken out, the books reopened and Pops pulled me up to be underboss. No choice. It was my duty. End of story. I stare out at the sun glittering off the sea beyond a bed of flowers. Trent doesn't strike me as someone who respects our arrangement. My father chuckles. Then remind him who you are, and you will build that hotel. It's expansion. Good for business. Show some pride in your bloodline. Yes, Papa. A van's been circling my block. I know they're watching me, listening in. Don't call this number again. He hangs up. I stare at the screen, irritation crawling through me. His paranoia eats up resources and distracts from real threats. I pocket the phone and smooth my shirt. The heat here is unrelenting. Aria's busy all day with a party planner. Florals and desserts, I guess. She tried to drag me along, but I'm not about to waste time on decorations. Instead, one name keeps tugging at me. Vanessa. I try to ignore it, but the more I fight it, the more she takes up space in my head. I can't shake her, so I stop trying. I call Trent. I tell him I want Vanessa to meet me at the boardwalk. 1 hour.
7, Vanessa. Steam curls through the air as I step out of the bathroom, towel scrubbing at my damp hair. I pad across the studio toward the mirror, glancing at my reflection. The color came out icy white, just the way I wanted. No purple left behind. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot Athena, still lounging in my bed like she owns the place. She's practically glowing, skin like velvet, sheet barely clinging to her chest. I sigh. You're still here. She grins at me, stretching like a satisfied cat. Don't sound so thrilled. I blink, shaking off the distraction. Time to go. She sits up, letting the sheet fall, and yeah, she's stunning. She's got a talent for getting me out of my head too. But today isn't the day for lingering. Not when I woke up to a message from Uncle T telling me to meet Enzo at the boardwalk. Just the thought makes my stomach twist. There's something about that man that pulls at me in all the wrong ways, like a thread I shouldn't tug. Athena walks over, tugging at my towel until it slips to the floor. Her hands slide around my waist. You're gorgeous, she whispers. Tempting, but no, not today. She leans in to kiss me, and I turn away. She sighs and rests her forehead on mine. You're impossible sometimes. You know the deal, I say, easing her off me. She pulls on her pants, grumbling, You and your dumb rules. It's just a kiss, V. It won't kill you. I say nothing. She chuckles to herself. Figures. What would you know about intimacy? I rub my thumb across my ring finger and try not to react. This was fun, but... Let me guess, she cuts in, buttoning her top. You've got things to do. Look at you, finally paying attention, I smirk. We could actually be something, she says, moving closer. And we'd kill each other. Doors that way. She walks to it, pausing before leaving. You should take a chance. I could, I say, turning to my wardrobe. But I don't want to. I hear the door click shut. Relief floods me. I grab my journal from the nightstand and my meditation pillow from underneath it, settling in the middle of the room. I've believed in manifestation since high school. Back then, I wrote that Uncle T would let me drop out and work for him. And 2 months later, that dream came true. That was around the time I started exploring witchcraft. At first, it was curiosity. Now it's how I align with the universe. Fisher laughs at it, but I've seen the results too many times to doubt it. I make a mental note to do a cord-cutting ritual for Athena under the next Aquarius sun, then push her from my mind and focus on my breathing. Half an hour later, I'm pulling clothes from my rack, debating options. Off-the-shoulder top, favorite shorts. Still not right. I miss designer clothes. I miss my walk-in closet. But all that ended the second I turned 18. Aunt Elle didn't hesitate to kick me out. Uncle T just watched. The bitterness burns. And honestly, I'm not sorry she's gone. My phone rings. Uncle T, morning, I answer, forcing cheer into my voice. Hey, little one, you get my message? About meeting Enzo? Yeah, I saw it. I dig through my clothes. This whole thing feels off. He chuckles. If we ran the world on your vibes, we'd be living in ashes. Maybe some things need to burn down. I want that hotel. Enzo's going to hand it over, willingly or not. I balance the phone on my shoulder and pull out a purple top. So that's the plan? Push him into it? If that's what works? You're assuming he's pushable. I'm not so sure. He's marrying my daughter. That makes him my concern. He's family. And sometimes family stabs you in the back. Can't argue with that. Want me to cast a spell? I joke, knowing he hates my spiritual stuff. Watch your mouth with that devil nonsense. I roll my eyes. It's not devil worship, but I let him believe what he wants. Easier that way. Still, the way he never truly accepts me leaves a sting, and sometimes I can't help but jab back. Why not have Arya take him around? This feels like babysitting. Just do it, Vanessa. Click. I stick my tongue out at the phone. Then I text Bass, heads up. Boss is in one of his moods. Brace yourself. I finish getting dressed, add my favorite blood red lipstick, and clasp my obsidian pendant. Red lips and black stones. Can't go wrong. I head down the spiral staircase into the Lair's back hallway, looking for Fisher. A few staff members are already bustling, prepping for the lunch crowd. We don't get busy until night, but some early souls always drift in. Our liquor keeps us afloat. The thought alone turns my stomach. But who am I to judge how people cope? Not everyone's running from the same shadows. The space is moody and dark. Gothic windows, moss green walls, low blue lighting. Saltwater tanks glow softly with movement. A dozen mismatched tables circle the room. At the front is a worn stage framed in velvet curtains. The bar lines the left wall. Fisher's there, cutting limes. I slide my fingers along the copper bar as I approach. Fisher grins and hands me coffee. My savior, I murmur, taking a long sip. The bitterness hits just right. Rough night? I shrug. Who was it? Jason or Athena? They're not lackeys, I laugh, dodging the question. I tilt my head, watching him press a lime through the slicer. Does it matter? Just reading your mood. And you can do that by who I sleep with? Absolutely. Athena makes you nicer. He's not wrong. She knows what she's doing. I roll my eyes. Your hair's a crime. He smirks. So are your boobs. I glance down. Excuse me? He laughs. Here for the day or Uncle T's errand girl again? Watch it, I say, sipping again. He peels cling wrap with flair. If the shoe fits? Boardwalk, actually. Fisher grimaces. Why? Tour duty. For Enzo. Mr. Marino, he says in a fake accent. Better looking than I expected. Don't even start. What did I do? Nothing. And keep it that way. I don't need to clean up your mess. He grins. So it was Jason. I shoot him a look, but smile. Athena, actually, I'm out. Don't torch the place. Wouldn't dream of it. I pause, and stay away from Arya. Seriously. His face goes serious. Don't worry. That's a promise I'll keep. 8. Vanessa. My mom used to drive a Mustang convertible, shimmering teal that shifted colors in the sunlight. That car was everything to her. She cherished it more than she ever did me. Funny enough, most of my happiest moments with her were in that car. Whenever she tied up her curly brown hair with a silk scarf and flashed that movie star smile, the one that could stop a man in his tracks, I knew we were about to go for a drive. We'd laugh like kids, piling in. On my birthday, she'd even stop at Morgan's Ice Shack for shaved ice before cruising the coastline like the world didn't matter. I'll never forget how the wind felt whipping through my hair or the way that cherry syrup would stain my lips. I was blissfully sticky and smiling. Back then, I thought those joy rides were her way of saying sorry for all the times she left me to fend for myself. Now I see they were escapes, temporary breaks from the reality of being married to a cruel man. And while I get it, part of me still resents how badly she failed at protecting me. The bus brakes squeal as I step off in front of the boardwalk, shaking loose the memory before it claws too deep. The air is thick today, sea breeze mixed with the musk of hot pavement. It coats my skin in a way that feels too familiar. The Atlantic Cove Boardwalk is a South Carolina icon. Built in the 30s, it stretches more than 2 miles, crowded with attractions, overpriced food, and tourists. My family's rebuilt most of it over the years, except for one original piece, the wrought iron arch with the pink seashell centerpiece. It guards a stilted walkway reaching out into the ocean. That's where I spot Enzo. He's propped against the rail like he owns the place. His sea glass eyes already locked on me. "Lover boy," I say, slipping my hands into the back pockets of my black cutoffs. He tips his chin. His eyes roam over me. Bleached hair, purple off-shoulder top, sneakers. He's in a suit, looking polished and powerful, like the heat doesn't dare touch him. Around us, people laugh. Kids chase waves. Couples stroll hand in hand. But Enzo looks at me like I'm the only thing that exists. It's unsettling. He frowns. Still attractive, annoyingly so. "You're late," he says. "You're overdressed." "Sweet of you to notice." He steps forward. "You always take the bus alone looking like that?" I glance down. What's wrong with the way I look? His lips twitch. He reaches out and gently tugs one of my hoop earrings. "These? You know what they say." "What do they say?" I grin. "Bigger, the hoop." He cuts me off with a finger on my lips. The contact sends a jolt through me. "Easy," he says, his New York accent thick. "Don't talk down about yourself. Not to me." I blink, pulling his hand away. I was kidding. He studies me, jaw tight, before grinning. "I like the way you say my name." I frown. "You don't have to play nice just because I'm Aria's cousin. Might work against you." "You think I'm doing this for Aria? Aren't you?" He sidesteps the question. "So, what's the plan today?" "You dragged me out here. Shouldn't you have a plan?" Uncle T wants him charmed by the town. Personally, I think Atlantic Cove sells itself, and not in a good way. "Show me the real Atlantic Cove." "You're standing in it." I gesture wide. "Welcome to overpriced drinks and postcard-perfect attractions, ideal for a Merino hotel." "You been to one of ours before?" I shift, uncomfortable. "Once, years back." He waits for more. I offer none. No way I'm telling him what went down in that suite. Eventually, he chuckles. I hate that I like the sound. We start walking. I point out older spots, skipping the new ones, and the ones that remind me of things I'd rather not relive. He stops suddenly. "What's with you?" "I'm fine." He gestures behind us. "You didn't mention Morgan's Ice Shack." The mention alone makes me queasy. "I saw it?" He crosses his arms. I tilt my head back, staring at the sky. Uncle T wants me to win him over. That means being open, as much as I hate it. Some places hold memories I don't like digging up, I admit. That one's on the list. He doesn't press, just steps closer, gaze soft. For a second, I think he's about to touch me. "I'm not fishing for secrets," he says. "Not here to test you." "I'm the one testing you." "I've been straight with you." We barely know each other. What's that got to do with honesty? I look away. He leans in, catching my eye again. I recognize that guarded look. I have it too. You don't need to use it with me. Be real. My chest tightens. His words feel too accurate. But I can't afford to be real with him. You're being real? Why wouldn't I be? You bring me here instead of your fiancé. That's weird. He lifts a brow. You met Arya, right? I snort. He's not wrong. She's not exactly a tour guide. He stops. You know I hadn't even heard of you before now? Isn't that strange? Not really. Why would Arya mention the cousin who saved her fiancé? His stare is steady, intense. I kind of like it. I bite my lip. There's not much to say. I doubt that. This place reminds me of my mom, I finally admit. She didn't take me out much, but on my birthday, she'd make a day of it. Shaved ice from there? I point. Then we'd walk the shops. I could pick one thing. Only one? We didn't have much. She didn't take money from the family. That day meant everything to me. Because it was your birthday? Because it was the one day she showed me love. Out loud. His expression shifts. Loving you out loud? That's powerful. Yeah, well, he gently guides me toward a vendor stand near the Ferris wheel. Jewelry dangles, shirts spill from racks. Pick something. What? You heard me. Pick something. I raise an eyebrow. Why? Because I said so. That usually work for you? Yes. I pick up a seashell necklace. You know, people like reasons. Makes them feel seen. He laughs. Fair. I want you to because I can tell that memory meant something. I'd like to be a good one too. A strange warmth floods my chest. You like that one? It's nice. I set it down. Want it? I'm good. Let me buy it for you. If I wanted it, I'd get it myself. Can't accept a gift? Not from my cousin's fiancé. He steps closer. I don't do things I don't want to. The way he says it lands like heat across my skin. How about I pick something for you? He considers. Best I'll get? Yep. He smiles. Deal. Just like that? Sure, if it makes you happy. I smile before I can stop myself. If it makes you happy. No one's ever said that to me, and that might be the most dangerous part of all.
9. Enzo. 10 minutes later, I'm holding a t-shirt that reads, Mariner of the Seas, complete with a cheesy rainbow and sailboat graphic. You're not wearing your gift, Vanessa points out, eyeing the shirt tucked under my arm. Do you not like it? Can you call it a gift if I paid for it? I ask, raising an eyebrow. She shrugs, flashing a mischievous grin. It's the thought that counts. And your last name? In Latin, it means of the sea. It's basically destiny printed on a shirt. My steps slow as I glance at her. I still haven't figured her out. Maybe I never will. And how would you know that about my name? Her mouth opens to answer, but before she can, her stomach growls loud enough to cut through the boardwalk noise. You hungry? Uncle T told me to come straight here. I didn't have time. I gesture toward the waterfront. My hand hovers just above the small of her back. I don't touch her, but I want to. Not touching her is harder than I expected. She's right there, within reach, but I can't go there. Not with her. Not when she's family now, even if only by engagement. One misstep, and she could take it all to Trent. That thought alone makes my gut twist. If Pops caught wind of something like that. I push the thought away. Come on. What are you doing? She asks. I nod toward the restaurant ahead. Shark bait, a seafood joint by the water. Feeding you. She stops and spins to face me, her back hitting the glass door. I'm fine. You really don't have to. I didn't ask if you were fine. I take a step closer. Didn't ask your opinion either. Her arms cross. You always this considerate? Ignoring people's feelings and dragging them to lunch? You always argue just to argue? Because it's getting old. Another step, and she's pressed to the door. My arm brushes her shoulder as I reach around and push it open. Don't stand so close, she whispers. I lean in, breathing her in, salt and cherry. Addictive. Say that again. Goosebumps ripple down her neck. The energy between us is sharp and alive. She can act unaffected, but her body's telling the truth. I hold the door open, gesturing for her to walk in. I half expect her to shoot back a smart comment, but she doesn't. She lifts her chin and steps inside. Heads turn the moment we enter. She doesn't notice. Or maybe she does and just doesn't care. We get seated fast. As soon as the hostess walks away, Vanessa hides behind the menu, laughing to herself. I reach across and lower it. What's so funny? She tilts her head toward the hostess. Just watching the Enzo Marino effect in action. What's that? You know, tall, dark, and intimidating. It does something to people. She leans in as she talks, resting her arms on the table, pushing her chest forward like she doesn't realize. Or maybe she does. I keep my gaze on her face. Nicest thing anyone said to me all week. We order. She gets she-crab soup. I grab a shrimp po' boy and 2 Cokes. We barely talk until the food shows up. Strangely, it's not uncomfortable. There's an ease here. Familiarity that shouldn't exist between strangers. She breaks the silence. You surprise me. I thought you'd come with an entourage. I raise a brow. An entourage? Yeah, your crew. Uncle T's never without his. Wouldn't let Aunt Ella or Aria go anywhere alone either. I nod slowly. Yet here you are, solo. City bus and all. She smirks, but there's a flicker of something else behind it. Sadness, maybe. I know it too well. I can handle myself. Didn't say you couldn't. Her eyes narrow. You're judging. Defensive much? Not defensive, she starts, then falters. I smirk. Overcompensating, maybe? She gestures dramatically. Please, I'm generous with my assets. And your humility. She laughs softly, dimples deepening. My heart kicks harder than I want to admit. She stirs her soup absently. How'd you meet Aria anyway? The question lands hard. Is she serious? Everyone knows that story. It was all over the headlines. The New York prince and the Southern heiress. The perfect fairy tale. But from the look on her face, I'm not sure she's asking for the public version. And I'm not sure I'm ready to give her the real one. The whole thing gives me a damn headache. I never asked for the spotlight. It makes the behind-the-scenes work for the family harder. But Pops never saw it that way. So I went along with it. And the things you bury, they grow. They take root. And one day, they choke everything else out. I've already resigned myself to this life. Dull, repetitive, inescapable. You don't know? I ask her. She shrugs. Maybe I do. Maybe I just want to hear your version. It's not a great story. I wipe my mouth with the cloth napkin and drop it onto the checkered tablecloth. Then make it one. she shoots back. I study her for a moment, stroking my jaw. She sang at one of my clubs. Vanessa snorts. What? I ask, half smirking. It's just kind of classic, right? I lean back in my chair, legs stretching out until they brush hers. The contact sends a jolt through me, but neither of us pulls away. Overpriced seafood and cheap souvenirs are cliché too, I reply. Still doesn't make them less enjoyable. She grins. So you fell for her voice, and just like that, bam. I pop a fry in my mouth. Something like that. She rolls her eyes and leans forward, stealing a fry from my plate and slipping it between those tempting lips. My throat tightens. That mouth. You're not much of a storyteller, Enzo, she says after chewing. You suck at lying. There it is again. Enzo. The way she says my name makes my brain glitch. I want to hear it again. Moaned, screamed. Nope. Bad path. I clear my throat and look away. She's doing something to my head, and I don't like it. So tell me the real story, she says. I run a hand through my hair. Someone tried to kill me. Arya pulled me out of the river and saved me. Then she stuck around. Never left my side in the hospital. That kind of loyalty. It leaves a mark. Vanessa gives a soft, sad smile. When I was better, my father suggested I take her out. And well, the rest is history, she finishes. I meet her eyes. Yeah, something like that. She nods slowly. So who was it? I pause. Who? Who tried to kill you? Bold. Nobody's asked me that before. Not even Pops, who probably just assumed it was one of the usual suspects. I shake my head. No idea. Could have been anyone. Her lips part in disbelief. You didn't try to find out? Embarrassment stings. I did. Couldn't track them down. I shove my plate away. Appetite's gone. This is why I hate digging up the past. No offense, she says, but the truth is way better than that cover story. She really did sing at my club afterward, I say with a dry laugh. Not a total lie. How generous, she replies flatly. She always wanted to sing, even though she wasn't that great. Uncle T paid off the school to get her the solos. She's not terrible. Vanessa shoots me a look. Such a gentleman. I smirk. I liked her voice until I didn't. Then I dragged her into my office and made sure she couldn't sing for a while. Gentleman enough for you? I don't know why I say it, or why I'm watching her reaction like it matters. But when her eyes darken instead of cooling, it sets my blood on fire. I glance down her face, across her body, can't help imagining her bent over my desk, hair in my hand. Christ. She sips her Coke slowly, lips curling around the straw. Now I'm imagining my fingers there instead. She sets her drink down, rubbing her neck. Just like a man. I grin. Can't deny it. I'm absolutely in dog mode around her. That was the beginning of a lovely relationship, I say, mostly to remind myself. So, tell me something real, lover boy. Like what? I don't know. Something personal. Like, how'd you get your nickname? My stomach turns. That's not something I talk about. I plaster on a cocky smile. Thought that was obvious. She tilts her head, dark eyes locked on mine. Nope, doesn't add up. I stay quiet. She's not wrong. This isn't fair, she says. I gave you the whole sob story about my mama, and you won't give me anything back? I stand, toss some cash on the table, and walk around to her side. Leaning down, I let my nose brush her hair. That's your first mistake, little siren, thinking I play fair. She inhales sharply. I straighten and offer my hand. Her fingers slide into mine, and I help her up. She's tall, her face just below mine, and when our eyes meet, something shifts, something falls. She licks her lips. Noted. Outside, I stuff my hands into my pockets. Touching her once makes it hard not to want more. So, where to now? I ask. Honestly, I hadn't planned to spend the whole day with her. I just wanted to size her up, understand what game she might be playing for Trent. But I'm enjoying her, and I still don't know if I can trust her. Then her face shifts. What? I ask, stepping in. She raises her hands between us. Seriously, ever heard of personal space? If you don't like it, push me away. She doesn't. Just lets her hands hover there like she's thinking about it. Then drops them. Fine, she says. Tell me where you want to go. I grin, though I'm a little let down she gave in so fast. Take me to the lair.
10. Vanessa. Back in its prime during Prohibition, the lair was the place to be on the South Side. Everyone talked about the music, but we all knew the real draw was the speakeasy hidden beneath it. When I saw the building listed for sale, I knew it was exactly the kind of opportunity Uncle T would want. I'd been waiting for a shot like that for years. It was the perfect front, another business for laundering money, and the underground bar was tailor-made for a secret gambling den. When you grow up shaped by someone's bad choices, you learn to use them. Booze and betting destroyed my dad and built a gold mine for my uncle. I never told Uncle T that I spent nearly every weekend there as a kid while Mama waited tables. But I'm sure he guessed. Even at my granddaddy's funeral, they pretended the other didn't exist, more focused on how to claim what was left behind since no one ever found a will. But I had told Arya about the lair, back when we still spoke, so it's no surprise word eventually made its way around. Running the place now anchors me. It connects me to where I came from and gives me something that's mine, even if the history behind it is rough. It matters to me. Almost as much as that painting in Uncle T's office. Granddaddy used to say whoever held it held the power. Uncle T must have taken that a little too literally. Even though Mama chose my father over her family, that painting still showed up at our door. I'll never forget how serious she looked when she told me it was the one thing she wanted me to have if anything ever happened to her. She made me pinky swear, the only promise I ever made her. And the one that still stings to this day because I can't keep it. I didn't get why she hid it behind a panel in the closet back then. But when Uncle T came and snatched it before she was even in the ground, the message became clear. In the back seat of Enzo's car, I catch his driver, Scotty, sneaking glances at me through the mirror. I toss him a wink. His face flushes red. He's got a sweet face. A little younger than me, maybe, but still handsome. Eyes forward, Enzo snaps. Scotty jerks upright, eyes on the road, hands gripping the wheel tight. So he is one of your minions, I joke. Enzo doesn't flinch. He rubs his jaw, then asks, he's my cousin. How much farther? Almost there, I say, turning back to the window. Not exactly the nicest neighborhood, he mutters. I like it, I reply. Because you like a challenge? Because I believe in giving back to the place that raised me. He raises an eyebrow. You grew up here? 3 blocks that way. I nod out the window. Tiny apartment, walls stained from smoke, roaches in the dishwasher, but it was home. Until it wasn't. Until it wasn't, I echo. He doesn't push, which surprises me. Maybe he's pieced things together already. Maybe he's heard Arya's side. Either way, I appreciate the silence. We pull into the parking lot of the lair. The purple neon glows against the night sky. Scotty is already at my door, offering his hand to help me out. What a gentleman, I purr. Only when there's a lady involved, he teases, his slicked back hair glinting under the streetlights. Teach your cousin some of those manners, cutie. I taught him everything he knows, Enzo says, appearing beside me, nudging me toward the entrance. So this is yours? My pride and joy, the only baby I plan to have if I'm lucky. You don't want kids? Do you? He stuffs his hands into his pockets. Never thought much about it. In my world, it's expected. Right. Can't forget about the heirs. I try to ignore the twist in my stomach that follows. Arya having his kids? No thanks. His jaw tightens, but he scans the area instead of answering. Where's your security? I gesture at myself. You're looking at her. He frowns. I step closer, reach up, and smooth the crease between his brows before I even realize I've done it. Our eyes meet, and suddenly I'm hyper-aware of the space, or lack of it, between us. A throat clears. I jump back, cheeks warm, catching Scotty's amused smirk. You two done stargazing, or are we getting drinks? He quips. I need to change. Go ahead and head in. I duck my head, needing space to regroup. Upstairs the office? Enzo asks. My apartment. His brows shoot up. You live here? That a problem? Is it safe? How many times do I have to tell you I can take care of myself? He rakes a hand through his hair, clearly frustrated. Yeah, whatever. That thick accent always comes out when he's trying to hide something. I shouldn't find it charming. But I do. Whatever, I mimic with a grin. He chuckles, low and rough, making my skin tingle. Then he closes the gap again, eyes dropping to my lips. Not good. Can we go inside? Bugs are eating me alive, Scotty complains, swatting at the air. Enzo sighs. You ever shut up? Not my fault I taste good. Mosquitoes love me. Must be my sweet blood. Sweet blood, Enzo repeats flatly. I'm serious. If vampires were real, I'd be toast. Or maybe I'd get lucky, who knows? Enzo rolls his eyes. This guy's like a brother, Scotty adds. Treats me like I'm his mom. More like a nagging one, Enzo mutters. Go inside. I laugh, covering my mouth. Watching them bicker is endearing. It makes my chest ache a little. I've never had that kind of bond with anyone. That ease, that warmth. Scotty, I call. There are cute servers inside. Go try out your smooth lines. They'll eat it up. I turn to Enzo. You should follow him. Make sure he doesn't get into trouble. Yeah, Let's go scout the talent, Scotty chimes, slapping Enzo's back as they disappear into the building. I exhale, staring at the crescent marks I've pressed into my palms. 20 minutes later, I'm still upstairs trying to pull myself together. In front of the mirror, I grip a chunk of black tourmaline until my fingers ache. Protection, they say. I need it. I've redone my makeup, red lips like armor, and slipped into my favorite silk dress. I look the part, but inside I'm rattled, and he's downstairs. I texted Fisher. He's leaning in the doorway now, watching me silently. What's going on? He asks. I glance at him through the mirror. Why do you think something's wrong? He steps in, frowning as he takes the crystal from my hand and places it on the dresser. Your energy's off. I'm fine. I slip on a quartz ring for backup. Fisher wraps his arms around me from behind, one hand slipping into mine. Whatever you say, short stack. I lean into his chest, smirking at our reflection. Can never be too careful. Good thing, because we've got a situation. I perk up. An excuse to avoid Enzo? Perfect. Good. He drops onto my bed, propping himself up. What do you mean, good? I've been playing guide dog to Loverboy all day. I need a distraction. I spin around, striking a pose. How do I look? He whistles. I'd do you. You'd do anyone. True. I'm a man of the people. I sit next to him. So, what's the problem? Some guy downstairs is counting cards, stirring things up. Is he any good? He's solid. Not from around here, though. My mind flashes to Enzo. Seems to be a trend lately. Fisher's mood shifts. He studies me. Want me to get rid of him? He doesn't need to be here. Don't be ridiculous. Just keep an eye on him. I'll handle the other guy. What if he asks where you went? I sigh. Bring him down, I guess. To the card room? Why not? He's family now, isn't he? Yeah, but it is what it is, I interrupt. Don't start acting all protective when I didn't ask you to. Fisher exhales. Don't ask me not to protect you, short stack. I'll always have your back. My chest tightens. I pull him into a hug. His arms feel like home. I don't want you tangled up in anything with him, or Arya. If she hurts you again, I swear I'll lose it. He lets out a broken laugh. She can't hurt me? She can, and you know it. Just remember, if I end up having to kill her, I'll probably get killed too. Then you'll have to live with that guilt. I'd replace you easy. You're the worst best friend. You're my best friend, he murmurs. I grin and ruffle his hair. And you're my little guppy.
11. Enzo. Trying to figure Veneza out has been a full-time job since the moment we met, and after spending the day with her, I'm no closer. Just more fascinated. She's sharp, self-assured, and quick with a comeback. But earlier, she let her guard down. I saw something raw, something honest, and for a second, I forgot who she was, who her family is, why I'm even here. Now I've been sitting alone in this booth for nearly an hour, surrounded by strangers, and it's all coming back. I glance at my phone. Another missed call. A text from Arya. I miss you, XOXOX. She's been texting me non-stop. I didn't tell her where I was going, but she wouldn't ask anyway. She never does. That's why Pops thinks she's ideal. A good mob wife doesn't question. She smiles, nods, and stays quiet. And Arya fits that mold perfectly. Maybe too perfectly. But she's starting to feel more like a placeholder than a partner. And I can't bring myself to trap her in a life like my mother's. Pops would come home late, stinking of bourbon and cheap perfume, and take his anger out on whoever was nearby. Usually her. Lately, he's been bringing his rage home more often. Ma's not the same. She's fading, buried under benzos and silence. Peppino left years ago. Won't come back even when I beg him to help. He says there's nothing he can do. Tonight was another bad one. She had 3 martinis with dinner. I tried to stop her. She just waved me off. Vodka makes her bold. And that only makes Pops meaner. Like always, the fight ends with him storming out, the front door slamming like a gunshot. Then silence. Then Ma's quiet cries leaking through the walls like smoke. Even in my sleep, I hear them. I push myself off the bed and walk to their room. I already know what I'll see. Ma's hunched at her vanity, vodka bottle half gone, pills spilled across the table. Her face is buried in her hands, shoulders trembling. Ma, I say softly. She flinches, then straightens, wiping her face with shaking fingers. Hey, baby boy. Didn't mean to. Her voice is slurred, her words tangled. My chest tightens. I brush the hair from her face. You okay? She shakes her head, mascara smeared. He's just... He's not worth it, Ma. Don't you talk about your father like that, she snaps. He tries. I clench my jaw. No point arguing. She picks up the bottle again. I want to take it away. But how do you steal someone's only comfort? Suddenly, she slams it down, sloshing liquid onto the table. Bastard! Tell me what to do. Find his whore and put a bullet in her. She spits, eyes wild. I go still. We both know I can't do that. When she lifts the bottle again, I reach out and take it. Please, Ma, don't make me the bad guy. Let's watch a movie instead. That one you love. What's it called? Casablanca, she whispers, tears falling. Yeah, the things I do for you. She nods and grabs my arm to stand, then suddenly bends over, vomiting at my feet. The stench hits hard. I force myself to stay still. I'm sorry, she sobs, on her knees now, holding my arms. It's okay, Ma. My voice cracks. Want to lie down? She nods again, and I guide her to bed, change her clothes, and tuck her in. I kiss her forehead. He doesn't deserve you. Her eyes snap open, suddenly focused. Don't ever say that out loud again. Ma. Promise me you'll never go against him. He's dangerous, and he's your blood. You stay in line, no matter what. I nod, even though it tastes bitter. I promise. It was the last promise I ever made her. The next morning, she was gone. Overdosed. A quiet end to years of suffering. A fresh drink lands on the table in front of me, pulling me out of the memory. I nod at the server. She smiles, probably sent to keep me company while Veniza's off doing who knows what. But it doesn't work. I can't stop thinking about her. This place is better than I expected, Scotty says, sipping soda. He bobs his head to the guy on stage playing a slow song. I nod. I don't really care about the music, but it's something to focus on. Where the hell is she? I should have followed her. She said she was just changing. That was 20 minutes ago. And if she lied about having no security, I'll find out. I take another sip of my drink, letting the burn distract me. She's got 5 more minutes. Then I start looking. So this is Veniza's place or one of the Kingstons? Scotty asks. Kingston, I think. The room's only half full. Not surprising for a Wednesday. But you'd think Trent would care more about filling seats. Betty always says she hates that guy, Scotty mutters. I glance at him. She's always going off about the New Jersey Italians Trent brings around. Says it right to me like I'm not Italian. I told her to cool it. New Jersey? Now I'm interested. The DeLucas are based there, and under our umbrella. But no one said a word about them working with Trent. That's what she says. I didn't ask questions. Betty talks too much. Also, she feeds me nonstop. I can't walk in the door without getting a meatball in my face. I smirk. You could bulk up a little. Scotty puffs his chest. I lift. Keep your ears open. If she mentions Jersey again, let me know. He nods. You got it. Hey, it's not my fault everyone wants to spill their secrets to me. Scotty shrugs, glancing around. Still, I'm surprised Kingston lets a chick run this whole place. Stai zitto, I snap. That word, it grates. Cuts across my mood like a knife. His eyes go wide and he leans back, hands raised. Okay, damn. Who lit the fuse? I mimic a mouth with my hand. Buh. You chirp like a damn bird. I didn't bring you here to listen to your nonsense. Scotty mimes, zipping his lips, then tosses his hands in the air like he's surrendering. Just making conversation. You've been a crank lately. And you enjoy this place? He leans into the booth, grinning. It's not bad. Bit warm, but that just means the women wear less. I chuckle as he wiggles his eyebrows. The kid's annoying, but I remember being 19 and thinking I ruled the world. If you ever want to get from fewer clothes to no clothes, stop calling them names. Doesn't really win hearts, you know. Just then, I spot someone. Fisher. Hard to miss with that blue-tipped mohawk standing tall like it's been shellacked. You see that guy? I nod in his direction. Yeah. I want a word. Scotty gives a mock salute and slides out of the booth. He buttons his jacket and heads toward Fisher. There's something about that guy that puts me on edge. Seeing him here? Not a fan. Are he and Vanessa a thing? The thought sours my gut. Fisher straightens off the wall when Scotty gets close. Arms crossed, frowning. Scotty leans in, says something, and both glance my way. Is he going to start something? I almost hope he does. I wouldn't mind knocking some sense into someone tonight. Been a while. But he doesn't. He walks over without protest. Well, look who wandered in, Fisher says, hands stuffed in the back pockets of his jeans. You here for the show? I sip my drink slowly. Where's Vanessa? He tilts his head like he's measuring me. If she didn't tell you, maybe she doesn't want you to know. I stare back, flat and unimpressed. This isn't about what she wants. I want to know where she is and why she's left me sitting out here looking like a fool. Fisher's smirk widens. She's always had a gift for seeing people for what they are. I signal to Scotty, who leans on the booth's edge. We're being rude, don't you think? Starting to think so, he replies. Fisher's posture shifts. Less cocky now, more cautious. Hey, it's cool, he mumbles. Nah. See, where I come from, introductions matter. I rise, towering over him, and grip his shoulder, firm, not quite friendly. I should have done this sooner. Now take me to her, or I'll make sure you understand who I am. Got it? His jaw tightens. Then he nods, curt and stiff. She's downstairs. I release him and gesture forward. Lead on. Scotty laughs, smacking Fisher on the back. You'll get used to E's charm. That's why they call him Loverboy. He kisses you sweet before the knockout. We follow Fisher through the main floor, past tables, bar, and stage, into a dim hallway paneled in wood. Smells like storage and stale air. At the end, under a red exit sign, is a narrow spiral staircase. To the left, Fisher presses a wooden panel. A hidden door opens. Behind it, a staircase leading down into shadow. Thought you said she was downstairs. She is. I glance at Scotty. Stay here. If I'm not back in 10, you know what to do. He smirks and leans against the wall, 1 foot up. Copy that. You nervous? Fisher grins. I ignore him. Our steps echo as we descend. At the bottom is a hallway, closed rooms on both sides. We pass them all. At the end, a thick metal door. Fisher knocks twice. A panel slides open. Eyes peek through. Then the lock clicks. Inside is something else entirely. Polished wood panels, coffered ceilings, crystal chandeliers casting a warm golden light. A sleek bar runs the far wall, high-end bottles glinting. Card tables dot the space, dealers posted behind each one. It's busy, far more than upstairs. There she is, Fisher nods toward the back. I follow his gaze. Vanessa. She's seated beside some young guy in a black polo and douchey sunglasses. Different outfit now. No more casual shorts. Instead, a black silk dress hugging her figure and parting high along her thigh. Heat flashes across my chest. She's down here entertaining some clown while I sit alone upstairs. Flat screens line the walls, broadcasting a fight. I barely notice. My focus is locked on her. She laughs, throwing her head back, then touches the guy's arm. I've had enough. You're dismissed, I tell Fisher. He hesitates, glancing between us, then leaves. No pushback. Figures. I spot a chair along the far wall. I walk across the room deliberately, brushing past her, close enough that her hair moves in my wake. She stiffens, doesn't look. I shed my jacket and hang it on the chair, slow and casual. Now she looks. Our eyes meet. Hold. I roll up my sleeves, baring inked forearms, and lean forward, elbows on knees. Run a hand through my hair. Her eyes flick to the gun holstered at my side, then back to the guy. But I see it. She's flustered. Just like I am around her. Arya's never looked at me like that. Or maybe she has, and I just never cared. The guy next to her grips her thigh. Fire sparks low in my gut. Still, I wait. I watch. She's playing him. I'm sure of it. This version of her is colder, calculated, but captivating all the same. She could wear any face, any persona, and I'd still be drawn in. The guy wins the hand. She grabs his hand and pulls him up, weaving her fingers through his, leading him away. She glances back once, shoots me a glare, then stumbles slightly. Drunk? Doubtful. I've watched her avoid liquor all day. Definitely putting on a show. But that doesn't stop me from rising to my feet and following, because if Vanessa thinks she can just disappear with another man after walking in here with me, she's out of her mind.
12. Vanessa. Enzo Marino is the kind of distraction that pulls you under before you realize you're drowning. His showing up down here wasn't unexpected, but it threw me more than I care to admit. Fortunately, I already had Sean, the out-of-towner Fisher, flagged for card counting, halfway wrapped around my finger. All it took was a flash of cleavage and a few slurred words whispered close enough to make him forget his own name. This is why Fisher handles the front. Anonymity is power, especially when you're a woman running things in a man's game. People in Atlantic Cove know Fisher as a lovable disaster. Cut ties with his parents at 15, bounced between couches and bad ideas until I gave him something better to do. Someone like him doesn't make people suspicious. Me? Different story. What are you planning to do with me? Sean asks, voice thick with expectation as I tug him down the dim hallway. Definitely not from around here. I giggle, swaying into him. Oh, baby. The real question is, what won't I do to you? He groans and grabs a handful of me. I fake a moan like I'm enjoying it. My car's parked out front, he mumbles. I trace my fingers up his chest. I can't wait that long. I give the room to our left an innocent glance. Think that one's open? He grins, yanking me toward it. Only one way to find out. It is. Of course it is. I made sure of it. The second we're inside, he spins us and pins me to the door. My back smacks hard against it. I wince but don't show it. Jerk. He starts slobbering on my neck. His breath's hot and wet, and I fight the urge to gag. I push him away and steer him toward the steel table bolted to the center of the room. He stumbles back, finally taking in the surroundings. The massive saltwater tank along the wall, the stainless counters. The ambiance shifts. Is this fish back here? He squints. I grab his chin and turn his head back toward me. I'm only interested in the size of one thing right now. He drops onto the table like it's a mattress. I straddle him, locking him down with my body. The key to seduction is speed. Move fast, talk faster. Keep their minds from asking the wrong questions. His hands grip my waist. I cover his with mine and stretch his arms overhead, grinding down just enough to keep his attention while I quietly reach beneath the table. Bass had the chains custom built. He loves the idea of making people helpless. I don't always use them, but tonight, they'll do. Just as I get one latch in place, the door bursts open. Sean tries to rise, but I shove him back and finish securing the restraints, yanking them tight. What the? The sound of clanking chains fills the room, jarring and sharp. I make a mental note to have them replaced with something quieter. That noise drives me nuts. Then I hear his voice. Well, isn't this cozy? I sigh dramatically. Of course Enzo followed me. Sean's flopping like a fish on the table, barking curses. I turn to face Enzo. Took you long enough. He grins. Don't pretend you didn't want me down here. Please. You didn't even bother locking the door. Oversight. What the hell is this? Sean growls. Clank, clank, clank. I pat his cheek. Hush now. The adults are talking. Screw you. Hey, Enzo warns, his voice sharp. I scowl at him. I can handle it. He leans back, folding his arms, humored. His forearms flex, and despite myself, I feel heat curl low in my stomach. Not the time, Vanessa. I don't know what kind of weird game you're playing, Sean says, yanking at his cuffs. But I'm not into it. I laugh. He still thinks this is about hooking up? Hear that, lover boy? We're into kink. Enzo's eyes gleam. Poor guy has no idea. I refocus. Tell me, Sean, what are you really here for? His eyes bounce between us, nervous. Need help answering? I ask. Let me go, you psycho. One more word and I will shut him up, Enzo says smoothly. A chill skims my spine. I flash Sean a wide smile. Chivalry isn't dead after all. I drag a nail along his cheek, just enough pressure to leave a faint red line. You never said where you're from, sugar. His lips tighten. Something about that silence prickles wrong. My gut twists. I grip his jaw hard. Let's try this again. Where are you from? He flinches. I let go, letting his head knock against the table and cross to the cabinet. Drawer 3. I grab the meat cleaver. Heavy. Balanced. Behind me, Sean's panicking. Words, chains, kicks. But I'm zoned in. That beautiful buzz of adrenaline dulls everything else. I turn to see Enzo watching me closely. He's surprised. But there's something else too. Something like pride. It hits me in the chest. Because this is what I've always wanted from my uncle. Approval without asking. I walk back slow, soaking in that feeling. Make yourself useful, I say, nodding to Sean's legs. Cuffs are under the table. Cleavers are fun, I add cheerfully. Sean's eyes go wide. He flinches as Enzo moves in, securing his ankles with calm precision. Speechless now? That's funny. Couldn't shut you up a minute ago. No response. I walk to the aquarium, place the cleaver on a tray, and pull open a cupboard. 2 glass vials, gloves, syringes. I roll the tray to Sean's side, snap the gloves on. You know what I hate, liars? I didn't lie. You sure aren't telling me the truth. I fill a syringe with stonefish venom. These beauties in the tank? Stonefish, masters of camouflage. Unlike you. I tap the needle. 1 shot here. I poke the space between his fingers. And pain'll shoot up your arm, then straight to your lungs. He squirms. I pull the needle back. But I'm generous. You talk. I use the cleaver instead. Just 1 hand. Fair, right? You're insane. I sigh. Is it because I'm a woman? It's because you're a... Before he finishes, Enzo's got his face in a vice grip. You done disrespecting her? 1 more word and I'll rip your tongue out and hand it to you. My stomach flips. Enzo winks at me before letting go. Sean spits on me. Enzo backhands him so hard the crack echoes. Seriously, didn't I just warn you? Sean groans. Enzo tenses like he's about to finish him off. I place a hand on his arm, grounding him. The contact sends a charge through me. You hogging all the fun? His expression softens. I fix a stray piece of hair above his brow. He nods and steps back. I turn to Sean. You do realize I can't let you go, right? Trying to scam me? Spying on someone I care about? Counting cards isn't illegal, genius. Enzo sighs, cracking his knuckles. I shoot him a look. I press the needle under Sean's skin. He hisses. Normally I like a dirty mouth. Yours? Boring. I bend down, my breath brushing his cheek. Where are you from? God. I don't want to hurt you. One last shot, Sean. He doesn't answer. I inject the venom. He seizes, body jerking against the restraints. Yeah, that's about right. I hold up another vial. This is the antidote, but I can use it just to restart the cycle. Again, and again, and again. His skin flushes pink. Words, Sean. That's all it takes? He mumbles. What was that? New Jersey. Enzo straightens. What's your business here? He asks. Sean wheezes. I was sent to watch you. Ice shoots through me. My eyes lock with Enzo's. Someone from the Northeast watching him here? That can't happen. I pat Sean's cheek. Good boy. Then I pick up the cleaver. His eyes explode with fear. He thrashes. We had a deal. I gave you a choice. You chose wrong. And I swing.
13. Enzo. Damn. There's something unnerving and beautiful about the way she operates, like watching a symphony of violence set to a rhythm only she can hear. And I'm frozen, captivated. I've always known I had a dark side, but watching Vanessa take that man's hand with such brutal precision, it confirms just how deep that darkness runs. Turns out, watching her in control like that, yeah, it does something to me. When that guy started mouthing off, I almost stepped in. Almost. But she handled it. Better, maybe, than I would have. Because if I'd taken over, I wouldn't have stopped until the man was dead. And that's a headache I can't afford. Not here. Not now. Back home in the Cosa Nostra, you don't just kill people on a whim. There's a structure, a chain of command. My father, the boss, authorizes every hit. No exceptions. I may be the underboss, but even I'm not above the rules. So when Sean said someone sent him here because of me, I held back. Barely. But I held back. Because if he's connected to the DeLuca family from Jersey, well, that conversation needs to happen on my terms, not his. Vanessa stands across the room, breathing heavy, blood on her hands, the cleaver limp in her grip. Sean's unconscious, his body slumped and his hand a few feet away. Well, he's definitely not talking now, I say. Her mouth twitches. He will. I step closer. What's next? Anti-venom. Then I call Bass. He'll get the rest. He always does. She nods and wipes a streak of red off her cheek. Yeah, and if Sean says anything about you, I'll let you know. That's good. Because this DeLuca business, it smells wrong. We've kept our distance from them. But if they're reaching down into South Carolina without permission, we've got a problem. I should call my father. But I don't. Not yet. He's already paranoid we're being watched. If I ring him again, he'll think I'm second-guessing him. And that's a line I don't cross. Vanessa grabs the syringe and fills it with the antidote. Then she injects it into Sean's hand, just where she delivered the venom earlier. Watching her work, It's intimate, intense. Like she's letting me see the pieces of herself she normally keeps hidden. It's addictive. She heads for the door. You comin', lover boy? Wherever she's going, I'll follow. We end up at her place, a small studio apartment above the lair. She's in the bathroom, gripping the sink, breathing heavy. I lean against the doorway, watching her in the mirror. You all right? She meets my gaze. Yeah. You just weren't supposed to see that. I take a step closer, then another, close enough to feel her heat. I'm glad I did, I say. Her lips curve. Why? So you can blackmail me later. The fact that she even thinks that bothers me. I move in until I'm behind her. Close but not touching. My hands frame hers on the sink. Electricity crackles in the air between us. She shifts. Her back presses against me. I bite my cheek. Hard. My pulse pounds like a war drum. I grab a towel, wet it under the faucet, and gently wipe the blood off her hands. What are you doing? She whispers. Helping. You don't have to. Don't talk. She falls silent. We lock eyes in the mirror, her lips caught between her teeth, and I want to feel that pressure. Taste it. I wipe a streak of blood off her cheek. She grabs my wrist, holding me there. Our faces are inches apart. My hand flies to her hip. I spin her around. Her back hits the sink. Her chest brushes mine. The contact is electric. My heart stutters. I run the towel over her cheek. Slow, gentle. She clutches my wrist. We're so close I can feel her breath on my lips. But I don't close the gap. I just stay in that space of almost, because it's safer than what would happen if I gave in. Then I force myself to step back. I toss the towel in the sink. All done, I say. Yeah, she breathes. I should go. She glances up at me, lashes low. That look nearly breaks me. I turn and walk away. See you later, lover boy, she calls. I stop, turn around, cross the room in 3 strides. I lean in, lips brushing her ear. It's Enzo. Then I leave, because she's not the one I'm supposed to want. The sun blazes over the Kingston Estates private beach. Aria's lounging beside me, her wide sun hat casting shadows across her face. Where were you again? She asks. I tip my head back. How many times are we going to go over this? It just doesn't make sense. What kind of work are you doing down here? She sounds different, sharper, less sweet. Your cousin showed me around. Your dad wants me to open a hotel. She lowers her sunglasses. My cousin. Don't start. Start what? That look. All sad eyes and judgment. You should be happy we're getting along. For a second, I think she's gonna push, but she just sighs and leans back. Be careful with her. Vanessa, I mean. She's a liar, and she takes things that don't belong to her. Worried about me, princess? She smiles, soft and innocent. Guilt punches me in the gut. I kiss her, trying to focus, trying not to think about Vanessa. I just know her is all. What's the deal with you two anyway? She's a bitch. The word grates. I force a laugh. That mouth on you. Since when? I'm different down here. Yeah, must be rough growing up in a beachfront mansion. She shrugs. Looks can be deceiving. And your cousin's part of the deception. Her mom was the Kingston jewel, until she ran off with some drunk gambler who ended up killing her. That stops me. Her dad killed her mom? Or she did. They never found the guy. But your uncle took her in, so she is a Kingston. On paper, he should have let the state keep her. The venom in her voice twists my stomach. It doesn't match the girl I thought I knew. Any other family secrets I should know? She laughs. Not really. I've got an uncle in New Jersey. Frankie. But we're not close. My pulse jumps. What's his last name? Why? Just curious. I know a lot of guys in Jersey. Bianchi. My whole body locks. Frankie Bianchi. Loan shark. Not a made man, but affiliated. We've never met, but now I think we need to. I pull out my phone and shoot a text to Giovanni. Find out everything you can on Frankie Bianchi, and why the hell we didn't know he's related to Aria.
14. Veneza. His hands are rougher than I imagined. Larger, too. When they slide up my sides, heat pools deep in my belly and spreads lower. I feel like I'm on strings, and he's pulling every one. A sound escapes me when he slips his hand under my shirt. Those calloused fingers trace my skin, then cup one of my breasts with perfect pressure. My breath catches. I see stars. There's no fumbling, no guessing, just confidence and skill. It's been forever since anyone touched me like this. His mouth follows his hands, leaving kisses across my stomach, up my chest, over my collarbone. A piece of his dark hair falls forward and brushes my skin. I giggle. He bites and my giggle becomes a moan. My fingers clutch at him. I don't know how we ended up here, but I don't care. His hair is as soft as I pictured, my fingers tangling and tugging as he sucks a spot that makes my knees buckle. He groans, the sound vibrating into me. Enzo, I gasp, trying to guide his head lower. He brushes his stubbled jaw along my neck, catching my wrists and pinning them above my head. I love when you say my name. His breath scorches my skin. His lips leave kisses. So many I lose count. Then he's at my waistband, and one strong arm pins me down as his mouth dips lower. My thighs twitch and try to close, but he forces them apart, smiling like he enjoys my struggle. He blows warm air on the fabric between my legs, and I beg, Enzo, please. He hums and keeps teasing, brushing kisses just shy of where I need him most. My hips lift. His fingers slide under the hem of my shorts, gliding through the wetness he caused. I'm shaking. Then he fists the waistband. Bees. I jolt awake. My heart's racing. Sweat clings to my skin. My sheets are tangled and damp. That dream again. My thighs are pressed together, my body tight with need. Groaning, I collapse back into the bed. I recognize the furniture, the corner vanity, the tiny bathroom to my right. Home. Damn it. Another dream about Enzo. It's been 3 days since he was actually here, cleaning blood off me like I was something breakable. And every night since, dreams like this. And I hate it. I'm not someone who catches feelings. I don't do fantasy. I don't get attached. But Enzo, he's dangerous in all the wrong ways. The kind of man who wraps you up in himself until you don't know where he ends and you begin. The kind who pulls you under and leaves you breathless. And this isn't just dangerous, it's reckless. He's my cousin's fiancé. Still, the ache won't leave. My body's buzzing, tight, desperate. I close my eyes, my hand trailing down my stomach. My skin's too soft, too familiar. But I imagine his touch, his mouth, his voice rasping my name. I moan, biting my lip, and when I finally let go, it's fast and sharp, blinding. Afterward, guilt coils in my gut. This has to stop. 2 hours later, I'm standing in front of Seven Seas Construction downtown, wondering what the hell I'm doing here. The glass building reflects the sun like a mirror. It's beautiful, shimmering like cut crystal. This is Uncle T's domain, and I've only been here a handful of times. So why now? I stare at the front door, trying to work up the nerve to go in. That's when Bastian appears. "Nice day," he says. "Bit hot," I reply. "Sun's out." I hate the sun. He presses a thumb to my arm, watching the color fade and return. "Looks like it hates you too." I smirk. "You planning to stay out here forever?" "He sent you to get me, didn't he?" Bastian shrugs. "You know how he is?" "How'd he know I was even out here?" He looks at me serious. "Your uncle sees everything." That sobers me. Still, something about today feels off. I feel sidelined, like Arya's return has shifted things. Maybe I'm just paranoid. "Come on, V, let's get it over with." I follow him inside. The place smells like vanilla and coffee. The receptionist smiles. Bastian ignores her, as always. We take the elevator to the top. We don't speak. That's what I like about him. Bastian never fills silence with nonsense. He just exists. He's been around since I was brought into the Kingston world. When I was lost and reckless, he kept showing up. Quiet support. He's a constant. "What?" he asks when he catches me staring. "Can't I look at you?" "No. You can't control my eyes. I can control whatever I want." So arrogant. What, gonna scoop them out? Maybe. Then you'd stop being such a judgy brat. I laugh. Rich coming from you. The elevator dings. We walk into Uncle T's office. He's behind the desk, hands folded on his stomach, eyes sharp. I sit. "You didn't have to send Bass. I was coming." "You were frozen outside. Looked like the door insulted you." Maybe I was thinking about life. He raises a brow. "You don't pay me to think about life," he says. I disagree. You pay me to think about life and end it. "Technically, it's death," Bastian chimes in. "We're not being technical." "I am," he grins. Uncle T cuts in. "You both do what I say. Speaking of, we've got a drop with Atlantis MC. You're handling it." I stiffen. I hate dealing with that biker gang. "So the warning worked?" He nods. "Why do you think I sent you?" I glance at Bastian. He looks unreadable. As always. Uncle T sips from his mug. "#1 boss, a joke gift from us." "How'd it go with Enzo?" Images rush me, heat, guilt, longing. "Fine," I mutter. He chuckles. "That's it?" Bastian presses a hand to my forehead. "You okay?" "Since when are you modest?" I swat him. Uncle T smiles. "Whatever you did, I'm proud." My heart stutters. I don't think he's ever said that. No one has. It means more than I want to admit. "Thanks," I say, trying to sound casual. "Enzo's considering a Merino hotel down here. Arya told me." My stomach drops. So she's still in the loop. "I didn't do much," I lie. "Just showed him around. Babysat. Pretty sure Arya's furious." "She doesn't know." I blink. "You hid it?" "I don't want her in the business." I snort. "She's marrying into it. Women stay out, they stay happy." I exchange a glance with Bastian. He shrugs. Men, delusional. If she won't stay in South Carolina, I need her protected. That's all I'll say. Don't bring this up to her. Shouldn't she decide for herself? She doesn't know what's best, and you ask too many questions for someone who can't afford the answers. That stings hard. I change the subject. "What happened to Sean?" "Bass handled it." "So it's done." "Done. Does Enzo know?" "Know what?" I feign confusion. "That you were with him when it went down. How close were you?" A chill runs down my spine. Why does that matter? I swallow the truth and lie. Why would he know? Uncle T watches me. New Jersey's close to him. Maybe Sean came from there. "Maybe ask your daughter. I barely know the guy." "Then get to know him." Bastian cuts in. How'd you get him to say yes to the hotel? My charm, obviously. Uncle T grins. Exactly. Use it. Keep him close. My stomach flips. You want me to spy on him? Call it what you want. Bastian frowns. You sure about this? What fire? It's just babysitting a mob prince. My talents are wasted. Watch your mouth, Uncle T snaps. I flinch. Let's make a deal, I say, trying to lighten the mood. Name it. The family painting. He laughs. It's mine. Always was. What kind of Kingston would I be if I gave it away? My heart sinks. Still, I nod. I'll play his game. I always do.
15. Enzo. I lean back in my chair and sigh, the kind of deep, tired sigh that says I'm over this day before it's even lunch. For the past hour, I've been sitting in this floral boutique, a rose by any other name, pretending to care about petals and palettes. 13 different white flowers, all identical to me, are lined up like suspects in a lineup. What do you think, white or blue? Daddy's going with a Lost City of Atlantis theme, Arya chirps, bouncing in her seat. Her excitement is so genuine it makes me feel like the worst kind of guy for not matching it. She wants me to care, and I want to be anywhere else. Whatever you like, princess, I tell her, kissing the back of her hand. Next to us, Jenny, Arya's overly perky planner, sighs dreamily. I know that sound. Arya hears it too. Is there a problem, Jenny? Arya snaps, her tone all sugar-coated venom. Jenny blinks like she's been caught red-handed. No, of course not. Just love seeing couples in love. Arya's hand slides across my chest as she leans in. Here's some advice. Stop eyeing my fiancé like he's a buffet. Jenny flushes so red, I almost feel bad for her. Almost. Sorry, Miss Kingston. Mr. Marino, she mumbles. Arya waves her off. Go figure out the color scheme. Jenny scurries away. I glance at Arya. You were kind of hard on her. She can handle it. Still. Arya crosses her legs, tapping her foot. Since when are you Mr. Compassionate? I'm not. Just saying she has taste. That earns me a laugh. She wraps her arms around my neck, kisses my cheek, and whispers, You're modest, too. A regular saint, I joke. She kisses me again, lips glossy and sweet. I let her. But it's not her I'm thinking about. Vanessa flashes through my mind, and everything clenches. I miss you, Arya says. Feels like I barely see you. Guilt hits me square in the chest. It's not her fault. It's mine. I'm the one slipping. I miss you too, I lie. The bell above the shop door chimes, and a breeze rushes in. I glance over, and there she is, Vanessa. Next to her, Fisher has his arm around her. My stomach knots. The sight of him touching her so casually sends heat through my veins. She laughs at something he says. Hair piled in a messy bun, a few strands loose around her face. My hand twitches. I want to brush them away. This shouldn't be happening. I shouldn't feel this pull. What are you doing here? Arya groans, rubbing her temples. Vanessa smiles, takes a seat beside me, not even glancing my way. Helping. Fisher flops into a chair beside her. Don't act so excited, Arya. I'm not your baby, Arya mutters. Vanessa chimes in. He calls everyone that. You should know. They snipe back and forth like kids on a playground. Vanessa grabs a white rose, spinning it in her fingers. Try white daisies. They symbolize happiness and love. She looks at me. Fertility. My throat goes dry. Fisher opens his mouth. More nonsense. I can't take this. Enough. All of you. My head's splitting. They're here. Use them. I have to go. Arya blinks. You're leaving? Scotty needs me. She wants to ask more, but doesn't. Jenny reappears, faltering when she sees Vanessa and Fisher. Hi, I'm Jenny, she offers. Vanessa flashes that killer smile. Jessica, was it? Jenny corrects her, flustered. Vanessa leans in. Good. Never met a Jessica I liked. Jenny blushes, and I'm officially undone. I nudge Vanessa's foot under the table. Hi. Hi yourself. Fisher squints at us. Fisher, baby, Jenny calls. You do birthdays? Vanessa cuts in. No. You don't even know what I was going to say. Still no. I didn't want you here. I'm not letting you plan a birthday I don't want. You don't need my permission. He smirks. You won't need anything if you're dead. He laughs. I lean in. Your birthday's coming up? Vanessa sighs, nods. Yeah. 25th, Fisher adds. Milestone. She shuts down. I don't want to talk about it. I frown. He should know better. I barely know her, and even I can feel her mood shift. When is it? I ask. She avoids my eyes. Doesn't matter. August 18th, Fisher says. 3 days, I note. Jenny chuckles nervously. I don't plan parties on such short notice. My phone buzzes. Scotty's outside. Time to go. Arya eyes me. Leaving again? Your dad wants a meeting. She pouts. You didn't tell me. We're getting along. Be happy. I kiss her head. Try not to glance at Vanessa. But I do. She watches me with a look I can't place. Arya kisses me full on the mouth, all gloss and possessiveness, and I let her, because I'm supposed to.
16. Vanessa. I can't figure out if Enzo left because he had something to hide, or if he just used it as an excuse to escape wedding plans. But I seriously doubt he's actually meeting with Uncle T. His exit completely ruins what I was here to do, keep tabs on him. Now I'm stuck between Arya and Fisher, which feels like some cruel joke. I glance at Fisher and catch him watching Arya walk off, a dazed look in his eyes. I grab the nearest pen and toss it at his chest. He blinks, startled. What the hell? You looked like a lovesick mutt. Did not. I lean closer. Do I need to drop you off somewhere else? He squints. You usually want me around. Yeah, for backup. Not to pine after someone who clearly fried your brain. I'm fine. Sure, tell someone who believes it. Our history's just messy. I shrug, letting it go. Who am I to talk? I'm one stray look from jumping Enzo's bones. Forget this. Let's do something better. Fisher perks up. Hell yes. I'll go warm up the car. Say goodbye to her royal pain. He gestures toward Arya, then looks away before he can stare again. She's deep in conversation with Jenny, clearly too busy to notice we're leaving, so I skip the farewell and follow Fisher out. We walk out, and just before we hit the doors, he throws one last glance back. It reminds me why I'm protective of him. He's not as unaffected as he pretends. I never got the full story between them. I know they had a thing, and when she vanished, it broke him. Maybe he loved her. God knows why. But I don't pry, that's not who we are. It's not like I'm spilling my guts about Enzo either. Fisher smirks as he opens the passenger side of his '72 Chevelle. I pat his cheek and slide into the bucket seat, buckling in as he revs the engine. Where to, V? I squint ahead and spot the Maybach. See that car? Follow it. That him? Enzo. Who else? Fisher grins and pulls into traffic, letting a few cars buffer us. So, he says, you weren't really helping Arya, were you? I kick my feet up on the dash. Can't a girl look out for someone shady? Boss's orders? Why's Uncle T got you tailing her fiancé anyway? I chew at my nail, hating that I don't have an answer. Uncle T's keeping things close lately, and I feel more like a pawn than ever. Beats me. Just don't get blindsided, V. You're sharp, but you dive in head first. What's that supposed to mean? He winks, just looking out for my number one. Enzo ends up at the boardwalk. I send Fisher home. Two tails are obvious. Plus, his blue mohawk sticks out like a flare. Enzo and Scotty stroll the pier, chatting. Enzo laughs, head thrown back, tattoos peeking out of his shirt. My stomach tightens. He wasn't meeting Uncle T. He just wanted out of planning the fairy tale wedding. I stay back until Scotty splits, and Enzo wanders down to the beach. He stops beneath a bridge, half hidden from the crowds. It's golden hour. Soft breeze, sky tinged in pink. He leans against a wooden beam, eyes fixed on a family at the shoreline. A little boy squeals as his mom scoops him up, water splashing at their feet. The expression on Enzo's face isn't one I recognize. Not the hardened mobster, not the son of a Don. Just a man watching something he wants but maybe never had. It hits me square in the chest. That look? I've worn it too. I walk toward him. Something in me has to. Nice view, I say, stepping beside him. He hums. You're not shocked to see me. A smirk. I clocked you the second you started following us. You did not. I always see you. That lands harder than it should. My chest pulls tight. His eyes trace me, slow and deliberate. From the sand on my shoes to the way my shirt clings in the breeze. He stops on my face. Actually, I can't not see you. It's maddening. My hand moves to my neck, trying to ground the heat simmering beneath my skin. You shouldn't say stuff like that. His arms cross, muscles flexing beneath his rolled sleeves, always telling me what to do. You don't even know me. Maybe that's the issue. I look down, struggling. I want the same, but I can't. That's not possible. He nods. I get it. Silence. The air between us thrums. It shouldn't feel this charged. Why follow me? Don't trust me? Or is it your uncle? Should I trust you? He turns back to the water, quiet for a moment. Does it matter? Maybe I don't trust you either. Smart. Trust is earned. Suddenly he pivots, caging me between his arms and the wooden post. My breath catches. I cleaned your skin of someone else's blood. That counts for something. I try to look away. His gaze won't let me. He lifts my chin. I see you, even when you pretend I don't. My legs squeeze together as heat flares through me. He brushes under my eye. Why do your eyes feel familiar? A flash of memory, blood, water, his face in mine. Panic flickers. I pivot. Thought you were with Uncle T. He laughs. You never quit. Maybe I should kill you. Might save me the headache. You could try. That gets another chuckle. Didn't know murder was an option. Everything's on the table. Including you? My stomach flips. In another life, maybe I'd let you touch me. His hand grazes my throat, fingers warm. My own covers his. Then I pull back. But not in this one. I don't cheat. And I don't think you do either. He stares at me, storm in his eyes. Then he nods. I've never done whatever I wanted. Not really. Well, what do you want now? His eyes darken. I lift my hand. Not that. Something normal. He grins, tongue brushing his bottom lip. Boardwalk's right there. Let's make a memory. And just like that, I forget why I ever told myself no.
17. Enzo. Fisher's Chevelle sticks out like a sore thumb. The second it pulled onto the interstate behind us, I knew they were tailing me. I should have come up with a better excuse than saying I was meeting Trent, especially not in front of Vanessa. But a part of me wanted to see how she'd react. Was she here because she wanted to be? Or was this another one of Trent's orders? After that conversation under the pier, I'm convinced she's not here because she wants to be. I glance over at her again. Is she hiding something? Lying straight to my face. The thought stings more than I expect. I'm tired. Tired of the constant tension, the pretending. She's one of the few people who doesn't make me feel like I have to wear a mask. But apparently, I'm the kind of guy who blurts out things without thinking, like any of this between us could ever be real. She was right. I'm not the type to cheat. But with her, she makes me forget who I am and remember who I could be. I shove my hands into my pockets and take in the pier's glow. The fading sun casts everything in gold. Vanesa's spinning nearby, hair down and whipping in the wind like she belongs to it. You were watching that family earlier, she says. My chest pulls tight. She noticed. Yeah, I watched them. Envy bleeding into my bones while I stared. I didn't even realize how obvious I was being. Want to talk about it? She offers, soft and careful. Friend to friend. I shrug and head toward the water. She follows. Just thinking about what it'd be like. Having kids? No, I say. Being one. She stops. Shoes off. I look at her like she's lost her mind. Excuse me? She stares at me like she sees every layer I've ever built to survive. Then slowly, she reaches into her bra. My eyes follow, of course. That wasn't a suggestion, she says, pulling out a knife. What else you got in there? I ask with a grin. She presses the blade lightly to my neck. I don't flinch. I just laugh. She's insane, and I'm obsessed. Shoes, office, or I open a new smile on your throat. Do it, I say, voice low. Her chest brushes mine as she stares up, blade steady. My brain flashes images of those lips on mine, her body tangled with mine. Live a little, lover boy. I won't tell. I sigh and back off, kicking off my shoes and socks. I roll my pants up. Satisfied? She beams and ditches her shoes too. A wave slaps my feet and I suck in a breath. She sees and howls with laughter. God, she's beautiful. Sun behind her. Eyes wild. Hair glowing. I could stand in this moment forever. Then she clutches her stomach, face twisting. Panic hits me. You good? She flings a handful of ocean water at me. I blink, then wipe my face. You just made a big mistake. Yeah? She twirls. Add it to the list. You shouldn't want to mess with me. That's fine. You'll have to catch me first. And she bolts. I chase. It's ridiculous and juvenile, and I don't care. Because she wants me to catch her. I do. Quickly. My hands wrap around her hips. She squeals. I lift her up and toss her over my shoulder. Her fists beat against my back, but she's laughing. I wade into the water and let her go. She resurfaces, soaked, shirt plastered to her skin. She's radiant. Then she marches up and shoves me hard. I fall back, laughing. We collapse onto the sand, and for a moment, it's like we're not who we are. Just two people chasing a feeling. The sun dips, the moon rises. When I was a kid, she says, breaking the silence, I used to envy the other kids on the school bus. In class, we all seemed the same. But after school, I always felt like the outsider. Didn't you have friends? Not really. I'd get party invites sometimes, but my mom never took me. Eventually, they stopped. That's rough. She picks up a shell, rubs the edges. Yeah, she was always too busy, working or trying to keep my dad happy. I stay quiet. She's letting me in, and I'm greedy for it. I get why you watched that kid, she says. I really do. I'm sorry you do, I reply. We watch a couple walk by, hand in hand. I speak again once they pass. It's not like I didn't get to be a kid, but I grew up trying to be someone my dad would respect. I tried so hard to be like him, to be grown, and by the time I realized what I missed, it was too late. She listens. My mom didn't cope. Started mixing pills with vodka when I was 15. My old man made her feel worthless. I spent years being the adult when I should have been a kid. My dad was a drunk, she says. I nod. That why you don't drink? Who says I don't? I notice things. He loved aquavit. When he couldn't get that, he drank whatever he found. His real addiction was gambling. He'd disappear for days and then come back broke and angry. Who'd he take it out on? My mom, sometimes me. My jaw tightens. Did he hurt you? Depends how you define it. Arya said he killed your mom. Vanessa stares at the ocean. And no one looked for him, like she didn't matter. I clench my fists. I want to promise I'll find him, make him pay. But I stay quiet. She wasn't perfect, she says. But she was mine, and even if I wasn't her priority, she was always mine. That's not an excuse. No, she agrees, voice small. You always let people off the hook that easy? She shrugs. Maybe. She leans back. Her hair brushes the sand. You know I can't cry. What do you mean? I physically can't. Not in years. No kidding? My dad used to hate when I cried. He'd beat my mom until I stopped. You learn to hold back when you're protecting someone else. My throat closes. Anyway, she says, sitting up. Don't know why I told you all that. Never told anyone before. If you repeat it, I'll kill you. I smile. Thanks for this, I say, nudging her shoulder. It was good to be a kid again. She grins. Anytime. Friends, right? I want to scream at the word, but I nod. Friends. I've never had many, she says. Same. She stands and tries to shake off the sand. It clings to her wet clothes. I smirk. You look like a drowned rat. She stomps off, and I follow. Let me buy you dry clothes, I offer. You better. It's your fault. She catches me looking. Stop that. Stop what? Looking at me like you don't care that I'm mad. Is this you mad? Terrifying. You're such a jerk. I care, Piccola Sirena. I do. Forgive me. She watches me like she's trying to figure me out. Maybe just this once. I'm lying. Because I'd take her fury over her absence any day. She makes me feel, and I don't want that to stop. Friends. 18. Enzo. Enzo. Veneza rocks a loud neon pink tee that reads, "In my mermaid era," and baggy men's board shorts dotted with tiny seashells, perfectly echoing the boardwalk vibe. Her hair's twisted into a salty, wind-whipped bun, and any trace of makeup she wore earlier has been rinsed away by the ocean. She looks younger like this, freer, still absolutely gorgeous. I'm sitting stiffly on a weathered picnic bench under the glow of oversized bulbs strung along the pier. From here, I watch her move up the line at a food truck that boasts funnel cakes and more. She turns around after ordering, holding two massive plates like they're trophies. That grin, it could knock the breath out of a man. "I got us funnel cakes." I eye the powdered sugar monstrosity. Never had one. She freezes, jaw dropping. "You're joking." Do I look like I'm joking? "Enzo, that's not okay." I shrug. "Sorry to disappoint." "Well, that ends now." She slides one plate over. "You're about to have a revelation." I take it reluctantly, staring at the fried spiral mess. I don't tell her that just being here with her already feels like a transformation. She tears off a chunk of hers and pops it in her mouth. Her eyes flutter shut. Then she moans. I shift, tension hitting low in my gut. "So good," she says. "It looks like a dry cleaner's nightmare." Then eat clean. Simple. She takes another bite, lets another moan slip. I can't tear my eyes away. She notices and snaps her fingers in front of me. "Eat it. It won't bite." I raise a brow. "You sure you didn't hex it?" "Just a pinch of enchantment." Totally reassuring. She laughs. "Go on." "Why are you staring?" "I want to see your first time." I sigh and take a bite. It's fried sugar, all right. I guess my face betrays me. "You hate it." "It's okay." Liar. Not a dessert guy. With a dramatic huff, she grabs my plate and hers, dumps both in the trash. I trail her, chuckling. I lean down and murmur in her ear. "No need for sweets to win me over. You've already done that." She spins, brushing against me. My fingers twitch, aching to touch her. "You're ridiculous," she says. "You followed me, remember?" Touché. We keep walking, side by side. "You know why I'm here," she says. "Trent sent you." She doesn't deny it. I should be suspicious, but tonight feels too real. She halts suddenly, pointing to a carnival booth crammed with stuffed animals and plastic-bagged goldfish. "Trying to challenge me?" I ask. She smirks. "Afraid to lose?" I unbutton my jacket, flashing my holstered gun. "I just don't want to embarrass you." As we near the booth, she hesitates. "You okay?" "Went to school with the guy running this." He spots her. "Urch!" She stiffens. Rusty. His gaze rakes over her. "Looking good." I slap a bill on the counter. Eyes up. Focus. He sobers, hands us water guns. "Heard your cousin's back," he mutters. She was always generous. Maybe she can set up a little reunion. Vanessa's tone goes ice cold. Rusty, one more word and I will climb over this counter and show you exactly how much I've changed since high school. He smirks. We had our fun. Yeah? Let's switch roles this time. His grin fades. I burn with restrained rage. Game's simple, he says. Hit the squids. First mermaid to the top wins. I glance at her. Ready to lose? She bumps her hip into mine. In your dreams. The buzzer sounds. I go full beast mode. My mermaid rockets upward. I blow across the barrel of my water gun. Pick your prize. She points. The giant squid. Bold choice for a squid assassin. I root for the underdog. Rusty still won't stop staring. Prize. Now! I snap. He hands it over. I yank it from him, then grab his wrist and drag him close across the counter. You even think about her again, and I'll make sure you never think again. We clear? He nods, pale. Great talk. I turn to Vanessa. Time to find Scotty. She doesn't say anything, but the way she looks at me, I know she heard every word. Scotty waits by the Ferris wheel, grinning like a fool. That your new buddy? He snaps a pic of the stuffed squid. Delete it, I say, shoving it at him. Already gone. He winks at Vanessa and strolls off. Let's ride the sea wheel, she says. I eye the towering metal beast. You hate this stuff. Changed my mind. Sweat pricks my collar. I'm tired. Wait, are you scared? No. It's okay to be. I'm not. Sure, big tough guy. Let's just go, I mutter. We queue up. I reach for her hand. It calms me more than I care to admit. Next, the attendant calls. My pulse spikes. Vanessa tightens her grip. We can skip it. I'm fine. The guy barks again. Vanessa turns, sharp and commanding. You'll wait. He backs down instantly. She looks at me. You don't need to do this. I fake a grin. You'll protect me, right? Her lips curve. Yeah, lover boy. I've got you. Vanessa leaned across the booth, her voice low but packed with warning. Rusty, if you don't zip it, I swear I'll climb over this counter and show you just how I feel about the way you treated me. And believe me, I'm not the same girl I used to be. What does she mean by that? Oh, come on, Urch. We had our laughs, Rusty said with a smirk. She tilted her head and smiled sweetly. We sure did. Let's relive it. But this time I'm in charge. I turned to Rusty, and his face had gone pale, panic sparking behind his eyes. I felt a slow burn of anger creep in. What exactly is she hinting at? Rusty cleared his throat, avoiding eye contact. You know the deal? Squid pops up, you blast it. Hit more targets, your mermaid climbs faster. When the red light flashes, time's up. I smirked at Vanessa, pushing the irritation down. Ready to lose? She bumped my hip with hers and grinned. You clearly have no idea what I'm capable of. The buzzer rang. We started. Within seconds, I had my mermaid floating to the top. The alarm blared, and I spun my water gun like a cowboy and blew on the barrel. Vanessa rolled her eyes. Unfair advantage. Don't be bitter, I teased, brushing my thumb gently along her cheek. I won for you. Pick your prize. She caught her breath, and my chest fluttered like I was back in high school crushing on someone. She turned to the prize wall, pointing to an oversized plush squid. That one. The squid. After we just wrecked a bunch of them? Savage. She shrugged. I root for the misfits. Sue me. Rusty was watching her too intently. I snapped my fingers. Yo, creep, prize, and maybe stop staring before I make you. He flinched and grumbled, but he handed over the squid. I texted Scotty to meet us by the Ferris wheel so I could stash the stuffed animal. Then I turned back to Rusty. Grabbing the toy with one hand, I snatched his wrist with the other and yanked him forward. He slammed into the counter with a thud. Voice low, I said, I don't need the details to know you're trash, so listen up. If you so much as look at Vanessa again, I'll know, and I'll be back, and I'll make sure you regret it. Got it? He nodded, hands shaking. Glad we understand each other. I let him go and turned to Vanessa. Scotty's waiting. She watched me with wide eyes, but said nothing. Maybe she heard what I said. Maybe she was just surprised someone had her back. The Ferris wheel loomed ahead. My stomach twisted. Scotty was already leaning on the rail, grinning like an idiot. What's with the sea monster, E? He laughed, snapping a pic before I could protest. Delete it, I barked, shoving the squid into his arms. It's gone, boss. He winked at Vanessa, then took off to the car. Let's ride the wheel before we leave, Vanessa said, pointing to the massive Atlantic Cove Ferris wheel. My stomach bottomed out. Didn't think you were into tourist traps, I said, trying to steady my nerves. Changed my mind. Watching you suffer through them is way more fun, she said with a grin. Sweat dotted my forehead. I'm feeling kind of wiped. She narrowed her eyes, glancing at the ride, then at me. You okay? I fumbled for an excuse but came up empty. She tucked her hair behind her ear, voice soft. Oh, was this something you wanted to do with Arya? Sorry, I didn't think. It's not that. I cut in. Her thinking I'd rather be with someone else stung more than the idea of the ride itself. She studied me. Are you scared? I clenched my jaw. Don't be ridiculous. You are, she said, smirking. Is it the height? The spinning? I'm not scared, I repeated. It's all right, she said gently, almost touching my arm but pulling back. What is being human? Everyone's got a thing. Well, this isn't mine. She laughed. Big, tough guy afraid of a Ferris wheel. Never would have guessed. I tried to glare but ended up chuckling. Shut it. Let's just get this over with. We joined the line. I reached for her hand without thinking, and just like that, the panic lessened. She noticed but didn't say anything. Next, the ride operator called. His words squeezed around my chest. Breathing grew hard. Vanessa's smile dropped. She squeezed my hand. We don't have to do this. I'm fine, I lied, though I couldn't move. Enzo. Let's go already, the ride worker shouted. Vanessa snapped. Back off! Lady! I said wait. Her voice had steel in it. The worker shrank back. She turned to me. You're not proving anything. I don't even want to anymore. I shook my head and leaned closer. You'll keep me safe, right? She nodded slowly, biting her lip. Yeah, lover boy. I've got you.
Chapter 19. Veneza. If someone had told me Enzo was scared of heights, I would have laughed them off. He always struck me as fearless, like nothing could shake him. But I should have known better. Everyone has something. Some of us just hide it behind tough exteriors. Admitting your fears is one thing, facing them is a whole different level. Watching Enzo willingly step onto the Ferris wheel despite his clear discomfort says more about him than any tough act ever could. Honestly, it makes him even more attractive. And the way he stepped in to confront Rusty, the same creep Arya once trapped me with, who nearly assaulted me. That was the cherry on top. I glanced down. Enzo's still gripping my hand, his touch sending tiny sparks racing through me. But he seems to take my look the wrong way. He quickly lets go and clears his throat, running his hand through his thick hair like he's trying to shake it off. Trying to lighten the mood, I say, think of this as shadow work. He frowns. Shadow what? You know, I explain, dealing with the parts of yourself that your ego doesn't really like to acknowledge. What are you even talking about? We step onto the ride and sit down, pulling the safety bar into place. I mean, you probably have some old memory or fear buried deep that made you afraid of heights. Confronting it helps you grow. Right, he says flatly, pressing on the safety bar like he doesn't trust it. Ever think about trying crystals? He stares at me. No, you should. They might help. He turns to the ride operator jiggling the bar. Hey, aren't you supposed to double-check this thing? His voice is calm, but I notice his knuckles turning white as he grips the metal. The attendant trudges over and gives the bar a rough tug. When it holds firm, he raises a brow with a smirk and returns to his controls. Enzo just watches him, silent. A wave of protectiveness surges in me. I'm 1 second away from jumping up and giving that worker a piece of my mind. The wheel lurches forward, and Enzo's hand instantly grabs my thigh. I let out a soft breath as his fingers dig in, strong and unyielding. Even through his suit, I can feel the strength trailing up his arm. A jolt of heat flashes through me. The ride moves slowly, stopping and starting as other passengers load and unload. I keep an eye on Enzo. He's staring at me like I'm the only thing keeping him steady. He doesn't let go of my leg, and I don't ask him to. It's okay to be scared, I say gently. His gaze flicks to where he's holding on to me, then back up. After a moment, he clenches his jaw and nods. Fear makes us human, makes us real. Not all of us get to be real, he replies. Because of who you are. Because of who I'm expected to be. His words land with weight. I get it. Vulnerability can be dangerous. People use it against you. Maybe his world's not so different from mine. I pause, then place my hand over his. What if, just between us, we let go of all that? That's not how life works. Then let's pretend we're somewhere else, just for now. His expression shifts, something unreadable flashing behind his eyes. The wheel jerks again, and he glances down. The color drains from his face. Guilt rises in my chest. I shouldn't have pushed him into this. I gently cup his cheek and turn his face toward mine. Don't look down. Look at me. To my surprise, he listens. His eyes lock on mine and the air thickens between us. We're too close and neither of us moves. Our breathing falls in sync, his grip still firm on my leg, my fingers lightly tracing the edge of his jaw. Inhale. Exhale. We stay like that. Still. Silent. Close. His shoulders ease and suddenly the mood shifts. His gaze drifts to my lips. I can tell what he wants, and I want it too, which is wild because I've never kissed anyone before. It's too vulnerable. Too real. I swallow. Feeling better? My voice cracks. The ride jerks and I slide closer, almost into his lap. I try to move, but he grabs my waist with his other hand, pulling me in as his face inches closer. Our noses brush. My lips part. I can feel his breath. You gonna say something? He murmurs, eyes darting over my face. I try, but nothing comes out. His hand moves to the back of my neck. My eyes flutter shut at the sensation, but I force them open. I can't let this happen. It feels like we're alone up here, but we're not. Reality waits below. He's engaged to Arya, and I'm just me. A problem he doesn't know about yet. Say something, he urges again. Why? I ask, barely a whisper, my whole body buzzing. Because if you don't, I'm going to kiss you. His words hit me like a shockwave. I could stop you, I breathe. You won't. I close my eyes and force myself to think of Arya. Her with Enzo, their wedding. Him smiling at her the way I wish he'd smile at me. Of her finding out. Of the damage that would follow. Panic flares, clashing with the desire threatening to break free. If I give in, I could lose everything. So could he. And maybe worse. So even though every part of me wants to lean in, I press my hand against his chest and push us apart. Because no matter how badly I want this, want him, he's not mine to want. And I'm not worth the disaster that would follow.
Chapter 20. Enzo. 3 days have passed since the boardwalk with Vanessa, and I still can't get her out of my head. And today? August 18th. Her birthday. A date she probably wishes never existed. Right now, I'm walking the length of the Kingston's private beach, far enough from the estate that I'm sure no cameras are watching and no one's trailing me. So what's going on? Gio's voice rumbles through my phone, dry and direct. I adjust the phone at my ear and glance around again, then mutter, "Who says anything's wrong?" He laughs. "You let me ramble for 20 minutes without cutting me off. That's not like you. You talk too much. Not my fault. You're obsessed with me. Just admit it." I drop into the sand with a sigh, elbows resting on my knees. I need to say it, but once it's out, it's real. What do you think the odds are Pops lets me back out of this wedding? Silence. I lean back and squint at the sky, the heat making everything feel heavier. Yeah, that's what I thought. "Man, I'd love to see you shut that whole thing down," Gio says eventually. "But you know your dad. Unless you've got something even better in your back pocket, he's not budging." I rub my hands over my face. My chest tightens like a vice. A strange feeling creeps over me, like I'm being watched. I freeze and scan the beach. Nothing, just wind and water. I shake it off. "You got anything better to offer him?" Gio pushes. Better? Yeah. Something he'd actually approve of? Not a chance. It's not like I'm trying to marry Vanessa. That would be crazy. Except, it doesn't feel crazy. It feels inevitable. Still, it's pointless. This whole thing, I'm being reckless even thinking about it. "I don't know," I finally say. It's not working the way I thought it would." "Yeah," Gio says quietly. "Look, I'll be straight. Your dad doesn't give a damn how you feel. This deal isn't just about Arya. It's business. He made a promise to her father. If you want out, you better be ready to play hard." I couldn't care less about her dad. "But you care what your old man thinks," he fires back. "And you should. I've got your back no matter what. But don't think for a second this will be easy." I nod slowly, swallowing hard. "I hear you." "Good. And for real, get out of the South, E. That heat's frying your brain." He laughs. I try to laugh too, but something's shifted. A new idea is starting to root in my head. If I want out of this mess, I might have to make sure my father isn't the one calling the shots anymore. It makes me sick just thinking it. But maybe that's the price. I clear my throat. Any leads on Frankie? Still nothing. I frown. Seriously? Guy's vanished. No trail. Like he never existed. That's not just weird. It's deliberate. Nobody tied to the Kingstons disappears by accident. Someone's hiding something. Keep digging. Later, I'm back at the estate watching Arya in her room as she fusses with her jewelry. Maybe we skip tonight and do something just us, she says, settling onto my lap and wrapping her arms around me. I resist the urge to pull away. Thought tonight was your dad's dinner thing. For Vanessa. She groans. Exactly. For Vanessa. Who cares? Let's not go. We should be there, I say flatly. Her whole demeanor changes in a flash. Did she say something to you? She snaps. Don't listen to her. She's just like her mom, shameless and fake. They always lie. I lean back, stunned. Jesus, Arya. Calm down. She takes a deep breath, pressing a hand to her chest. When she opens her eyes again, the anger is gone. Her voice is soft and sugary. I'm calm. I'm totally calm. Just remember, this ring means you belong to me. I stare at her. That switch? It wasn't normal. I don't know which version of her is real anymore. She runs a hand along my face. You looked so broken the night I found you. Do you remember? I nod stiffly. I remember what you told me. You were lost, she whispers. And I knew right then, you were mine. A thought nags at me. You never said why you were even there that night. Her eyes flash. I told you. I was on a bad date and fate brought me to you. That's all there is to it. She did pull me out of that darkness. I owe her for that. With Arya, everything is clear. No complications. No big risks. No shaking the family tree. You should try patching things up with your cousin, I offer. She sighs and slides off my lap, frowning. Why? Ask her to be a bridesmaid or something. Show you're willing to make peace. She glares. You think that would make you happy? I hesitate. Number it won't make anyone happy. But I have to remember who I am, what's expected. Chasing something with Vanessa, that's not a risk I can afford to take. Not unless I'm ready to burn everything down or get buried under it. Yeah, I lie. It would. The second I say it, I regret it. But it's out there now. And pretending I believe it, that's the biggest lie of all.
Chapter 21. Vanessa. Birthdays have never brought anything good into my life. It was on my birthday that Mom would drag me to the boardwalk, smothering me with affection that always felt a little too rehearsed. And it was on my birthday that my dad murdered her, while I hid beneath the kitchen sink trying not to make a sound. That truth lives buried deep in me, torn to shreds and shoved into a corner where I pretend it never happened. Only one person in the world knows even a fraction of that story. And right now, his fiancée is standing in the doorway of the lair. Don't look so shocked, Arya says. You knew I'd come eventually. You could stop creeping in doorways. It's unsettling, I shoot back. She steps inside, casually trailing her fingers along the edge of one of the saltwater tanks, then crouches to peer at the fish inside like she's window shopping. Yeah, I'm surprised to see her. It's Sunday morning, not even noon, and the lair is closed. Her fiery red hair bounces as she straightens and looks around. This place is so gloomy, Urch. Appreciate the decor critique. What are you doing here, Arya? She gives a nonchalant shrug, her designer handbag swinging from her arm. A flicker of envy hits. I've been on the wait list for that exact bag for over a year. And even if I made it off, I doubt I could justify the price tag. Arya drops it on the bar top like it's nothing. Like it's not worth a couple months of my rent. I got curious, she says, settling on a bar stool and crossing one leg over the other. And I was bored. I yawn, covering my mouth as I head behind the bar and start the coffee machine. Want something to drink? Coffee? She drums her nails along the counter. Obviously, but do you have anything that isn't pure garbage? Nope, just sludge. I lean back against the wall, liquor shelves stacked above me, arms crossed as I watch her. She's not focused on anything in particular, but her eyes keep drifting, searching for something, or someone. A pulse of dread hits. Does she think Enzo is here? Is that why she's snooping? Fisher's not around, I say, casually, testing her reaction. If that's who you're looking for. Her head snaps toward me. She laughs, tossing her hair. Her fingers snag a knot, and she frowns, working it loose. When that fails, she grabs a silverware roll-up, unwraps it, and starts using a fork to detangle the ends. I raise an eyebrow. Want an actual brush? She doesn't even look up. This works fine. That's gross, I say, genuinely baffled. She glares. You're gross, always have been. Don't project your issues onto me. Mom used to do this all the time when I had knots. That's a choice. Says the girl who howls at the moon, she snaps. I laugh. Don't get mad just because you're scanning the room for Fisher and came up empty. The fork snags again and she yanks it free. I am not. You are, I reply, grabbing 2 mugs. Still take it black with 2 sugars? She nods, obviously. I hand her a cup and lean on the bar. Okay, so what's the real reason you're here? She takes a sip, sets the cup down, and exhales slowly. I told you, I was curious. You used to talk about this place all the time when we were kids. Dad never let me see it. He was smart. This place was never meant for children. But you were here. I smile darkly. And look how great that turned out. Think it's any better for kids now? Worse, I say, sipping. For a moment, something like a memory flickers across her face. It's strange, this calm between us. It hasn't happened in years. The only time I remember us like this was when I first moved in and she showed up in my room, declaring we'd be sisters and best friends forever. That lasted all of 5 minutes. Too much damage since then. Too many things I can't forgive. I ran into Rusty last night, I mention. She stiffens, mug frozen near her lips. Feeling triggered? I ask. Does it bring out the worst in you? Arya sniffs and sets the mug down. I don't know what you're implying. Yes, you do. She brought him into my room on her 16th birthday, locked the door behind him. Even now, pieces of that night flash in my mind. My screams, him silencing me with a shirt stuffed in my mouth, pulling down my shorts, violating me. Then Fisher, forcing the door open, finding me huddled in the corner, telling Bastian. Bastian calling a doctor, keeping me in bed for a week, making sure I recovered. The nausea rises and I push it down with a smirk. If I don't, I'll break something. And if I do, Uncle T will have my head. So I smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Arya asks. The grin drops. Can't I smile? She scrunches her nose, same gesture she's always used to draw people in. I remember the way Fisher used to look at her in school, like she was made of gold. I wonder now if Enzo's ever looked at her that way. The jealousy twists in my gut. I need a favor, she says suddenly. I laugh, hard. Absolutely not. You didn't even let me say what it is. Don't need to. I want you to be a bridesmaid. I choke. Actually choke. My eyes water as I cough out. You serious? She won't meet my gaze. Why not? We're family. Dad would have wanted it. Since when do you care what he wanted? She scoffs, tapping her fingers on the bar. I've always cared. You've got a strange way of showing it. You don't know anything. She twirls the fork, then lets it clatter to the counter. He's suffocating, okay? You know how he gets. I don't, actually. Uncle T has always given me more space than I know what to do with. And honestly, I've always wished he cared enough to smother me the way he does her. You don't know how lucky you are, I say quietly. She shakes her head. You wouldn't understand. Apparently not. I glance at the clock. So, are we going to be honest here, or are you going to keep pretending? Because we both know you'd rather eat nails than have me in your bridal party. She twirls her hair and finally sighs. Fine. He asked me to. My chest tightens, like her words just punched me square in the sternum. Enzo asked her to do this? That hurts more than I care to admit. Worse, now I'm furious. He thinks he can parade his engagement in front of me like this? Like I need reminding. He's the one who kept telling me he couldn't stop thinking about me. All right, I say, cool and calm. I'll do it. Arya looks at me surprised. But it'll cost you. She groans. Of course it will. I told Enzo this would be a waste of time. Welcome to life. What do you want? I smile. The family portrait. That painting in the study. I want it. She pulls a face. Why? That thing's hideous. It means something to me. I hold out my hand. Deal? She hesitates. Dad loves that stupid painting. And you're his favorite. I'm sure you can change his mind. She narrows her eyes. And if I can't? I lean closer. Then maybe you don't care about making your fiancé happy after all. My voice stays level, even though the words, your fiancé, hit something sharp inside me. She drops her hair and reaches for my hand. Deal. I grin. Perfect. Chapter 22. Veneza. Uncle T bought a yacht when I was 13 and named it Aquata. About once a month, he'd pile the family into his fleet of luxury cars and whisk them out onto the ocean for dinner. These weren't just family outings, they were showcases. A chance for him to flaunt his influence, display his latest arm candy, and remind the world who he was. I was never invited. Maybe I didn't fit the mold. Too messy, too raw, not polished enough to be paraded around like Arya. Even when I put in the effort, perfect hair, sculpted figure, all the right clothes, it never earned me a seat at the table. Every time I got left behind, it carved out another piece of my pride, reminded me that no matter where I lived or who claimed me, I didn't belong. I wasn't family, I was a favor. It wasn't until I'd become more employee than niece that I got a spot on board, and in all my years with Uncle T, not once has he thrown me a birthday dinner. So yeah, I'm suspicious, and I want out of here. I'm camped out on the yacht's front deck beside Bastian, lounged deep in a cushioned booth. The heat is relentless, practically roasting my skin even through layers of sunscreen. Bastian's across the table, nose buried in a novel, both of us waiting for Uncle T. He said 3 o'clock. It's now past and still no sign of him. You coming with me to meet the Atlantis crew tomorrow? I ask casually. He nods without looking up. Shouldn't be a problem. Cool. I pause, then drop my voice. You think Johnston knows it was me? We both know what I mean. About his brother-in-law, currently clinging to life in a hospital bed thanks to me. If he did, you wouldn't be going anywhere near that deal, Bastian replies. Maybe. I chew on the inside of my cheek, the urge to confide bubbling up. I want to ask him if he feels it too. The shift. Uncle T's distance. The cold shoulder. But instead I pivot. So, what happened with that Sean guy? Bastian flips a page. Handled. I raise an eyebrow. That's it? He finally looks at me over the book. Let it go. Don't do that. Don't act like it doesn't matter. He came into my bar and messed with my business. Technically, it's your uncle's business. I glare. You know what I mean. He sighs. And you know what I mean when I say it's handled. That's code for you being evasive. He smirks. I narrow my eyes. You're seriously not going to tell me? He wasn't anyone, just a wannabe who thought rumors could buy him a place at the table. He's gone. My stomach tightens. Rumors? What kind? Before he answers, his eyes flick over my shoulder. I turn to see what caught his attention. Uncle T is walking up the dock. Of course he isn't alone. Enzo and Aria are with him, her hand practically fused to his, their bodies pressed close like a magazine spread. That sick, bitter jealousy flares in my gut. Enzo locks eyes with me, and just like that, my stomach is in my throat. Then Aria whispers something, and his attention shifts to her, smiling. Because of course he smiles for her. I cross my arms with an audible huff, and Bastian gives me a side glance. I thought this was just the three of us, I mutter, still watching the trio make their way on board. He sighs, closing his book. It was. I blink. Wait, what? He perks up, confused. What's wrong? You just dog-eared your page, I say, scandalized. He picks the book back up and slowly folds another corner with exaggerated care. This bothering you? My eye twitches. That's vile. He grins. Feels good. Rolling my eyes, I tie my hair back with a scrunchie. The ocean breeze sweeps across my neck, offering a moment of relief. You know Trent can never tell Aria no, Bastian mutters. She probably asked to come. It's my birthday. I should be allowed to toss her overboard. His face darkens. Don't joke about that. Not where he could hear, or her. Please, I scoff. She doesn't scare me. She should. Maybe she's getting a trial run in the family business. I smirk. Wouldn't that be something? The three of them reach us. Uncle T's voice is bright. There you two are. Uncle T! I force a smile, half standing for a hug. He kisses the top of my head and gives me a pat like I'm his favorite golden retriever. I make no effort to acknowledge the other two. I'm not faking anything today. It's my birthday. I'm allowed to be cold. Not that anyone's even said the words. Still, pretending they care wouldn't kill them? I slump back into the booth, stretch out my legs, and rest my feet on the opposite seat. A shadow falls across me. Happy birthday, Enzo says, voice smooth as silk. I keep my eyes closed, nodding stiffly. Is it? Bass, my office. Uncle T barks. I brace myself for him to call for me too. He doesn't, and with every second that passes, the sting deepens. I guess I'm not needed. I try to convince myself it's temporary, that things will return to normal when Aria and her picture-perfect fiancé leave. But deep down, I know better. The deck door slides open and shuts. Footsteps fade, but I don't need my ears to know Enzo's still here. I can feel it. He sits beside me, jostling the cushions. Hey. I peek at him through one eye. Stay silent. How are you? I fake a smile. Living the dream. You? Same. I reach for my sunglasses and slide them on. If he can't see my eyes, maybe he won't read me so easily. He leans back, arms stretched along the booth. Nice weather. No business today? I tilt my head, keeping my voice cool. Guess not. Looks like I'm out of the loop. He leans in, hand brushing lightly against my calf. I clench my jaw so hard it hurts. You holding up? The question hits me like a gut punch. He's the only one who's acknowledged what this day actually is. The only one who sees the weight it carries. I slide my glasses down, glaring over the top. Let's not do this. Do what? He asks, pulling his hand away. This thing, where you act like you care more than you should. His brows knit in confusion. The door opens again. I glance up. Aria walks out, all elegance and gold, her diamond ring catching the sun. I don't look back at Enzo when I say, why don't you go hang out with the woman you're actually supposed to be worried about? He follows my line of sight to Aria. I hate the look on his face, the fondness. You might want to be careful, I add. Talking to me could be seen as picking sides. His gaze shifts back. You think you're my enemy? We're definitely not friends. He clutches his chest. Ouch, harsh. You know why? He smiles. Thought we were getting good at being friends. I sit up, eyes locked on his. Is that why you think I'd make a great bridesmaid? His smile fades. Vanessa, I wave it off. Forget it. What's going on here? Arya chirps, interrupting. Just bonding with my future cousin, I say sweetly. She slides in next to Enzo, practically in his lap, fingers running through his hair. He doesn't stop her. Careful, she says, all faux charm. We know what happens when you get too close to a guy, Urch. I grit my teeth but smile. It's not just the guys, honey. You're so crude. I sit taller, my grin sharpening. She's always been territorial. But I know better than to step too far. She's the crown jewel. I'm the disposable one. Uncle T would drop me in a heartbeat if it came to it. And Enzo? He's already made his choice. Still, watching them? It's unbearable. She plays with his hair again, and he finally grabs her wrist, pulling her hand away. She frowns, then takes both his hands in hers, placing them in her lap. He looks like he regrets everything. I follow their movements, and when I finally rip my eyes away, I realize something. He's not looking at me. He's looking at her, like they all do. I turn away, and that's when I spot someone new. A stranger. Dark brown eyes. And suddenly I know, this day isn't done breaking me yet.
Chapter 23. Enzo. I've been doing everything I can to put distance between Vanessa and me, but it's not working. No matter how hard I try to shut it down, I want to be near her. I want to know her. I keep chasing the feeling I had back on the boardwalk when, for once, I wasn't lover boy Marino or some mob-bred heir. I was just Enzo, and before her, I can't even remember the last time that felt true. Even now, sitting stiffly in one of the bright blue booths aboard this floating palace, I feel like I'm acting. And something tells me Vanessa is too. She's clearly angry with me. I can feel it in the air between us. But I needed that wall back in place. We both did. Because want doesn't matter. Not in our world. I made promises. And if I don't keep them, the fallout won't just land on me. My eyes keep drifting between the tinted glass doors where Bastian and Trent disappeared, and Arya, who's now resting her peach-painted toes on my legs like she owns me. I let out a quiet breath and glance toward Vanessa. Part of me expects her to be looking back. She's not. And somehow, that disappoints me. She's staring at someone else. A man stands near the edge of the yacht's deck, blonde hair slicked back, brushing the top of his collar. He's locked in on her like he's the only one who exists. I look back at Vanessa. Her skin's gone pale. Her spine is rigid, and her face, usually unreadable, is twisted with emotion I can't place. Shock? Fear? Who the hell is this guy? He looks dangerous. More than that, unstable. The kind of man who leaves destruction in his wake and dares someone to stop him. There's something about him that feels familiar. Too familiar. Vanessa stands, but it's not graceful. It's mechanical, like she's moving just to stop herself from falling apart. I don't know why I'm reacting like this. She's not helpless. She doesn't need protecting. And yet, emotion doesn't care about reason. Arya shifts beside me, tipping her hat back and gasping softly. Oh, he actually showed. Vanessa whirls to face her. Her lips part, but no sound comes out. She looks stunned, completely off balance. I've never seen her like this. The man steps closer, eyes still locked on hers. Hi, Ursa. That name hits like a punch to the gut. He says it like it belongs to her. Intimately. Vanessa doesn't move. Then her jaw tightens and she spits out, Harold! What the hell are you doing here? He offers a hollow smile. I was invited. By who? Me, Arya says sweetly. Thought it'd be a nice surprise. One big family reunion. Happy birthday, Urch. Vanessa turns toward her, fingers clenched into tight fists. Her voice, when it comes, is quiet, shaky. Does Uncle T know he's here? Harold's eyes dart to Arya. Of course he does, Arya replies with a shrug. Who do you think found him and flew him in? I watch the betrayal wash over Vanessa's face. It's subtle, but I catch it. I always do. If it were up to me, I'd get her out of here. Away from this guy. Somewhere safe. Somewhere she could breathe. But she's not mine. And this isn't my fight. Vanessa takes a deep breath, then walks off. Every step looks like it costs her something. Harold follows. Arya watches them with a satisfied smile. I can't take it. Who is that? I ask. She doesn't look at me. Her father. The words land like a slap. Come again? What's with you? Arya asks, finally glancing my way. You invited her father here? My voice is low, sharp. I thought it would be a nice gesture, she says, all innocence. It's her birthday. I stare at her, unblinking. You really are something else. Her mouth drops open. Excuse me? You're unbelievable. What kind of person does that to their own cousin? I'm your fiancé, she hisses. You don't get to talk to me like that. I shove her legs off and stand. Not yet, you're not. And even if you were, what you just did, that was evil. Her expression hardens. And you know exactly what he did? You told me, I growl. You said he killed her mother. She shrugs like it's old news. She's not some saint. Maybe it's time she dealt with her past. I thought seeing him would help her move on. I stare down at her, all the softness gone. You don't get to decide what someone else needs for closure. She pouts. We even tried to get my Uncle Frankie here too. My pulse spikes. What? I keep my expression neutral, but inside my instincts are screaming. How would she know about Frankie? There's no way she could have known he's been on my radar. Only Geo knows, and even then, I've only ever mentioned it through vague texts. Where is he now? I ask carefully. Didn't work out, she says, watching me closely. Still in Jersey? I ask, acting casual. Maybe he'll make the wedding. Her lips curl. Maybe. I glance toward the deck, where Vanessa disappeared. My whole body is tense, keyed up with the need to follow her. But after what I pulled with the bridesmaid request, I doubt she wants to see me. I thought I was helping. I thought maybe she'd feel included. What a joke. Vanessa has never needed saving, and I was never meant to be her hero.
Chapter 24. Vanessa. I've never felt rage like this, not once in my life. It's thick and blistering, crawling through my body like black tar, and my hands won't stop shaking. There were plenty of times I imagined hurting Arya. The day she humiliated me in front of everyone at school. The night she locked me in a room with the person who broke something in me that still hasn't healed. But this is different. Now I'm standing in front of my father, the man who still visits my dreams like a monster under the bed. And I want to destroy something. Her. I want to drag her outside and show her pain in a language she understands. Not because I'm cruel, but because she deserves to feel even a fraction of the trauma she just resurrected for me. She might play innocent, but Arya knew. She's always known. Maybe not the darkest pieces, but enough to understand the weight of what she just did. She invited him, on purpose. But I'm not that broken little girl anymore. Still, standing here on my birthday, staring into my father's face, is like falling into a time warp. My body here, my mind shoved backward. Come out, wherever you are. My mother's sing-song voice floated through the house. I was hiding, wedged inside the cabinet next to the kitchen sink, knees pressed to my chest, sweat dripping down the back of my neck. Ursa, she called. Where's my Yrsa hiding today? My foot cramped. I shifted. My toe bumped the cabinet wall. The door swung open. Her grin was instant, bright as the sun. Found you! She laughed, reaching in to tickle me. Mama! You're gonna make me bump my head, I squealed. A car door slammed outside. The air shifted. Her face froze. We both turned toward the back door. Who's that? I asked, though my gut already knew. Daddy. That's what I was supposed to call him. He was barely ever there, and when he was, he brought storms, hurt, bruises. Mom stood, tiptoed to the small window above the sink and peeked through the curtain. Her breath caught. I knew what that meant. He was back, and whatever good moment we'd just had was over. Mom never loved out loud for long. She always said next time would be different. It never was. He was the addiction, she was the addict, and I was collateral. She crouched back in front of me, grabbing my hands. Baby, I need you to stay here, okay? Hide, just like you are now. Don't move until I come get you. But you already found me, I whispered. I know, but Daddy doesn't. It's your birthday. He'll be looking for you. I didn't believe her. I never did. Her stories were painted over reality, trying to make a monster look like a father. But truth sticks, no matter how much perfume you spray over it. The first time he came home and dragged me out of bed to watch him beat her, I learned. He said it was her fault, that she needed to learn. I tried to stop him, screamed, hit his arm with my little fists. He stopped just long enough to throw me across the couch. Crying's for the weak, he said. Andersons are strong. I learned that silence got him to stop faster. So when they fought that night, I stayed quiet. Until I heard it. Flesh hitting flesh. I curled tighter in that cabinet, knees to ears, arms wrapped around my legs. He never found me. And she never came back. When I finally climbed out, the room was quiet. Mom lay on the floor, her eyes open, her body still. I tried to cry, but no sound came out. I curled beside her and stared at the yellow-stained wallpaper, waiting for the pain to catch up. It never did. Uncle T took me in 3 days later. The police asked questions, gave me candy, cold soda. I didn't say a word. Not to them, only to Arya. I never told her everything. Just that it was him. That he killed my mom. And maybe, despite all the ways she's hurt me since then, I gave her a little grace over the years. Because she kept that secret. Until now. And maybe Uncle T did arrange this surprise without knowing the truth. Maybe he thought it would make me happy. I have to believe that. If I don't know what's left to believe in. But something in me is shifting, like a fault line cracking. Being Uncle T's right hand has always given me stability, focus, but now, it feels like the ground beneath me isn't so solid. Harold's presence, Arya's meddling, the control I used to feel, it's slipping. But I still have a choice. I don't have to stand here and let him exist in my space. So I won't. Without another word, I turn, slide open the glass door, and walk away.
Chapter 25. Enzo. I stay through the rest of the meal, even though every cell in my body wants to be anywhere else. Sitting here pretending any of this is okay makes me sick. These people have the nerve to call themselves Veniza's family, yet not one of them seems bothered that she left. They go on laughing, drinking wine, enjoying the night like it's any other celebration. I glance at Arya beside me, disgusted that I'm still expected to marry her. But what's the alternative? If I don't follow through with the wedding, I'll have to go to war with my father, and I don't know if I'm ready to cross that line. I made a promise to my mother. I swore I wouldn't defy him. But tonight? Tonight's pushing me closer to breaking it. The dinner feels strained, Or maybe that's just my own resentment coloring the air. Bastian and I are the only ones who seem to notice Venisa's absence. The only ones who care that the guest of honor isn't here. Meanwhile, Arya, Trent, and that scumbag Harold carry on like they're old friends reuniting. It's surreal. I thought Venisa's mom was cast out for choosing this man, yet here he is, treated like a welcome guest. And once again, Venisa is the one left out. I can't take it. I'm sorry, Bastian says suddenly, dropping his fork. Are we really going to sit here and act like it's normal that this guy is at the table? I feel something like pride swell in my chest. Not pretending here, I say, shooting a look across the table at Harold. He wilts a little, clears his throat, downs his wine. I want to say more, a lot more, but I can't risk blowing my cover. Not yet. Bass, come on, have some respect, Trent says flatly. Bastian stands, scooting his chair back with a loud scrape. Respect? Not this time. I've stayed quiet about a lot. But this is wrong, and you know it. Trent's jaw tightens. That girl, Venisa, she's given you everything, and all she's ever wanted is to feel like she belongs. I nod slowly. He's right. And this is what you give her? Bastian continues. You don't understand, Trent says, his voice colder. Then make me understand, boss, Bastian challenges, leaning on the table. Trent squares his shoulders, puffing himself up, posturing. I don't owe you an explanation, he snaps, and you'd do well to remember your place. Bastian lets out a long breath, tosses his napkin down, and walks out. I want to follow. God, I want to, but I don't. Maybe I am a coward. Trent turns to Harold. Sorry about that. Harold waves it off like it's no big deal. I get it. I've got a lot to make up for. I don't blame him for thinking I'm a piece of crap. I was. I nearly choke. That's the version of himself he's presenting? Just some repentant dad trying to make things right? Then Arya pipes up. Well, Veneza never exactly knew how to behave around people. She's always been kind of ungrateful. I clench my fists under the table. If I don't leave now, I'm going to say something that'll change everything. Excuse me, I mutter, pushing back my chair and walking out. I want to disappear. Let Arya find her own ride, but I can't afford to set everything on fire just yet. Still, I was an idiot to think I could go through with this wedding, that I could play the role, make my father happy, and settle into a life I never chose. Because if being with Arya means staying silent while she mocks someone like Venisa, I won't do it. The thought settles heavy in my chest. Things have to change. I step onto the deck and look up at the stars, breathing deep, trying to think. Whatever I do next, it has to happen back in New York. I don't trust anything here. Not my phone, not Arya, especially not after she casually brought up Frankie like it was nothing. Too many things feel off. And right now, there's only one person I trust. Venisa. Her name enters my mind without hesitation. I barely know her, but that connection? It's real. It's more than I've had with anyone in my life. She's the one person who sees through everything. I sit in the same spot she was earlier, close my eyes, and try to hold on to that feeling. I don't know what I'm doing, just trying to stay close to her in some small way. It calms me. I don't know how long I sit there before I hear shuffling. I look up and see Harold stumbling off the yacht, clearly drunk, his steps uneven. If I were thinking clearly, I'd head back inside and make an excuse to Arya. Play it smart. But I'm not thinking about strategy right now. I'm thinking about the perfect birthday gift.
Chapter 26, Vanessa. I wish I could say I was asleep when the knock hit my apartment door, but the truth is, I've been pacing in my silk shorts and thin cami, running through every possible scenario where I destroy Arya and walk away unscathed. So far, no good options. What I do have is a fury that feels like it's cracking the surface of my sanity, barely held together by a paper-thin dam. One wrong move, and I'll lose it. So whoever's at my door at 3 a.m., I glance at the clock, better have a damn good reason. If it's Fisher, I might throttle him. I tried texting him earlier, but my fingers wouldn't cooperate. Besides, explaining why I'm this wrecked would mean talking about things I've kept buried for years. Fisher doesn't know about my childhood. We're best friends, but the type that thrives on mutual silence and unspoken rules. We've always respected each other's trauma by not digging into it. No judgment, no probing. That's our foundation. It's why we work. Grumbling, I toss off the blanket and head to the door. It's Enzo. Of course it is. He leans against the frame, head down, his forearm braced on the top of the doorway. His shirt sleeves are rolled, tattoos out, hair tousled like he's been through hell. I hate that my stomach flips just looking at him. "What do you want?" I sigh. I'm not in the mood. He lifts his head, those intense blue eyes pinning me in place. "I've got a surprise for you." "Keep it." He frowns. I start to shut the door, but he blocks it with his foot. "Refusing gifts? That's cold," he says with mock offense. "So is breaking and entering." "I'm sorry." "For what exactly?" His jaw flexes. "For asking Arya to make you a bridesmaid. That wasn't right." "You don't owe me anything. She's your fiancé." I still want to explain. I arch a brow. "And what would that change?" He pauses, considering, then shakes his head. "Maybe nothing. But come with me anyway? Please?" My curiosity stirs despite myself. I'm not a fan of surprises. That's Arya's department. Give it to her. "This one's for you." I cross my arms. I still hate it. "You don't even know what it is." "Doesn't matter." He sighs, runs a hand through his hair, then pushes the door wide and steps in like he owns the place. "It'll make you feel better," he says. "Is it Arya's head in a box?" "Close." "Okay, now I'm intrigued." "Still no," I say, turning to walk away. But he grabs my arm, spins me around, and lifts me like I weigh nothing. Throws me over his shoulder and heads for the stairs. "Put me down," I yell, pounding on his back. His muscles flex beneath my fists. "Stop squirming," he mutters and smacks my thigh. The sting sends a shiver straight to my core. I hate him. I want to rip him apart. I also want him to do it again. By the time we reach the basement, I'm propped on his shoulder like a queen. Scotty opens the aquarium room door, grinning when he sees me. "Hey, cutie," I tell him. Enzo carries me in and sets me down slowly, our bodies grazing the entire way. My breath catches. But then I see it. Him. My father, tied up, beaten, gagged, bloody. Enzo leans in behind me. Surprise. I take a step closer, grin spreading across my face. "Happy birthday," he says. "Wow," I murmur. "You really do get me." I take my time prepping. Jack and Flora, my venomous fish, are swimming peacefully nearby. I pick up a knife and slice a thin line across my father's arm. Blood rises immediately. He grunts. "Tears? Seriously?" I tisk. "Come on, Dad. Andersons don't cry. We're strong, remember?" I press the blade to his thigh and plunge it in. His muffled scream is music. Then I retrieve the venom. Across the room, Enzo watches silently, eyes shadowed, hands relaxed at his sides. He doesn't flinch. This man brought me the one thing I never thought I'd get: control. I lean over the table, face to face with the broken man who ruined my life. His face is unrecognizable. Purple bruises, swollen lips, cracked cheekbone. I glance at Enzo's knuckles. They're bloodied. He did this for me. Let's make a deal, I say sweetly, pulling the gag. Tell me why you came back. Otherwise, I keep you alive until you beg me to finish the job. He coughs. Trent Kingston sent for me. My heart skips. Not enough, I say. You killed my mother. You can't just show up now. I inject venom into his finger. I didn't, he chokes out. I wasn't there. Liar, I slap him, watching a tooth fly from his mouth. Ursa, don't call me that. I had gambling debts, he says. I ran. I wasn't home. I study him. Mom said it was you. She told me to hide. She lied. I grip the knife again. If not you, then who? He grimaces. If I had to guess, the people I owed. Name. His eyes glass over. Your uncle, Trent Kingston.
27. Enzo. Harold Anderson is gone. Good riddance. I'm standing behind Vanessa at the entrance to her apartment, still trying to process what he said before he died. She pauses before stepping inside, then turns to face me. Her expression is distant, like her world just collapsed and she's struggling to find which way is up. Do you think he was telling the truth? Her voice is quiet, her gaze on her bare feet. I gently lift her chin so she has to look at me. I wish I could absorb her pain, take it away just for a moment. I don't know, I admit. You can never be sure with men like that. But I don't see why he'd lie. She nods slowly, placing her hand over my wrist. Her touch burns into my skin. I should have made him pay more. This wasn't about revenge, I tell her. This was about closure. For you. Her lips lift in a sad smile. Thanks. No one's ever done something like this for me. My eyes drop to her mouth. Soft, unforgettable. My thumb brushes her bottom lip, and I feel the pull to kiss her like a magnet dragging me in. She exhales, and the space between us charges, heat radiating off her body. Enzo. My heart stutters. In another life. I lean in just a little closer. I'd kiss you. I don't break eye contact. My thumb lingers at her lip. I'd walk you inside and spend the whole night erasing his memory from your skin. Don't, she whispers. But I press on. If I don't say this now, I never will. I only had Arya ask you to be a bridesmaid because I was desperate to keep you in a safe place in my mind. But you're everywhere now. Her breath catches, and she doesn't speak. In another life, I murmur, mouth nearly brushing hers. You'd be mine. And anyone who ever hurt you, I'd make them crawl before you. Just say the word. Enzo. Shh. I stop her again. I know what you're about to say. I know we can't. But I had to tell you. Just once. I pull back and reach into my pocket, handing her the actual gift. I lean down and kiss her cheek. But she turns slightly, and it lands near the corner of her mouth. The shock of it punches through me. Happy birthday, Piccola Sirena. Good night. Arya sighs dramatically beside me as Scotty drives us back from the date she insisted on. I tune her out. My mind is still with Vanessa, her fury, her strength, her pain. You all right, babe? She asks, brushing my arm. I shift away. You've been moody since the yacht. Call it off then, I snap. She gapes. I don't even know what to say. I rake a hand through my hair, frustrated. Why are you mad at me? Her tone turns soft, too soft. It reeks of manipulation. How could you bring him here? I bite. She blinks. Who? Harold Anderson. Her features shift into something colder. Gone is the sweet act. This is about her again, isn't it? You've got to let go of this cousin rivalry. That's not how you treat family. She's not my family. I laugh without humor. You sound insane. And you're a jerk. That's it. My temper snaps. I grip her jaw firmly. Don't forget who you're speaking to. I'm not your pet. That princess act might work on your dad, but it won't fly with me. Don't test me again. Tears start to pool, and I ease my grip. Understand me? She nods. I let go. The ride ends in silence. She slams the car door and storms inside without a word. I used to think I wanted fire from her, passion. But this is just toxic. Maybe I never really knew her at all. Maybe all of it, our engagement, our dynamic, was just a polished version of what our families wanted. I dismiss Scotty and walk the grounds, needing to clear my head before facing Arya again. There's too much at stake to make a reckless move, but I can't keep pretending forever. I need a plan. I need New York. After an hour, I start heading back. Just as I'm about to round the corner to the front of the estate, I freeze. Voices. You're not coming? Vanessa. My pulse jumps. Babysitting orders from the king himself. Bastian replies from the porch. Vanessa lets out a sigh. Babysitting? Arya's melting down, ran to Trent sobbing that she's losing you. My chest tightens. That's exactly what I didn't want. Word getting back to my father. Vanessa laughs bitterly. So now you're on guard duty instead of backing me up. I should ask him why myself. Bastian grabs her arm gently. V, we don't ask questions. You know that. And I'm just supposed to go alone? You know how these guys are, especially if Johnston suspects I took out his brother-in-law. My body goes still. Bastian's face tightens. You've got your piece? Vanessa scoffs. You know I hate carrying. They could kill you. They won't. They might. Then come with me. He shakes his head. I can't. I take one step forward, crushing a loose stone beneath my foot. Bastian's eyes flick to me, quick and silent. I just wish someone would, he mutters. And I know exactly who that someone is.
28. Vanessa. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that Bast didn't come with me to the gun drop. There's a knot in my chest, heavy and suffocating. My father's last words are on a loop in my mind, casting shadows of doubt over everything I thought I knew about my uncle. Could he really have done something so vile? Would he have taken out his own sister to settle a debt? I can't just walk into his office and confront him. If it's not true, I'll only make things worse. And if it is, I don't even know how I'd begin to process that. Right now, I'm at the Southern Docks, the spot where the MC always picks up their shipments. The Kingstons have been supplying the Atlantis Motorcycle Club for decades. Our guns, their distribution network. They get a cut, and we stay under the radar. It's an old alliance from long before Johnston took over. But no one here's under the illusion that the MC runs this setup. These docks are my uncle's, tucked away in one of the city's rougher zones. Quiet, deserted, and perfect for our kind of business. A few empty warehouses, his freight containers, and enough space to test fire without raising alarms. They're late, 30 minutes past the agreed time, and the silence is starting to make my skin crawl. I pace, checking the shadows, nerves fraying at the edges. Then I hear them, motorcycles, rumbling in like thunder. I square my shoulders and brace myself. 5 riders roll up and kill their engines. They dismount, looking every bit the stereotype in faded leather and grim expressions. Johnston's the first to approach, his beard hiding most of his face, but the scowl is unmistakable. He eyes me with suspicion. You. I lean on a crate. Me. Where are your men? Out failing at life, probably. He frowns deeper. Trent sent you alone? I examine my nails like I couldn't care less. My heart, meanwhile, is pounding. He figured you might be the one who needed backup. God, screw Uncle T for this. Johnston watches me, then lights a cigarette and blows the smoke right in my face. I blink through the sting. You've got a mouth. I like that in a woman. I bark out a laugh. You couldn't handle a woman like me? His eyes sweep over me like he's trying to peel my clothes off with his stare. I think about how Enzo's gaze makes me feel, and how this is the exact opposite. Let me worry about what I can handle. I tap the crate. What you need to handle is right here. He smirks, and my stomach turns. There's a routine to this. Open the crates, check the inventory, test if needed, then they take them. I leave. Simple. I nod toward the back of the warehouse. Most of it's back there. He gestures for me to lead, so I do, all too aware of his eyes on me. When we reach the crates, Johnston steps closer and pulls his gun. Open it. My hands are slick with sweat, but I don't flinch. What, can't do it yourself? He flicks his cigarette and steps in, getting close. I can smell the smoke, the booze. It reeks of desperation and ego. His hand brushes my backside. Back off, I say coolly, or I'll call your girl and let her know how you act when she's not around. He squeezes harder. She knows her place. Click. Johnston freezes. A gun presses to his head. Take your hands off her, Enzo's voice says. Calm, deadly. Johnston lets go immediately. I spin around and see Enzo standing behind him, gun raised, eyes blazing. Who the hell are you? Johnston snarls. The guy who will end you if you so much as blink at her wrong. My breath catches. His voice is ice and fire, and the way he's looking at Johnston, like he's already buried him, is sending electricity through me. You're making a mistake, Johnston warns. My crew's right around that corner. Enzo smiles, and it's terrifying. Ask me if I care. Johnston doesn't get the chance to react. Enzo pistol whips him, sending him sprawling. His gun clatters away. Enzo steps on his hand, grinding it into the gravel until Johnston screams. I watch, heart racing, not with fear, but with something far more dangerous. That hurt? Enzo asks. Good. He crouches, running the gun along Johnston's cheek. I could kill you right now, but I won't. Not because you don't deserve it, but because it would make things messy for her. And I'm not about to make her life harder. Enzo presses the barrel to Johnston's temple. But hear me. If you so much as whisper about this, I'll find you. I'll skin you. Slowly. His tone is low, smooth. The kind of voice you'd expect during pillow talk, not death threats. And I suddenly get why they call him Loverboy. You don't know who you're messing with, Johnston mutters. Don't need to, Enzo replies. I'm a Merino, that's all that matters. Johnston's face shifts. He knows that name. Now apologize. Johnston stands, cradling his hand. Enzo raises the gun again. Say it. Sorry. I raise an eyebrow. Sorry for... Enzo chuckles. Say, sorry, Veneza, for being a cunt. Johnston glares at us both, blood dripping down his cheek. I'm sorry for being a cunt, Veneza. I smile. Ah, that's sweet. Enzo lowers the weapon, unconcerned about retaliation. He knows no one will touch him. He's right. You good? He asks once we're back in the car. I nod, licking my lips. I can handle myself. He grips my chin gently. I know, but you shouldn't have to. His words settle deep. Nobody's ever said something like that to me. Not and meant it. Okay, I whisper. He drops his hand, and I already miss the warmth. I lean over, brushing my lips across his cheek. He turns, and just like the night before, our mouths meet briefly. A whisper of a kiss. He stiffens, knuckles white on the steering wheel. Thank you, I say. Then I get out because if I stay another second, I might not be able to walk away. And tomorrow I'll have to watch him be with someone else, when everything inside me says he should be mine. 29. Vanessa. The engagement party is at Uncle T's estate, and I'm bringing Athena. There's no way I'm walking in there alone. Fisher said he'd meet me, which is unusual for him. So I was left choosing between awkward or worse. Athena, at least, is stunning and will keep the focus off me. I need a buffer, a distraction, something to keep me steady until the night is over, until I can pretend Enzo and Arya never existed. And if none of that works, I've got an unbinding spell waiting at home, just in case there's any lingering energy between me and Enzo that needs severing. I don't normally believe time means much. It's an illusion, really. But that doesn't stop me from resenting how deeply Enzo's presence has tangled into my life in just a matter of weeks. He's changed things inside me I didn't even know were vulnerable. And for the first time, I get it. I understand a little more of what my mama must have felt. That kind of need that overrides common sense. Maybe that's why she always let my father back in. Smiling, bruises just faded. Maybe that's why she chose him over me, over everything. The party is, of course, extravagant. Uncle T doesn't do subtle. It's a pageant of excess thrown in honor of Atlantic Cove's own golden couple. Barf. The theme? The lost city of Atlantis. Definitely my uncle's idea. Arya never cared about Kingston lore. Not like he does. It's being held in the massive ballroom beneath the estate, soaked in a deep ocean blue glow. Pillars rise around the room, giving the illusion of ancient ruins under the sea. It's stunning, expensive, and soulless. A server walks past with champagne. Athena takes one and offers it to me. I shake my head. I don't drink. She blinks. Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Why would she? Athena's not someone I let into my real life. She's just good for momentary escapes. This place is amazing, a woman says beside us at the bar. Athena slips her arm around my waist, brushing her nose against my ear. Not as amazing as you. It's sweet, but I'm not in the mood for charm. Still, better her than standing here alone, especially when I see Johnston Miller walking in with Uncle T, Enzo, and Arya. My eyes lock on Enzo's. He gives me a nod. Casual, like it's no big deal. What is Johnston doing here? They head straight for me. No avoiding it now. Who's that? Athena asks, her grip tightening. Nobody important. Just smile, sweetheart. Enzo's gaze drops to Athena's hand on my hip, and he looks like he's barely holding it together. Please, this is his engagement party. Vanessa, Johnston greets, voice smug. Didn't expect to see you again so soon. I glance at the bruise on his face. You're looking rough. Hope it's not too painful. I don't acknowledge Arya, or Uncle T, neither deserve it. Arya's smile is venomous. Uncle T leans in to kiss my cheek. Enzo just stares. No Fisher tonight? Arya purrs. I stiffen. He's none of your business. Maybe focus on your fiancé. Her smile fades. Enzo steps in. And this is Athena. I grin. My date. Arya's eyebrows rise. So you're finally admitting you're a lesbian. I chuckle, leaning in. Let me tell you a secret. Women make me come harder. Men are easier to control. I like both, for different reasons. Uncle T stiffens. Arya chokes on her drink. Enzo, ever the actor, rubs Arya's back and kisses her temple. Jealousy ignites inside me like a flare. This has been lovely, I say brightly, but don't you have people to impress? I motion to the crowd fawning over their engagement. Arya's eyes sparkle with pride. She loves this, the attention, the spectacle. It's why she's here. Uncle T cuts in. Arya, the mayor just arrived. Go say hello. He turns to me. We need to talk. You and Enzo. Now, Daddy, this is my night. It can't wait, he says, smiling tightly. He claps Johnston's shoulder. Bass will take you to my office. I'll be along shortly. Bastian appears instantly, like he was summoned. He leads Johnston off without meeting my eyes. Arya kisses Enzo and my stomach flips. Rage, envy, hurt, all of it crashing at once. "You okay here, sugar?" I ask Athena. She grins and kisses my cheek, then murmurs, "Don't leave me too long. I'd rather get you out of here and under me." I glance at Enzo. His jaw could cut glass. We follow Uncle T down a side corridor. Enzo tries to catch my attention, but I ignore him. We both know why we're here. Johnston must have run his mouth. Uncle T finally speaks. "Either of you want to explain last night?" "You didn't send Bass with me," I say. Uncle T's eyes narrow. "So you brought E instead?" "I didn't bring him. He just showed up. I had it handled." Enzo snorts. "What?" I snap. "Nothing." Uncle T turns on him. "You're messing with my business." "I was protecting your niece from a predator," Enzo growls, stepping forward. "You should be thanking me." "She can handle herself." I felt unsafe, I admit. Uncle T raises his brows. "You've always sent Bass. This time, nothing. And I told you Johnston might retaliate, but you sent me anyway. It felt like you didn't care." Uncle T doesn't deny it. "Why not?" "Bass had more important things." Ouch. "You're lucky I smoothed things over with the MC, he adds. "You could have tanked years of work." "She didn't mess it up, I did," Enzo says, moving to stand in front of me. "And I won't let you talk down to her when all she does is bust her ass for you." Uncle T squares up, but Enzo towers. "You're forgetting who you're dealing with," Uncle T warns. "No, you are. I'm a Merino. Maybe your deals are with my father, but don't think that makes me less dangerous." A flicker of fear crosses Uncle T's face. Enzo leans in. "You should be grateful I don't go in there and make Johnston regret everything." "When your father?" "Let me worry about my father. Go tend to your party. Now's not the time." "You're in over your head." Enzo's expression darkens. "Then let's see who drowns." Uncle T glares at me one last time, then walks off. It's just us now, quiet, tense. I turn to leave. "No goodbye, Piccola Serena." I stop, close my eyes. I can't keep doing this. He steps in behind me, heat rolling off him. "Doing what?" "You know?" He gets closer. We're not touching, but it's unbearable. "You came with someone else." "You're engaged," I snap. "You don't get to be jealous." His arms go on either side of me, caging me against the wall. "Don't touch me." "I won't." But his chest brushes my back. My pulse races. People murmur just beyond the wall. Anyone could walk out. "I won't," he says again, softer this time. "But I want to so badly it hurts." "What we want doesn't always matter." My voice cracks. He leans close, lips near my ear. "Sometimes it feels like you're the only thing that does." Chapter 30, Vanessa. "You good?" Athena asks, standing beside me at the back of the ballroom. "Yeah," I murmur, distracted. Truth is, I'm not even close to okay, but she doesn't need to know that. Just got a lot on my mind. I glance at her, but she doesn't seem convinced. Her eyes narrow before she leans in, murmuring something suggestive in my ear. Usually I'd be down for her kind of tension breaking, but tonight, it barely registers. All I can think about is someone else, someone I shouldn't be thinking about. "She's fine," Fisher chimes in, sauntering over and downing a full glass of champagne in one go. He sets the empty glass on the bar and smirks. "Aren't you short stack?" Relief washes over me, and I finally let my shoulders drop. "There you are. Thought maybe you bailed." He gives me a lopsided grin, swaying slightly before finding his footing. "You drunk already, Gup?" I tease. Fisher doesn't usually drink much, but when he does, he goes all in. Either a party animal or the guy who wrecks the vibe. I've tried encouraging him to find balance, but there are shadows in him we never talk about, so instead I just stay close and ride it out with him. "Perfectly balanced," he declares, placing a hand over his chest. He's dressed up, bow tie, full suit, but still manages to stand out like he wandered in from a costume party. "You clean up well," I say, reaching out to adjust his bow tie. And here I thought you'd crash and burn in formal wear. He beams at me, something unreadable in his expression. Yeah, well. A high-pitched screech from the speakers interrupts us, making everyone cringe. Uncle T takes the stage, smiling like a politician, and the room falls quiet. Or maybe we all just pretend to care. Pretending is expected when royalty takes the mic. Here comes the king himself, Fisher mumbles into his drink. Silence or suffer. I shoot him a sarcastic smile before facing forward again. Uncle T starts talking about Arya, how much she means to him, how long he's dreamed of this moment, the kind of speech you expect from a doting father, but it grates on my nerves. She's his favorite, always has been, flawed as hell but sparkly enough to blind everyone else. I only tune back in when he calls Arya and Enzo up on stage. I shift my weight. Fisher fidgets too. I glance at him, needing the distraction from the gut punch that is my heart realizing I've done what I swore I wouldn't. Fallen. For him. There's a tradition in the Kingston line, Uncle T announces, passed down through generations. That snaps my attention to the front. My many times great-grandfather kept a journal, he continues, smiling like he's telling a bedtime story. In it, he traced our lineage back to Atlantis. Polite laughter, but not from me. My stomach drops. Pretty big claim for a city no one's ever found, Fisher mutters to Athena. Uncle T waves off the disbelief. It may sound silly, but this tradition, it means everything to me. He nods to Bastian, who steps onto the stage holding something covered in velvet. My heart begins to pound. There's a painting that's been with our family for over 100 years, Uncle T says, locking eyes with me. My chest turns to ice. Bastian lifts the cover to reveal it, and it's the one, the trident, my mama's favorite. Today, Uncle T announces, voice booming, I'm passing it down to the one person truly worthy of this family heirloom, Arya. My stomach hits the floor. She struts across the stage and hugs him like she just won a pageant, then turns to the crowd, taking the mic. Thank you, Daddy, she says sweetly. Her eyes scan the crowd until they land on me, and then she smirks. Some people call themselves family and think they're owed this, but tradition matters. She turns back to Uncle T. It belongs to a real Kingston, even if I won't be one for much longer. Laughter ripples through the ballroom. I don't hear any of it. The world fades into white noise. Athena grabs my arm. V, are you okay? Fisher curses softly. Oh no. I can't move. That painting was my last thread to my mother. And maybe she wasn't perfect, but she was mine. And now the one thing that tied me to her, gone, given away like a prize to the golden child. And just like that, something inside me breaks. Uncle T watches me from the stage, and I feel the final pieces of my loyalty crumble into dust. Enzo slips away from the stage. I track his every move as he exits the ballroom. My heart is pounding again, but for a different reason now. For weeks, I tried to be the better person. I stayed quiet, I played nice, but I'm done. So I follow him, because maybe it's time I stop living for everyone else and start living for myself. Starting with the man who should have never belonged to her in the first place.
Chapter 31. Enzo. I left because I couldn't stand up there another second, while Trent praised his daughter and fed the crowd his fantasy. And the whole thing about them being descendants of Atlantis, followed by gifting Arya that old painting like it descended from the heavens. Please. The painting doesn't bother me. It's the way Vanessa looked when Arya made that comment about being a real Kingston. That's what hits. I noticed it, probably because I can't not notice Vanessa, not with how wired into my system she's become. I splash water on my face in the guest bathroom, leaning over the sink with a bitter laugh. I'm a damn mess. I dry my hands and turn to leave, only to be shoved back inside the second I open the door. Vanessa storms in like a woman on a mission. Her eyes are fire, her movements deliberate. She steps up to me like I'm something she's hunting. You all right? I ask, taken off guard. Shut up, she snaps. I raise my hands in surrender, lips zipped. She's absolutely stunning. Her black gown, streaked with hints of violet, hugs her in all the right ways. Her hair's a chaotic crown, and her cheeks are flushed. My heart, long gone. She hesitates before sliding her hands over my chest, beneath my lapels, eyes locked on mine. Her tongue flicks across her bottom lip, and I want to taste her so badly it physically hurts. Just for tonight, I want to pretend, she says, voice low. Pretend this is a different life. Her words light something inside me. I don't care that I'm supposed to marry someone else. I don't care that we're sneaking around. If this is my one shot at having her, I'm taking it. What do you need? I whisper. You. That one word burns through my chest like gasoline meeting fire. I lean in to kiss her, but she dodges just slightly. Still, I wrap my arms around her, pulling her into me like it's the only thing keeping me alive. Her body fits mine like it was made to. She grips my suit. Make me forget. Just for a little while. Please. The plea in her voice nearly breaks me. It's not like her, but I know better than to question it. Okay. She's always been the one holding it together, carrying the weight of everyone's expectations. Tonight, she's asking me to carry her. I spin her gently so her back's pressed to me, her body heat igniting something primal. I press my mouth near her ear. Hands on the wall, I murmur. She exhales sharply but obeys, palms flat on the cool surface, crimson nails at my eye level. My pulse pounds as I trail my hands up her sides, mapping her curves with reverence. I trace the swell beneath her breasts and feel her shiver. I need, she starts. I know, I say, my lips brushing her ear. Let me handle it. She nods. Her whole body melts into mine. That's my girl, I whisper. My hands move around her chest, cupping her fully. She arches back into me, and I groan, nearly undone just by the way she feels. I want to lose myself in her, but I won't, not like this. This isn't just about lust. This is about care. I slide my fingers beneath the neckline of her dress, easing under until I'm touching her directly. The contact steals my breath. I'm not going to sleep with you. Not here, I whisper. She tenses, but I press forward, kissing just behind her ear. When I finally have you, I want time. I want space. I want to savor it. She exhales shakily, but doesn't pull away. I slide my hand down her dress, bunching the fabric at her waist. My other hand finds hers, guiding her movements. Our fingers move together over the heat of her skin. Show me how you make yourself feel good, I murmur, so I can see what you like. So I'll know how to do it better. Enzo. The way she says my name, it unravels something inside me. But I stay focused. Not like this. You need more than a distraction. You need someone who puts you first. That's me. She lets out a soft moan, and I almost break, but I stay grounded. Our hands continue their dance, teasing, building, exploring. She rocks against me. Our touch moves lower. She's soaked. That's it, baby, I murmur. Don't hold back. Her head falls to my shoulder. I steady her with one arm, the other still guiding our rhythm. When she gasps and rolls her hips, I lose focus for a second. In another life, I say softly. I'd worship you every day. I'd have you to myself, no hiding. She pushes harder, chasing release. In another life, you'd wear my ring, sleep in our bed, be mine in every way. Her body trembles. And in that life, I whisper, voice cracking, I'd love you out loud. She shatters. The sound she makes is raw and beautiful and too loud. I clamp my hand gently over her mouth, holding her as she comes undone. And still, even with her trembling in my arms, I know this isn't mine to keep. We don't speak. We don't move. Because the second we do, this magic slips through our fingers. She glances back at me with a quiet smile, dimples softening her expression. Then, the door creaks, and just like that, everything crashes down. Her uncle stands in the doorway, and the moment, it's gone. Chapter 32. Enzo. Well, this just hit rock bottom. Thankfully, neither of us is disheveled enough to look guilty on sight. I step back, letting her dress fall naturally, but I position myself in front of her before turning to face Trent. No way I'm letting him get even a glimpse of her vulnerability. Was this the best place for what just happened? Not even close. Right across the hall from 100 guests? At my own engagement party? I feel like scum. But do I regret it? Not one bit. This isn't like what happened between my parents. I never loved Arya. We're not married. This whole event is nothing but smoke and mirrors. My fingers still glisten with her. And the only regret I have is not tasting her before Trent blew everything to hell. That, and not getting to kiss her. She avoided it. I don't know why, but it stings. My stomach twists with dread, imagining my father finding out. But I push that aside. What matters now is Vanessa, because she's the one who might get hit hardest. She's tough. She plays stronger than anyone I know. But when it comes to her uncle, he's her blind spot. Family always is. I should know. Even though she started it, I still feel responsible. I should have protected her better. The door slams. Trent locks it. His face, thunder. You ungrateful little brat, he growls. Uncle T. Vanessa's voice is quiet, but steady. I'd think real hard about what you say next. I cut in before she gets the chance to downplay anything. Because I can't stomach her brushing this off like it meant nothing. Like I didn't just give her a piece of my soul. Trent's eyes swing to mine, sharp and vengeful. You little snake. Just wait until your father hears about this. If you've got any sense, you'll clean up, go find your fiancé, and stop pretending like you can get away with anything. She's been looking for you for 30 minutes. Guilt slices through me. Not because of Arya, but because I never wanted to become the kind of man who cheats. And yet, here I am. Still, I'm not leaving Vanessa. Not unless she asks me to. I meet Trent's glare. How many times do I have to say it? You don't control me. I step closer, keeping my voice calm but heavy. Don't push me. You won't like what happens if you do. Trent laughs, but there's no humor in it. When your father finds out what you've done, I'll be the least of your problems. Better hope you're on a plane before he picks up my call. Enzo, Vanessa says behind me. Her voice slices clean through the tension. She steps around and places herself between us. There's a weight in her expression and a gut-deep sense that she's about to end this. My chest clenches. She's breathtaking, hair tousled, cheeks pink, eyes glowing from what we shared. And now she's going to shut it down. She touches my arm, gives me a sad smile, then turns to her uncle. I'm not leaving you alone with him, I bite out. She glances over her shoulder. I can handle him, remember? I lean in, dropping my voice. You shouldn't have to. Every word I say feels like a goodbye. She sighs, turns toward me, brushing lightly against my chest. Vanessa! Trent barks. I shoot him a look that silences him instantly. Vanessa speaks quietly. We both knew what this was, right? I'm not walking out. I say again, firmer. She searches my face. Her hand cups my jaw, thumb tracing along my cheekbone. I close my eyes and lean into it, heart fracturing with every second. She whispers, in another life, right? My eyes snap open. She rises on her toes, wraps a hand behind my neck and kisses me. It's brief, gentle, but it kills me. She pulls away. Her gaze says everything I don't want to hear. The finality, the grief. I force myself to nod. If I stay here any longer, I'll do something reckless. I clench my jaw to hold everything in. She takes a step back, composed as ever. She looks like herself again. The Vanessa everyone sees. And me? I'm just another man tied to a life I never chose, chained to a marriage that means nothing, stuck playing a role I hate. In a different life, but not this one.
Chapter 33, Vanessa. The moment Enzo steps out, I exhale sharply, ignoring the sting rising in my chest. I can deal with that later. Right now, I have unfinished business with my uncle. I didn't want Enzo to leave. I wanted him to stay, to anchor me like he always does. Since the first time we met, he's been steady, solid. But I know better. His world has its own set of rules, and even as underboss, he's not untouchable. His father arranged this marriage. My uncle co-signed it, and whether Enzo agrees or not, that deal is cemented in blood. If he defies it, the cost could be fatal. I won't let him pay that price for me. No matter what just happened between us, there is no future for Enzo and me. He said he'd love me out loud in another life. Letting him go is how I love him in this one. Because if he knew everything, if he knew who I really am, he wouldn't love me at all. So as painful as it is, him leaving is a relief, a chance to carry this weight alone, like I always have. I shift my gaze from the door to my uncle and raise my chin, forcing my hands to stop trembling. After everything I've done for you, Uncle T snarls, I don't even know who you are. Some days I'm not sure I do either. You know exactly who I am, I say evenly. I'm just like my mother, aren't I? That hits. He recoils slightly, his glare hardening. It hurts to have him look at me like I'm nothing. But I don't recognize this version of him anymore. The lies, the secrets, the way he shuts me out. My chest aches with betrayal. Don't look at me like that, he snaps, stepping forward. You have any idea what you've done? What I've done? I let out a bitter laugh. All I've ever done is try to make you proud. Bend over backwards for a crumb of what you give Arya just for existing. So you sleep with her fiancé? They're not married, I fire back, and I didn't sleep with him. Semantics. But I should have. That lands. He straightens, fury etched into every line of his face. Watch your mouth. You don't get to tell me what to do anymore. I can't even look at you, he growls. I should have known when I saw the way you looked at him the first day. Should have known you wouldn't keep your legs closed long enough to matter. I point a finger in his face. Keep my mother's name out of your mouth. He laughs coldly. You really think you know the truth? You don't know a damn thing, you stupid, ungrateful, motherless child. His words are knives, but I've finally stopped believing the illusion. He's not my savior. He's the reason I've been in a cage this whole time. She was trash when she lived. She was trash when she died. My blood freezes. Was it you? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Did you kill her? He leans in. Number. But I wish I had. Was it my father then? He scoffs. How would I know? I grab the nearest vase and slam it to the floor, glass exploding across the room. Stop lying! He actually flinches. Tell me the truth, just once. He sneers. You want the truth? Your father was a worthless drunk who owed me more than he could pay. Your mother? A liability. Our father still wanted to help her even after she cut ties, so I cut her out myself. You're pathetic, I hiss. Just a bitter old man, jealous of a dead woman. His slap is fast and brutal, rings slicing the side of my mouth. I stagger, hand pressed to my lip. You know nothing, he hisses. He steps forward, glass crunching beneath his feet. I didn't kill her, but I made damn sure she didn't live. Who was it? The Atlantis MC, the same ones you've been doing business with. The floor drops beneath me. I stumble back, hit the wall, my hand now clutching my chest. I can't breathe. Did you ever love me? He says nothing. I nod slowly. So I was just your pawn. I gave you everything, he snaps. A home, a name. You're nothing without me. He slams his fist against his chest. Get out of my house, out of my state. My vision swims. What? You're finished here. You're not family. Not anymore. A cold fury ignites in my chest. You said I am who I am because of you. I ball my hands into fists until blood beads at my palms. I take one step forward. Just wait until you see who I become in spite of you. Then I walk past him, through the door, and into whatever comes next. I'm done. For good. Chapter 34, Vanessa. So, you're really leaving? Fisher asks, leaning against the edge of my vanity, flicking a Zippo lighter open and shut. By royal command, I joke weakly, though the humor doesn't land. I clear the altar, moving the candles aside. The cord between them is scorched, remnants of the cutting ceremony I just finished. Severing emotional ties isn't new to me, but this one cuts deep. I'm exhausted. It's late. I didn't invite Fisher over to chat. I needed to see him before I disappear. I don't have a plan or much cash, but I know I can't stay here. My duffel's half packed, my go-to outfits, a handful of makeup essentials, herbs, and crystals I can't part with. I try not to think about my saltwater babies in the basement. I wish I could bring them, but they need more than I can give them right now. They need stability, and I've got none. I tug a lace top from the rack and toss it toward the bag. It misses, landing on the floor. Fisher picks it up, folds it neatly, and places it in the bag before perching on my bed, his leg bouncing like he's wired. You okay? I ask, watching him. So? You're jittery. That's not like you. He shrugs, not looking at me. My best friend's leaving. What do you want me to be? Relaxed? Guilt settles in my gut. I haven't told him everything. Not about Enzo. Not about the real reason I have to go. Something tells me I need to keep it to myself, for now. Trent didn't tell you anything? He asks. I hesitate. He went from being the one person I relied on to someone I hardly recognize. That's all I know. Fisher shakes his head. This is seriously messed up. You were his right hand. Don't say that too loud. Bastion might hear you. My voice wavers. That hurt still stings. Bass doesn't matter. Fisher scoffs. What about the lair? You coming back? I look away. The lair's not even in my name. I've just been managing it, fooling myself into thinking it was mine. He sighs. So, where will you go? No idea, I admit. My stomach knots at the thought. You could stay with me. I need to get far away, at least for now. Trent owns too much of this place. If I stay, I'm always within reach. He nods, a frown tugging at his mouth. You could always fix it. Apologize or... I'm done apologizing for existing. I'm tired of being someone's burden instead of their choice. Fisher slings his arm around me, resting his head against mine. You've never been a burden to me. Emotion wells up behind my eyes, but nothing comes out, as usual. Watch over things for me, yeah? Take care of my tank? He cringes. Of course I will. He stands, and I do the same. I wrap him in a hug and hold on tightly. Who knows when I'll see him again? Love you, short stack. Don't go ghost on me, he murmurs. Love you too, Gup. I walk him out, close the door behind him, and lean against it with my eyes shut tight. Cry, Vanessa. Still nothing. Just that dull ache that won't leave. I head back to my vanity, checking drawers for anything I missed. In the bottom one, I spot a small black box wrapped in silver with a purple bow. My breath catches. Enzo's gift. Hands shaking, I unwrap it. Inside is the necklace, the coral seashell on a black cord. The one I refuse to let him buy. A folded note slips out. I set the box down and open it carefully. To making memories. Happy birthday. Enzo. Pain claws up my throat, my vision blurring. I place the note in my duffel, then fasten the necklace around my neck. The shell is cold, solid. Every time it bumps against my chest, it reminds me, at least once, someone loved me out loud, and I won't settle for less again. Fisher asked me if I'm coming back. Now I know the answer. Yes, I'll be back. And I'll take everything from my uncle the same way he tried to take everything from me. But first, I'm going to tell Enzo the truth.
Chapter 35. Enzo. There's a kink in my neck from sleeping on what might be the most uncomfortable bed ever made. But I welcome the sting. It helps anchor me. My thoughts have been chaos since last night's disaster of an engagement party. And now I have no clue what the hell I'm supposed to do next. I didn't go looking for Aria, no matter what Trent demanded. I couldn't face her, not while Vanese's moans were still echoing in my ears, and her scent lingered on my skin. Yeah, I've done some morally questionable things in my life. But even I have limits, so I crashed with Scotty at the old bed and breakfast. Not in a room, of course. Betty wouldn't hear of it. I passed the night tossing on a pull-out couch that groaned every time I moved. Really, I didn't sleep. I spent the night unraveling the threads between who I want to be and who I'm being forced to become. The only person I'd trust to help me navigate that mess is Gio, and he's back in New York. The trip was always scheduled for today, but now I'm bumping it up. My flight's ready to go the moment I'm done here. Here being the Kingston estate. I came back only to talk to Aria. That's it. I expected cleanup crews and the hum of activity post-party, but the place is eerily quiet. Just a few housekeepers drifting around. She's not in her room, not by the pool, not on the beach. I move through the mansion, checking each room like I'm chasing a ghost. I don't know what I'll say when I find her. I just know I'm leaving, and I'm not dragging her with me. I'm not marrying Aria. I reach the hallway outside Trent's office when I hear voices, hers and his. The door is slightly ajar. I'm about to knock, but something in her tone stops me. I press my fingers against the wood and nudge it open just a little more. I don't want to hear it, Aria, Trent says, cold and sharp. He's not worthy of you. End of story. I know what I deserve, she snaps back. He's been cheating on you. Is that what you want? That your ideal life? My chest tightens. So she knows. We needed you to manage him, Trent growls, not just hang off his arm like some ornament. What? I don't care, Aria shouts, hands slamming onto his desk. He's mine, and I won't let her take him. I deserve this. You agreed to everything I asked of you, she rants. I followed all your instructions. You promised me he'd be mine if I did. Ice floods my veins. Sweetheart. Trent tries to soften. Don't call me that, she screams, knocking everything off his desk with one swipe. My pulse pounds, and I edge back a step. You said you'd have him build a hotel down here, she says. You said it'd make him easier to control, and instead, you let him fall for her. My stomach flips. I even put that stupid tracker on his phone. That was your idea, by the way. Arya. I've been your puppet for years, she yells, her voice breaking. And now you want to call it all off? What about me? You don't know what you want, Trent fires back. I do! I want him! He won't treat you right, Trent mutters. You deserve better. But I love him. Oh, sweetheart. He sighs. Stop using words you don't understand. Don't talk down to me. He owes me. He can't just leave. Spare the theatrics. You've said it yourself. You weren't the one who saved him. My heart stops. What? I stumble back, trying to comprehend what I just heard. She didn't save me. All those stories, her pulling me out of the river, crying at the hospital, were lies? Everything she told me, everything I thought I owed her, was fake. Relief hits me like a wave, light and pure. The burden that's weighed on me for years just vanished. I don't owe her anything. I step away from the door. I don't need to say anything. I don't need to confront her. I'm leaving. Let them wonder where I've gone. I'm going home. It's time to rewrite the rules. Chapter 36. Enzo. My father's house has never felt like home. Not that it should. He moved here a decade ago, long after I'd been out on my own. I left when I was 17, back when home meant a cramped apartment, stale bologna sandwiches, and juice from the corner store. Not manicured lawns and marble bathrooms with floors that warm your feet. This place, it's all show. No history. No warmth. Just an imitation of power. After seeing the Kingston estate, the similarities between it and this mansion are obvious. Both are isolated, both reek of money, and both are guarded by their owners like fortresses. For the first time, I wonder if Pops even remembers the streets he claims to rule. I've only been behind a desk for a few years, but already I feel it. My connection to the city, to the heartbeat of our world, slipping away. Once it pulsed through me. Now it's barely a whisper. I know he's home, but when I step inside, the quiet hum of the foyer feels too empty. I bypass the kitchen and head down the right wing toward his office, expecting to find him brooding behind his desk. But the room is dark. Empty. I wander, every step away from Atlantic Cove. More red flags pop up in my memory like buried landmines. I have questions, way too many, and I'm not sure if Pops holds the answers or if he's just as lost in the shadows as I am. But this isn't checkers. It's chess. And I'm done playing blind. A murmur of sound drifts from the den, so I follow it. The door creaks open to reveal a dim room lit by a lone yellow lamp. Pops sits sunken into the leather couch, nursing a glass of whiskey, his eyes glued to the TV. And that's when it hits me in the chest. He's watching old home videos. Footage flickers on the screen. Peppino, fresh out of high school, loading up his car for Yale. Ma stands nearby, arms crossed tightly over her chest, trying and failing to hide her tears. I remember this day. Pops, I say. He doesn't flinch. just swirls his drink in slow circles, gaze fixed on ghosts. I walk past the fireplace, the heat licking my side, and lower myself onto the far end of the couch. The sound of the tape fills the silence between us. "How long you been in here watching these?" I ask. No answer. He just leans over, grabs an empty glass, and pours me a drink without a word. We sit like that for a while, nursing whiskey and silence, pretending the burn in our throats is from alcohol, not loss. Finally, he speaks. "You're back." I nod, taking another sip. "Did you bring your lovely fiancée?" "No." He turns his head, really looking at me now. "Then why are you here?" "It's complicated." "Trent Kingston didn't think so," he says, brow raised. He seemed to explain it just fine. His expression shifts, tightens. That sharp edge in his stare is one I've seen too many times since Peppino died, and Pop's purged half the commission. "Trent's story is warped," I tell him. "Funny, he said the same about you." I shake my head. "I don't believe in coincidences." He huffs a joyless laugh. "Ben." He takes a sip. "So what? You got caught fooling around with the wrong girl and ran?" I grit my teeth. You can't trust a word that comes out of Trent Kingston's mouth. He's a manipulator, and he's using you to manipulate me. Pops chuckles darkly. "You think that's control? Real control doesn't shout. It doesn't fight for attention. It already owns the space. And if you're losing to Trent, you never had it." I pause. He's trying to provoke me. "The wedding's off," he says simply. "Congratulations." Relief washes through me, but his eyes are still hard. "And Arya?" I ask. "No longer your concern," he replies. "Your brother would have never let it get this far." I reach for my drink again, but just as the glass touches my lips, his tumbler shatters against the fireplace. I flinch. "That's it? That's all you have to say?" He seethes. "You should be groveling for forgiveness." I carefully set my glass down. "You," he says, pointing, "are the worst kind of disappointment. One task: marry the girl. Make the family proud. Was that so hard?" "I'm sorry." The word barely leaves my lips before he lunges. The cold barrel of a gun presses against my temple. My heart stammers, but I don't flinch. I stay calm. It's the only way to survive him. "Maybe I should pull the trigger," he whispers. "Maybe you're working against me." "Never," I answer, voice steady. "I've only ever worked for you." He clicks the safety off. "How do I trust you, figlio mio?" When a pair of soft legs can turn you into a traitor. My jaw tightens. If you think killing me secures your legacy, go ahead. But if I'm gone, who's left to clean up this mess? It's a dangerous gamble, but I need him thinking about what he'll lose, not what he's angry about. His hand trembles. Just a flicker, but it's there. "Put the gun down," I say softly. "I made a mistake. It won't happen again." Seconds crawl. Finally, he sets the weapon on the table, then reclines back into the cushions like nothing happened. Peppino's face reappears on screen, frozen in time. I exhale, my pulse still pounding. "What do you want from me now?" I ask. "Forget the Kingstons, go back to work, and maybe, just maybe, I'll forget how badly you've embarrassed this family." His voice is cold, meant to cut. But I don't feel it. I know he's not done. I know this isn't over. He thinks I'll just forget what I heard from Arya and Trent. But I won't. Because if Arya didn't save me that night, then who did?
Chapter 37. Veneza. New York isn't unfamiliar, but it's never felt like home either. I've been here a handful of times over the years, enough to feel grounded instead of lost. The city's energy buzzes in a way that wraps around you, not like Atlantic Cove, where everything is slower, quieter, and everyone knows your business. Here, I vanish into the crowd, and there's peace in that. But this visit is different. I'm not sightseeing or here on business. I came to find Enzo. In South Carolina, he seemed larger than life. But here, he's a legend. Everyone knows his name. And thankfully, that made tracking him easier than I expected. I assumed the Mafia moved in shadows. Private, hidden. But men like Enzo, men born from power, don't need to hide. They shine under lights meant to expose them. Like kings. When I arrived, I gave myself a couple days to regroup. I barely scraped together $3,000, booked a cheap motel in Yorkville, and now I'm down to my last few bucks. I don't have a plan, just a mission. Tell Enzo the truth. Ask for his help. It's a long shot, a dangerous one. Odds are he won't listen. He might walk away, or worse. Still, whenever I second-guess myself, I reach for the shell necklace around my neck and remember what it felt like to be chosen, to be seen. That moment was real. I owe it to that version of me to try. So I'm here, at Royale, one of his clubs. It's loud, vibrant, and crowded, perfect for blending in. I slide onto the only empty bar stool and order a club soda with lime, something to hold while I figure out what's next. "You're not local, are you?" the bartender says, tossing a towel over his shoulder. I smile and sip. "What gave me away?" He laughs, pours a pint for someone else, then returns. "Where you from?" "Tennessee?" I hum non-committally. "Don't play coy, pretty girl." I don't answer. My gaze drifts over his shoulder, and that's when I see a familiar face. Scotty. Warmth blooms in my chest, surprising me. The bartender leans in. "So, can you be gotten?" Before I can answer, Scotty's eyes meet mine. He crosses the room fast, his expression wild. He grips my arm. "What the hell are you doing here?" I gently remove his hand. "Hello to you too, cutie." The bartender raises an eyebrow. "You know this one, Scotty?" She's tight-lipped. Scotty doesn't miss a beat. He reaches across the bar and punches the guy's arm. "You don't talk to her. You don't even look at her." All right, the bartender mutters, backing off. I arch a brow. "Big man around here, huh? Does Enzo know you're in town?" I stand, stepping just out of reach. "Don't grab me." "And no, I'm trying to find him. Do you know where he is?" He hesitates. "You shouldn't be here, V. This city isn't safe for you." I place a hand on his cheek, smiling. "I'm not here for safety. I need to talk to him." He sighs, torn. "He's not here, but I'll tell him you're looking for him. Got a number?" I give him my contact and watch him disappear into the crowd. But something feels off. I toss a 10 on the bar and slip into the back hallway, trailing him. The layout reminds me of the Lair. Same vibe, different scale. I descend the stairs. The basement is primal, hot, loud, and packed with people crowding around a cage fight. Sweat and testosterone cling to the air. And there he is. Enzo stands in the corner, dressed sharp, watching the action with laser focus. A man next to him speaks in his ear. Enzo nods, listening intently. He's different here. Solid. Commanding. This is his kingdom. I don't approach. I watch. The space around him is respected, untouched. Guards keep a tight perimeter. This Enzo is more powerful than the one I knew. A bitter pang shoots through me. Has Arya seen him like this? Been part of this world? Before I can spiral, Scotty grabs my arm again. I grin. "Miss me? You followed me?" "No offense, Scotty, but you're terrible at being sneaky." He scowls. "Come on, we gotta go before he sees you." I pull free. Don't touch me again. He freezes. You lied to me, I say. And I don't like liars. So here's the truth. Touch me one more time, and this whole place is getting a front row seat to a real show. Scotty's eyes dart behind me. Goosebumps rise across my skin. Then a low, smooth voice rumbles from behind. No free shows, baby.
38, Enzo. I've had a few too many tonight, and that's rare for me. I usually stop before I feel more than a gentle buzz because losing control just isn't my style. Maybe that's why I swear I can sense Vanessa's presence. Of course I brush it off. That's too dramatic, even for me. You don't literally feel someone's presence. That's movie talk. Man, you with me? Gio's voice breaks through my haze. I turn, realizing my head feels heavier than usual. A slow smile spreads across my face. Yeah, man. I'm right here. My gaze drifts around the room as a new awareness seeps in. What the hell? Gio leans closer. Since he's a few inches shorter, I tilt my head down to catch his words. You need a new phone, he says, and the DeLucas are trying to reach you. Great, I groan, rubbing my chin. Just what I didn't need. Shouts erupt from the fight ring, and I'm drawn toward the action, my fists itching, recalling the violence I once let loose in these cages. Before I became Peppino 2.0, I spent a lot of time fighting. It was the only place that let that side of me out safely. Pops would have flipped if he saw me here now. Gio runs it, technically. The spot is still mine in name. A flash of white flickers at the edge of my vision. I whip my head toward it, but the darkness and slight blur ruin my view. Not now, I say, patting Gio's shoulder. He gives me a sharp look. You're messed up. I scoff. Nah, just feeling good. Like you suggested. Gio throws his hands up, that annoying smirk plastered on his face. Yeah, he calls out to a woman approaching in shorts and a sparkly top. She looks familiar. I think she works around the ring, but I've never learned her name. Better that way. What's up, Gio? She asks. Bring my man some water and a black coffee. She nods, winks, and walks off. He slaps her backside playfully. You hitting that? I ask. Gio shrugs. Nah, don't mix business with pleasure. Speaking of idiots who can't tell the difference, where's Scotty? Seen him? Dunno, he's probably running his mouth somewhere. Scotty the Gossip Andretti. That should be his name if he ever gets made. Kid never shuts up. We'll have to fix that if he wants in, I say. True that. Gio stands and scans the crowd. There he is. I follow his gaze to Scotty, tense and clutching someone close in the dim light. Then everything falls into place. I move and Vanessa's face is right there, perfect and undeniable. I knew I wasn't hallucinating. Gio's voice trails off. I step away from the wall and head straight to them, leaving him mid-sentence. I'm there in seconds. The closer I get, the stronger the rush. She's here, and I can feel it. She whispers in Scotty's ear, his grip firm on her arm. My gut clenches, just like at that engagement party when that woman was all over Vanessa. I've never been overly jealous, but seeing anyone else touch her burns me up. I approach, scanning the crowd. Strangers stare, trying to devour her. I glare them down and they look away. Vanessa's talking to Scotty about putting on a show when I slide in behind her. Scotty sees me and freezes. I lean in and whisper to her, "No free shows, baby." A ripple of goosebumps hits her skin, and for a moment I want to trace them all. I stop myself. Scotty, I say, glancing at him, you'd be smart to listen to her. I've seen what she can do, and trust me, you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of your crew. He yanks his hand away fast. Vanessa turns and smiles, her dimples lighting up her cheeks. Enzo. I grin like a fool. I love the way you say my name. The crowd noise swells, cheers, catcalls, and a heavy thunk as one fighter hits the cage. I need to talk to you, she says, louder, trying to be heard over the chaos. My eyes drift to her lips. You can do whatever you want with me, I reply, unsure if she hears. I rest my palm on her lower back, anticipation flooding me, and gently guide her toward the office tucked away behind the action. Gio watches us walk past, leaning nonchalantly against the wall. His raised eyebrow says he'd stop me if he dared, but he doesn't. All I care about is having Vanessa here. Once inside, I push open the door and guide her in before closing it. I lean back against the wall with my hands in my pockets, because I'm not sure what's safe to do otherwise. She glides into the room, scrunches her nose at something, then deliberately leans back against the small desk, her hips curving. Vanessa drops her guard at last. I thought you'd be up there in a skyscraper. Secretary's bringing coffee at your command. I can show you that tomorrow morning, I say. She rolls her eyes playfully. No doubt. I probably look like an idiot. A big one. Why are you staring? She asks. Like what? I grin wider. Like you're happy to see me. I step closer, wrap my arms around her waist, pulling her into me. She gasps softly, hands landing on my chest. I'm glad you're here, I whisper. Enzo, I want to kiss you, I blurt out. I can't think of anything else. Enzo, she laughs. I'm serious. Why won't you let me kiss you? Are you drunk? She tries to pull away, but I draw her in tighter, turning us so she's between my legs, my back pressed to the desk. Sober drunk, I murmur by her neck. You smell amazing. She giggles, attempting to push. You're handsy when you drink? I can't help it, I admit. I knew you were here. She arches a brow. I'm surprised you even saw me. Baby, you walk into a room and you own it. You think I'd miss it? She looks up at me, gripping my chest, maybe to keep distance, but it only makes me burn hotter. Don't say that, she murmurs. You can't. I lean in, brushing my lips against her cheek, hand cupping her chin. I can do whatever I want. She breathes in sharply, fingers gripping the shirt at my chest. I try to kiss her. She turns her cheek. This isn't why I'm here. I drop my forehead against hers, rolling it softly. You're driving me nuts. I hold her face gently. Why won't you kiss me? Vanessa inhales, gaze drifting down. Don't do that, I whisper. Just tell me. She hesitates. You're engaged to my cousin, remember? I shake my head sharply. No, I'm not. Her eyes go wide. What? I trail my fingers through her hair, hand cradling her neck. I'm yours, if you'll have me. Enzo, there's something I need to say. Tell me why you're holding back. She bites her lip. I'm scared I'm bad at it. I snort. Impossible. I've never, you know? It hits me like fire. Possessional. Primal. I feel like I'm on top in the world. Don't be scared, I whisper. I lean close, nose brushing hers. I'm going to kiss you. It'll be the best kiss I ever have. She looks back at me. How do you know? My thumb grazes her lip. Because it's you. And then we kiss. A spark explodes in my chest. Everything else fades. Just us. I'm kissing her. The woman I love. Understanding blooms in me, like a baseball bat to the heart. Holy shit. I'm in love with her. She doesn't respond right away, and I ease the pressure of my hand on her chin, tracing softly along her jaw to coax her gently. After a pause, she kisses me back, and the second her lips meet mine, a groan rumbles from my chest. My other hand tugs lightly at her hair, drawing her closer. Her breath catches as I taste her again, and all at once I'm swept up in everything that is Vanessa. Her scent, her warmth, the electricity of her touch. I could stay like this forever. She pulls away, breathless. I try to follow her mouth, unable to bear the distance. Enzo, I really need to. Not yet, I whisper. Whatever it is, it won't change this. Let me have this moment with you. Finally. That vulnerability doesn't come easy for me, but something about tonight has loosened my grip, stripped away the defenses. I need to know what it's like. I've been haunted by the memory of how close we got, how close we came. I want to learn her, feel her, hold nothing back. Her response isn't verbal, but it's written all over her. Her lips part again, and our mouths meet, deeper now. She threads her fingers through my hair and tugs me closer. Her body presses to mine like she's been craving this too. We fall into it, together, clumsy at first, but real. Her touch is hungry. Her hands gliding over my chest, pulling me in, holding me like she means it. I slide my hands from her face, down her sides, up the hem of her dress. Her skin is warm, smooth beneath my palms. We don't break the kiss, not even for a second. It's wild, it's messy, it's her. There's a need in her now, unleashed, and I match it. When I pull back, she's flushed and breathless, and I lift her up onto the desk behind us, dropping to my knees. I press gentle kisses along her legs. Her breath shudders, and her hands find my hair again, guiding me. Enzo, please, she says, voice thick with longing. I glance up. She's absolutely stunning, cheeks rosy, eyes hazy, completely undone. Easy, baby. Let me slow this down. I want to remember every second. She nods, trembling slightly, and I lean in, kissing her skin like it's sacred. She gasps, her fingers gripping tighter, her back arching. The air thickens, the silence between us filled with heat and connection. This moment is pure electricity. I look up again, and something inside me swells. Her hands move, her head falls back, and I swear I've never seen anything more beautiful. I hold her close and kiss her again, soft but hungry, savoring the taste of her lips and the way she melts into me. She whispers my name, and I feel it down to my bones. I pull her tighter, lifting her, guiding her with care. The connection between us is so intense it's almost overwhelming. We move as one, every touch igniting something deeper. The world outside disappears. There's only us. I lean down, brushing my lips against her ear. "Let go," I murmur. "Just be here with me. Let me take care of you." She nods, eyes shining, and I feel her trust settle between us. I kiss her again, deeper this time, and time bends around the rhythm we find together. She meets me, move for move, breath for breath. Her hands explore, her voice a soft symphony in the air. She holds on like she's anchoring herself, and I hold her like she's the only thing keeping me standing. We're lost in each other, completely, utterly, gloriously lost. And when it's over, when we finally still, I rest my forehead to hers, trying to steady my heart. "That was," she whispers. I smile against her cheek. "Perfect," I say. "Just like you." We're quiet for a moment, the afterglow still pulsing in the room. "So, what now?" she breathes. I pull back and look at her, grinning. My mind is clear, my chest full. "Now," I say, brushing a strand of hair from her face, "we step out of this room and start living the life we're meant to. Together."
39, Veneza. I sink back into the plush bed, my head falling against the downy pillow as my hair fans around me. This is a serious upgrade from that rundown motel I crashed at in Yorkville. When Enzo offered me a room at his hotel, I didn't hesitate to say yes. Still, I shouldn't have let things go that far with him. Not before we talked. He was drunk, and I, terrified of how he might react once he learns the truth. But that doesn't mean I'm not soaking up this suite at the Marino. It's luxury on a level I've never known. Is this how he lives day to day? Is this what Arya experienced too? Sure, Uncle T's name gets Arya into exclusive rooms, but this is next level. Enzo walks through this city like it belongs to him, and being associated with him, people treat you like royalty. I've never been pampered like this. My stomach growls, nausea rising quickly in its place, the kind that strikes after skipping meals for too long. At that point, it's not even hunger anymore. It's just sick. I go over to my duffel and pull out what's left of my cash, a few crumpled hundreds. It's not the money that hurts. I'm used to being broke. What gets me is that this is all I have to show for years of loyalty to a man who never valued me. Uncle T used me. I gave him everything. Time, blood, loyalty, and what do I have left? Pocket change. Realizing how one-sided our relationship really was makes me feel disposable, like none of it mattered, like I don't matter. The constant clash of emotions inside my head is exhausting. Then, a knock at the door. "Room service," someone calls out. That's strange. I didn't order anything. I didn't bring my gun. Left it behind without a thought. Something I regret now. I can practically hear Bastian's voice lecturing me about situations like this. The ache in my chest grows. I didn't even get to say goodbye to him. I've typed out messages more times than I can count, but never hit send. What if he stayed loyal to my uncle? What if he's part of all this? The idea churns my stomach. Another knock. I consider going for my knife, but decide to check the door instead. "Room service," the voice repeats. I press my ear to the door, trying to make out the tone. Nothing. My heart is too loud. I grab a decorative globe from the entryway table, testing its weight. Heavy enough. Not ideal, but better than nothing. Peering through the peephole, I spot a man in full hotel uniform, complete with a name-stitched chef coat and delivery cart. My grip on the doorknob tightens. Something about being back here has me on edge. After all, this is the same hotel where I ended Joey's life 3 years ago. Same kind of suite. The guy outside looks young, a little bored. He knocks again. "Room service." I crack the door and keep the globe out of sight. "Miss," he greets with a polite nod. "Can I help you?" I ask, voice sharp. He scratches the back of his neck and gestures to the cart. Room service? Why does he sound unsure? I exhale slowly, forcing a smile and stepping aside. Sorry, sugar. Come on in. His shoulders drop in relief. Love the accent. Where are you from? I lift an eyebrow. You sure you're supposed to ask personal questions? His cheeks redden. Funny thing is, I say, now bouncing the globe in my hands, I don't recall ordering any of this. His eyes widen when he sees the golden orb in my grip. I was just told to deliver it, that's all. I lift a lid. Pancakes, chocolate chip, fruit, bacon, eggs, toast, everything. My stomach growls again. The coffee smells like heaven. Can't tip you, I mutter. He shrugs. Told not to take anything. Who sent it, I ask, resting the globe on a side table. He clears his throat. Mr. Marino, ma'am. Of course, I should have known. But that's trauma for you. Makes you second guess everyone. When the guy salutes and walks out, I finally believe him. A deep sense of relief washes over me. Gratitude, too. Despite the mess, this is a moment I can savor. Smiling, I settle in to eat. No guilt. I'm hungry. And proud or not, I'm not turning down this kind of spread. Barely a few bites in, there's another knock. Room service? Different voice this time. I grin, curious what else Enzo might have sent. I open the door, still chewing. All right, now this is just... My words freeze. Bastian. He stands there, stunned. You didn't even check first. My heart soars. What are you doing here? He huffs, stepping inside like he owns the place. Damn, he really hooked you up. I close the door and join him. He throws himself onto the couch, grinning. This place is nice. Why are you here? I ask. Rolling the tray closer, I sit beside him and rest the pancake plate on my lap. What's that? He reaches. I swat his hand. Mine. Blueberry? Chocolate chip, I reply, mouth full. I'm starving. I smirk. Tell me why you're here, and maybe I'll share. He runs a hand down his face. Because I had to be. I couldn't sit back while your uncle burns everything down. And judging by how you opened the door, it's good I came. I sip my coffee. Uncle T's done a lot worse. He knows I'm looking for you, Bastian says, voice turning serious. I need him to believe I'm still on his side. Could be useful. So, you're spying? He shrugs. Call it what you want. My heart softens. I hand him the plate and fork. Here, it's yours. He lights up. Thanks. I'm glad you came. You're not going to tell me to turn around and save myself? No, I say firmly. You're not the one who needs saving, and when I take it all from him, you'll have more, not less. He nods. You sure you're ready for that? Absolutely. But first I need to ask you something. Shoot. Did you know Uncle T had my mom killed? Bastian exhales and slumps into the couch. His silence says enough. And though it stings, I can't judge. We all have our secrets. Vanessa, he says finally. He didn't just take her life. He stole the entire Kingston legacy from her. I blink. That doesn't make sense. She walked away, cut off her family, never even introduced me to my grandfather. Bastian shakes his head. She left, yes, but the trust? It was ironclad. When her father died, she was supposed to get everything. My heart drops. Then how did Uncle T get it all? He owns Atlantic Cove, Bastian says. You think bribing a few judges and lawyers is hard for him? Burning evidence? Easier. I go still. Are you saying he killed his own father? Bastian doesn't answer directly. So no trust, no documents, nothing left. Ashes, he confirms. But here's a secret. That painting everyone adores? I found something while prepping it for the party. My pulse spikes. Trent shouldn't be running things, Vanessa, he says. The Kingston Empire was meant for you.
40. Enzo. My head is pounding. It throbs in time with my heartbeat as I sit behind the massive desk in my high-rise office. Outside the glass doors, my assistant, Jessica, is stationed at her post. Knowing Vanessa is back in the city has given me a second wind. Even with all the chaos unraveling around me, I feel lighter. She's here. I've had her. And I'm not letting her slip away again. Still, this headache won't quit, and I press my fingers into my temples with a groan. It's a reminder of why I rarely drink anymore. My recovery isn't what it used to be, and the fuzziness it leaves behind? I hate it. Especially when it clouds memories I want to etch into my bones. I don't want to forget a single second of last night. The door opens, heels clicking softly against the carpet. Jessica enters with a bottle of Tylenol and a black coffee. One brow arched, she shoots me a knowing look. Gio steps in behind her, snatching both items from her hands and dropping them on my desk before slumping into a chair. Jessica narrows her eyes at him, then glances back at me. "Anything else, Mr. Marino?" I wave her off with a grin aimed at Gio. "No water? Really?" Gio smirks, stretching his legs out. He tosses a phone onto the desk. "Happy tomorrow?" he says. "Your ex screwed with the old phone, so here's your replacement." I let out a tired sigh. With everything else going on, I'd almost forgotten. I pick it up, turning it in my hand. "Everything set up?" "Same number, contacts transferred." I nod, placing it back down. Did Vanessa know about Arya tapping my phone? About her alliance with her uncle? The thought twists my gut. "What's got you scowling?" Gio asks, thinking about whether I should put a bullet in Trent Kingston before he makes a move on me. You could always contract it out. I sit upright, something clicking in my head. "What did you just say?" Gio picks imaginary lint off his pants. I said, "Hire it out. Annoying, but if it's the play, I'm behind you." My brain starts firing on all cylinders. From Peppino's death to the attempt on my life, everything feels connected. I asked Pops once if he thought someone was hired to take out me and Peppino. He brushed it off, didn't even consider it. Don't you find that strange? "You think he ordered the hit himself?" Gio asks, frowning. "Honestly, the old man's been slipping. Nothing would shock me." "Exactly. And nothing on Jersey? Or Frankie Bianchi's ties to Trent?" "I can find Frankie," Gio replies, "but no trail connecting him to the Kingstons. If you want, I can reach out to the Jersey crew." I shake my head. "Not yet. Just bring Frankie to me." Gio stands and fires finger guns. "You got it, lover boy. Who was that girl at the fight last night?" My chest tightens. Scotty should be picking up Vanessa from the hotel right about now. I can't help the smile that creeps in. "Not sure who you mean." Gio laughs, slapping his leg. "Oh, come on. The one with the snow-white hair and other assets. You know what I'm talking about." He makes a crude gesture with his hips, and I'm on him in a flash, hand clamped around his throat. "Watch it." Gio's eyes go wide. I release him, and he rubs at his neck, still chuckling. Okay, I get it now." I drop into the seat beside him, irritated by my own reaction. "Yeah, it's like that." His grin says everything. Before we can continue, the office door swings open. "Seriously?" I call out to Jessica. "What am I paying you for?" I catch a glimpse of her shocked expression through the doorway. She looks like she wants to disappear, and then I see why. My father strolls in like he owns the place, carrying a black cane he doesn't need. "Pops," I greet, clearing my throat. My headache spikes. He settles behind my desk. "You look terrible," he says casually. I'm fine. Leave us, he tells Gio. Gio glances at me. I give him a nod, and he slips out. Pops leans forward. Can we speak freely? Room's clean, swept this morning. Good, he says. I hesitate. It wasn't in South Carolina. His presence, even in old age, still carries weight. It's the same energy I learned to mimic growing up. Someone tapped my phone, I continue. Arya did. He leans back, smiling like it's a joke. How could that happen, son? Because I trusted her. I rake a hand through my hair, and I know you did too. I watch him closely. Every twitch, every shift. Something deep in me says I should be cautious, that there are pieces missing from this story, and maybe he's holding them. Tell me what happened, he prompts. I had Gio look into Frankie Bianchi, used to stir up trouble in Jersey, did time for loan sharking. Remember him? He's a nobody, Pops says, waving a hand. Not worth your time. Did you know he's Arya's uncle? His nostrils flare, but otherwise he doesn't flinch. I didn't, he says. And just like that, the ground beneath me shifts. I feel it in my gut. He's lying. I keep my voice level. Really hoped you would have. Why? Because you usually know everything. He places the cane across his lap. It's unfortunate. Arya clearly isn't who we thought. Secrets, lies, good thing she's out of our lives. Yeah. But I'm not convinced. Not even close. Because right now, I'm looking into the eyes of the man who taught me how to lie. And I'm certain he's doing it now. Straight to my face. 41. Enzo. The moment my father leaves, a weight lifts off my chest. I've never been so relieved to see him go. He lied to me. The question is, has he always been lying? Or am I only now starting to see through him? It makes me wonder if the problem is with me, if I've just been too blind to see the truth all along. I thought his loyalty was unshakable, that I could count on him no matter what. Now I'm questioning everything he's ever said. My whole life, no matter what storms came, I could always lean on one solid foundation. Him. But today, that ground cracked beneath my feet. I just wrapped up a meeting with a top commercial developer in New York. He hires our crews, uses our concrete, relies on our logistics. It's a mutually beneficial deal, on the surface. But it also helps us clean money through inflated invoices and padded contracts. It's business, smart business. And it keeps our books looking clean while our pockets stay full. With the door closed behind me, my headache fades to a dull throb. But the low murmur of voices outside threatens to crank it back to full blast. I'm seriously considering replacing Jessica. She's been with me since the beginning, back when my father first brought her in. She's efficient, sure, but her professionalism has been slipping. The skirts keep getting shorter, and the button count keeps dropping. Even though I've told her more than once I don't mix business with pleasure. But she keeps pushing. Still, it's not like her to ignore protocol and let people stroll into my office. Maybe she's just having an off day. A thought drifts in, uninvited but welcome. Vanessa, her voice, her touch, her body, memories of last night flash in my mind. The way she sounds when she's falling apart under my hands. Scotty should be bringing her here soon. My pulse kicks up. Yeah, I'm impatient. It's not just the sex. I want her close. Always. I love her. Too soon? Maybe. But in this world, there are no guarantees. I won't waste time pretending I don't know what I want. I laugh under my breath, rubbing my eyes. I sound like her with all that fate and stars talk. Another round of voices, and then the door flies open. Vanessa storms in, irritated and bold. Every step she takes has heat in it, her hips swinging with fire that locks my eyes. I forget how to breathe. She makes it to my desk and leans in, knuckles planted like she's about to interrogate me. Then she grabs my vest, pulls me forward, and crashes her lips to mine. I groan, threading my fingers into her hair, pulling her closer. She kisses me like she owns me, then pulls back with a snap, leaving me dazed. I glance around and catch Scotty and, unexpectedly, Bastian watching with amused expressions. My gaze returns to her. "Hello, piccola sirena," I murmur, a grin pulling at my lips. Vanessa trails her nails down my cheek. "Call off your assistant before I lose my patience." I smirk. "Handle it your way." Jessica charges in behind her, flustered. "Mr. Marino, I tried to stop her." Vanessa goes rigid. That name. "It's Mr. Marino to you," she snaps. Jessica folds her arms, trying to regain her stance. "I've worked with him for years. You couldn't begin to understand our relationship." Vanessa laughs, a dangerous sound. I round my desk and wrap my arms around her waist, pulling her close. She doesn't break eye contact with Jessica. I kiss Vanessa's neck, and she giggles, then shoves me back. "Do you mind? I'm in the middle of something." "My bad," I say, holding up my hands. Jessica protests again. "Sir, you said not to let anyone in today." I glance at her. She's the exception. From now on, if she shows up, clear my schedule. Treat her like she signs your checks. Got it? Jessica's confidence crumbles. "But I thought you were with—" Vanessa cuts her off. "Doesn't matter what you thought, sweetheart. What matters is you keep your place, or I'll claim it for you." Jessica sneers. "You're a bitch." "And you're fired," I say calmly. Her mouth drops open. "You're joking." I step closer. "Pack your things. I don't want to see you here again." "Your father hired me." "Then go talk to him about it," I say, waving over Scotty and Bastian. "Mind showing her out?" Scotty salutes. "With pleasure. You know, E, I don't get why they love you so much, but it's impressive." "Pipe down, man," Bastian grumbles. They each take an arm, dragging her toward the door as she complains about my father. I don't hear a word. My eyes are on Vanessa. "Hi, baby," I say softly. She crosses her arms. I'm going to strangle her. I wrap my hands around her waist. "Can it wait until after I hold you for a minute?" She rolls her eyes. "How long was she calling you Enzo? I thought that was just for me." That tone. I love it. Her possessiveness makes my blood sing. I take her hand and place it on my crotch. "You're hot when you're jealous." She squeezes, smirking. "I don't get jealous." "Of course not," I say, guiding her to the desk. "I think desks do something to me when you're on them." She laughs. "Enzo, be serious. We need to talk." I lift her onto the edge of the desk and stand between her knees. "Then talk. I'm listening." She tries again. I mean, really talk. I kiss her neck. I'm really listening. She sighs. Can you focus? I grin and whisper against her ear. Then let me taste you while you talk. I drop to my knees and push up her skirt, hands sliding along her thighs. She wears no underwear, a detail that makes my pulse stutter. Her skin is warm, her scent intoxicating. I press my mouth to her, tongue swirling. She arches back, moaning softly. My hand works at my belt, freeing myself, stroking slowly as I continue. She props herself up, watching me. Are you touching yourself right now? I hum in response, not slowing down. Then she surprises me. She shifts forward, nudges me down, and suddenly I'm flat on the floor with her above me. Before I can say a word, her mouth wraps around me. Heat explodes through my core. She takes me deep, no hesitation, her tongue tracing every inch. It's fast. It's intense. It's like she's been waiting to do this, and I'm utterly undone. She breathes through her nose, and I steady her with my hand at the back of her head. I expect resistance, but when her eyes flick up to mine with a glint of mischief, a bolt of heat runs through me. My hips rise without thinking, drawn in by her boldness. She hums softly, and the vibration sends a jolt through my core. My fingers curl in her hair, anchoring myself in the moment. She moves with confidence, and the sight alone is enough to push me to the edge. I grip more of her hair, gently holding it back so I can see her face. Her eyes locked on mine, her lips working with precision and control. Every muscle in my abdomen tightens. You look incredible, I murmur, voice rough. She makes a pleased sound, and my rhythm grows uneven. It's overwhelming, and I know I won't last long like this. I try to ease her back, and she lets me, sitting up with a teasing pop, a trace of laughter in her eyes. I grit my teeth and reach down, centering myself as I try to cool the fire coursing through me. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice her gaze drifting to the floor-to-ceiling windows. She smirks. Bold view for someone who doesn't like heights. I let out a breath. That'd be true, if I were afraid. She raises a brow. Prove it. Challenge accepted. I shed my clothes, standing tall, fully exposed. The balance of power has shifted. She's dressed, I'm not, but it doesn't bother me. I lift her effortlessly and carry her to the glass, heart thudding in my chest. We're 35 floors above the street, and I avoid looking down. Guiding her hands to the window, I whisper, "Hold still." I move behind her, sliding her skirt off in a smooth motion. She steps out of it, her back curving as I press against her. Enzo, please. Her voice is breathy, and my pulse kicks harder. I trail kisses down her spine, teasing both of us as I let my touch linger. My hand wraps around her hip. Tell me what you want, I whisper, tightening my hold gently. She glances back, eyes daring. Stop talking and show me. I chuckle and tap her hip. Her body jolts in response. You and that mouth. Gripping her hair softly, I guide her into place. Her body responds instantly, and I press forward, drawn into the warmth and rhythm between us. The way we move together is electric, fast, urgent, and in sync. My focus shifts from the height outside to the feel of her against me. I watch her hand slide downward, finding her rhythm in tandem with mine. "That's it," I murmur. "Let go." Her breath quickens. I hold her tighter, grounding us both as she finds her release. Her body tenses and then softens, and I catch her, keeping her steady. I'm close now. I try to hold back, but the rush is too much. She turns suddenly, dropping to her knees. Her voice low, she urges me on. I follow instinct, and the tension shatters, every nerve in my body alight. She smiles up at me, radiant and wicked, brushing her cheek with her fingers. Her gaze never leaves mine. I pull her into a deep kiss, hands cradling her face. "You're the most incredible woman I've ever met," I say. She grins. "Right back at you." We take a few minutes to clean up and collect ourselves. When we rejoin in the lounge, both dressed and calm, I sit beside her, reaching out to twirl a strand of her hair. "Now we can talk," I say. "How long are you staying?" She hesitates. "That depends." My expression hardens slightly. "Does Trent know you're here?" She shakes her head. "Number he can't." "Why not?" I ask, though I already suspect something bad went down. "He kicked me out," she says. I sit up, startled. "What? Why?" "He admitted to having my mom killed. Then he told me to leave. Took everything." My thoughts spiral. "I thought your dad was responsible." "That's what I believed. But it was Uncle T all along. He had it done through a crew down south." I exhale slowly, trying to absorb it. She grabs my arm. I turn to her and lace our fingers together. "I need your help," she says. "Anything you need. Just say the word." Her gaze burns. I don't want to just survive him. I want to take everything back. I cup her cheek, my voice low. "Then let's build your throne from the ashes."
42. Vanessa. Talking to Enzo helped, but there's still a weight in my chest, an ache from everything I haven't yet said. The words stay trapped in my throat, and the longer I wait, the more impossible they feel. I'm hiding in the comfort of his arms, pretending for just a little while that I don't have to break the illusion. Being his choice, his person, it's overwhelming in the best way. But that's why I'm scared. When I tell him the truth, this beautiful thing between us might vanish. We've been sitting in the back of his car for over an hour, stuck in New York traffic. I glance out the window and realize we're no longer downtown. We've drifted into an older neighborhood, weathered buildings, faded signs, families chatting on the sidewalk. Kids play ball in the street. It feels real, familiar. It reminds me of the South Side back home, a place people care about, a place that breathes. Scotty and Bastian are in the front, trading sarcastic jabs. Whether they love or hate each other is unclear, but they're entertaining, especially when Bastian gets flustered. "I thought this was a night out," I say. Enzo gives me a look. "Does this not look like a town to you?" "You know what I mean, smartass." He grins. "We're meeting my guy, Gio, and I wanted to show you where I grew up." The car slows at a red light. On the corner, an elderly woman is struggling to lift groceries into her trunk. Enzo leans forward. "Scotty, pull over." "You got it." The car eases to the curb. Before I can say anything, Enzo's out the door. I think about staying put, but Scotty and Bastian start bickering again, and I need fresh air. I follow. Enzo is already at the woman's side. "Mrs. Coppola," he says warmly. She beams like she's just seen her favorite grandson. He takes her bags, loads the trunk, and closes it with care. "You've always been a good boy," she says, tapping his cheek. "You shouldn't be lifting all that on your own." "I manage," she waves him off. But it's good seeing you back around. He offers a half smile. Been busy. She eyes me. Is this your new girl? I brace myself, but Enzo wraps an arm around me and presses a kiss to my temple. She's the only girl. Mrs. Coppola nods approvingly. Much prettier than the last one. Enzo's a good boy. Helped my Donnie get through trade school. We owe him a lot. She gets in her car and drives off, not exactly smoothly. I glance at Enzo. Should she be driving? Probably not. I step closer. You really are a good boy. He smirks. Think I'll get a reward for it later? Depends on how the rest of the night goes. He takes my hand and we walk. Slow, easy, like we've got nowhere else to be. Thought you lived in the city, I say. I do. You'll see it when I move you in. I stop. You don't have to do that. He turns serious. I want you there, every night, every morning. I smile, then hesitate. I'll be honest, sleeping in the same bed where you used to sleep with Arya isn't super appealing. He kisses my forehead. I'll take care of it. And I believe him. For now, I let myself enjoy the moment, before it all gets hard again, before the truth changes everything. So what's the story here, I ask, looking around. He links our fingers. This is Trillia, Brooklyn, my old neighborhood. We stroll past a butcher shop. That place there, he nods toward it, Max's Meats. My mom used to send me there every Monday. I'd pick fights out front, then drop my dad's name to get out of trouble. I laugh. Who was Max? The butcher. Tried to steer me straight, didn't really work. But he meant well. Left the shop to me when he passed. I blink. You own a butcher shop? On paper, I make sure his family's taken care of. My heart melts. You're a lot sweeter than you let on. He acts offended. Excuse you, I'm incredibly sweet. I roll my eyes. We keep walking. So, why not stay here? Gotta be where the action is. Can't run the streets if you're not in 'em. Suddenly, he checks his phone. Gio's here. Come on. We head back to the car. Scotty and Bastian are outside now, talking to a tall, broad man I don't recognize. Who's this? The man asks. Enzo slings an arm around me. Vanessa, treat her with respect or I'll make you regret it. The man, Gio, grins and reaches for my hand. Heard a lot about you. He kisses it, lingers a second too long. Enzo swats him. That's enough. I laugh. Nice to meet you, Gio. Enzo sighs. Gonna talk with him for a bit. You good? I'm fine. He nods to Scotty to start the car. As soon as they're gone, Bastian turns to me. You tell him yet? I tense. No. You need to. He'll hate me. Let him decide, but don't wait too long. Don't push me, Bass. It's not your business. He steps closer. You are my business. I'm here because of you. But you've got to come clean. I know he's right. Enzo returns. Change of plans. Gio found someone. You ever heard of Frankie Bianchi? My brow lifts. Number. But Bianchi was my aunt's maiden name. Frankie's Aria's uncle. I've got some questions for him. You in, or should Scotty take you back? I nod. I'm coming. Enzo raises a brow. What's funny? I laugh. Nothing. Just seems like our dates always end with interrogation. He grins. Sounds perfect to me. Where is he? Basement of Max's Meats. 43. Vanessa. I'd never heard of Frankie Bianchi until now, but the moment I lay eyes on him, I want him gone. He's the spitting image of my Aunt Antonella, someone I could never stand. She was the villain in every childhood memory, controlling, smug, and dripping with entitlement. She raised Arya to mirror her, and now, seeing Frankie's face, I feel like I'm looking at everything I've spent my life fighting against. Suddenly, the reasons I always felt like an outsider in the Kingston family make perfect sense. They never intended to let me belong. We're inside an actual meat locker, and I'm threading my way through hanging animal carcasses like it's some macabre obstacle course. Pig heads lined up along the wall don't help. Normally, I don't get queasy easily, but this place does it. Scotty stayed behind with the car. He's not a maid guy, so Enzo said he couldn't be here. But Gio is, and Bastian too, mostly because I insisted. They follow us in quietly, like shadows, unspoken muscle. And right there in the middle of the room is Frankie, strung up like one of the hanging sides of beef. Except he's still breathing. A chill works its way up my spine. Enzo immediately notices and slips off his jacket, resting it gently over my shoulders. I don't know what this is between us yet. Maybe it's too early to call it love, but it's something. Something I never had. He sees me. He looks out for me. I take a step back, letting Enzo take the lead, my fingers tugging the lapels of his jacket up to my nose. His scent grounds me, fills me with warmth in the most unexpected place. Nobody speaks. The silence is thick and tense, like we're all holding our breath. Frankie hangs limp, wrists chained and suspended. Blood trickles from his face, draining onto the floor. Enzo rolls up his sleeves, first one, then the other, exposing inked arms and taut muscle. He's in no rush. And Frankie's not going anywhere. Even now, in this strange place, my body reacts to Enzo's quiet command. There are orange buckets lined against the wall and a sink tucked in the corner. Enzo lifts one of the buckets, heavy with ice water, and tosses it on Frankie. The man jolts violently, waking with a sharp gasp. "Rise and shine," Enzo says evenly. The bucket clatters to the floor as he steps in front of Frankie. I can only see his back, but I imagine the stare he's giving. Frankie groans and blinks himself awake. Enzo taps his face, twice, soft but pointed. "The more you pass out, the longer this takes." Enzo turns toward me. "Your turn." "Me?" I blink, surprised. He smiles and nods toward the metal table behind him. Only now do I notice what's laid out. Syringes, vials, powders, tools. "Thought you'd want to get involved," he says. I walk to the table, skimming my fingers across the gear. "You put all this together for me?" "I'd do anything for you," he says simply. I pick up a small vial labeled dextroamphetamine. "Want me to wake him up?" "Wouldn't hurt." I mix the powder with water, draw it into a syringe, and stroll to Frankie. He looks just like my aunt, and the sight burns. Without hesitation, I jab the syringe into his thigh. His body jerks, his head snaps upright, panic dances in his eyes. Enzo watches, arms folded, weapon resting casually in the crook of his arm. "Frankie, you know why you're here?" No answer. "Do you know who I am?" "Yes," Frankie croaks. "Then you know it's in your best interest to speak the truth." Frankie nods, barely audible. "Start with how you're connected to Aria Kingston." Frankie hesitates, blood dripping from his mouth. "She's my niece." The word stings, proof that I never truly belonged in their world. "And her father? You close with him?" "Yes. Been doing business with Trent for almost 20 years. He sent me here." A sour pit forms in my stomach. I wasn't a partner, I was a pawn. "And what business does Trent have with you now?" Enzo presses. Frankie shifts, chains rattling. "Same kind I had with your father." Enzo flinches. "You're saying Trent and Carlos Marino were working together?" I cut in. Frankie looks at me stunned. "You're Vanessa." I walk forward and slap him clean across the face. Enzo chuckles behind me. "You're incredible." "Stay focused," I mutter, calming my shaking hands. Enzo steps closer to Frankie. "This is taking too long. Start talking." Frankie winces. "Your dad came to me years ago. Said he couldn't trust anyone close. He needed a connection outside his circle, someone discreet. I connected him to Trent. Told him my brother-in-law had the kind of power he needed in the South." Enzo says nothing, his jaw clenched. "They wanted to make people disappear. Quietly. Without blowback." Enzo raises his pistol and smacks Frankie across the face. "Then stop dancing around it. Say it." Blood pouring, Frankie meets his eyes. "Carlos Marino is the one who tried to have you killed?" Trent was just the messenger. The silence that follows could shatter glass.
44. Enzo. Betrayal doesn't hit like lightning. It creeps in slowly, like poison. It burns through your system and leaves you hollow. I've always thought I could forgive almost anything. But learning my own father ordered a hit on me, that he saw me as a threat and tried to erase me, that crosses a line I can't pretend doesn't exist. Some things can't be forgiven, and I'll never forget. I kept my promise to Frankie. I didn't leave him to rot, but I didn't spare him either. I cut him loose, drove him far out into the middle of nowhere, and ended it quick. A single shot. Clean. He didn't fight, just stood there and accepted it. In a twisted way, I respected that. It reminded me what it feels like to make decisions without anyone else's permission. Felt like reclaiming part of myself my father had tried to steal. Afterwards, I brought Vanessa back to her hotel. I know she doesn't feel safe in my place, not yet. That's something I'll fix soon. She kneels behind me on the bed, arms circling my shoulders. I lean back into her, resting against her chest. I wish her warmth was enough to quiet everything in my head. But there's too much noise. Too many pieces I'm still trying to put together. I need to talk to Gio, I murmur. Her lips brush my neck. That can wait till morning. I knew my father wasn't doing well. I saw the cracks, but I never thought he'd actually try to kill me. Family doesn't always mean loyalty, she says. But he failed. You're alive. And I'm here. You've got me. Completely. She slides her hand down my chest, resting over my heart. I turn toward her, fingers gripping her waist. And what do you think I need right now, Serena? Her legs wrap around me, heat pressing between us. She leans in, lips brushing mine. Let it out. All the anger, all the pain. Use me if it helps. Her body moves against mine, slow and purposeful. A quiet fire builds, and I grip her tighter. Careful, I whisper. I don't want to hurt you. You won't, she says. I trust you. I ease her back onto the bed, her hair spread out like a halo. I'm aching to lose myself in her, just to forget, for a moment, everything that's falling apart. I don't want to bring pain, I say, lifting her shirt and pulling it off gently. Only pleasure. But if it ever gets too much, we stop. What's our word? She answers without missing a beat. Seashell. Good. She catches my chin, making me look into her eyes. You won't break me. I dive in, kissing her like I need her to breathe. And maybe I do. Later, sleep comes hard. Voices stir in my dreams. Don't die. Don't let them win. I wake up with a start, the voice echoing in my mind. I reach for her, but she's not in bed. I hear the shower running. For a second, I want to follow her, pull her close and let the steam drown everything else. But that voice, it's sticking with me. Something clicks. Pieces I'd lost are sliding back into place. I remember a blurred shoreline. Pain. A face. Her face. Vanessa's. The water shuts off. I sit up, running a hand through my hair. She steps out wrapped in a towel, a vision with steam swirling around her. But my heart's racing, and I need answers. Morning, she says, drying her hair. I don't wait. I had a dream. About that night. The one I almost died. She stops. Her body stills. Slowly, she walks over and sits. Enzo. I crawl closer, cup her face. It was you. You were there. You saved me. Her expression shifts, uncertain. Tell me the truth. Did you know what your uncle and my father were planning? Her silence stretches. Number that night. I was sent to check on Arya. That was it. She was just walking near the river, complaining about a date. Then we heard you. I didn't know who you were, but I knew you mattered. She swallows. I panicked. I gave Arya something to help you wake up. Then I ran. Did Arya know? I don't think so. She didn't seem to want to help. She looked afraid. I exhale, stunned. I thought I owed her everything, that I survived because of her. Vanessa smiles sadly. You don't owe anyone, least of all her. I grab her hand. It was always you, wasn't it? There are things you don't. I silence her with a kiss. None of that matters. You're here. That's what counts. She leans into me. I know. But I can't stay in this bed all day, no matter how much I want to. There are moves to make. I need to meet with Gio, get our next steps sorted. She straddles me, teasing, but I grip her hips. Don't start what we can't finish, Serena. She laughs. Can't take a little pressure? I give her a swat, then smile. Let me handle things, then I'll come back and give you everything. She nods, serious now. I'll have Scotty pick you up later. Don't go wandering. Jessica might still try to tip off my father. She rolls her eyes. I'm not caging you, just trying to keep you safe. Bass is still with me too, remember? Yeah, but I don't know him well enough to trust him with your life. I kiss her one last time and head to shower. An hour later, I'm in Gio's car, parked outside a secluded warehouse on the edge of Brooklyn. He set up a meeting with the DeLucases. Think it's a trap? I ask. Gio shrugs, cigarette hanging from his lips. Maybe. They could still be scared of my father. He nods. But you're doing it anyway. Yeah. He flicks his smoke and rests a hand on my shoulder. You're my guy. I'll back you, always. When we step into that building, I'm with you. And soon they will be too. Everyone knows you should be running things. I never wanted that. Maybe that's why you should. We get out and walk inside. The warehouse is massive and mostly empty, every sound echoing. Two men wait for us, Matteo De Luca and Leo, his consigliere. I walk forward, hand extended. Thanks for meeting me. Matteo's gaze sharpens. The infamous Enzo Marino calling for talks? Hard to ignore. Let me be direct. I know now what my father's done, and I think you might be interested in restoring the balance. Leo spits at my feet. You trying to be funny? Gio tenses, but I wave him off. I get it. You don't trust me. I shift my attention back to Matteo. I think it was you who sent someone after me in South Carolina, wasn't it? He says nothing. How's your guy doing, by the way? I smile. Listen, I'm offering a seat at the table, but you need to meet me halfway. Matteo narrows his eyes. We've been burned before. I nod. And I don't blame you. Leo finally speaks. We tracked you because we needed the truth. Once Frankie talked, we thought you should know, but we weren't sure if you were part of your father's madness. Well, I wasn't. And now that I know what he did, I plan to clean house. Matteo studies me. What's your play? I don't want to rule everything, but I want to counsel again. A round table, shared control. And our role? Support. Back me with the other families, and I'll do the same. The silence is thick, but then Matteo nods and extends his hand. You take out your father, and we're with you.
45. Vanessa. Scotty dropped me off at Enzo's penthouse. Not exactly thrilled to be here, considering I made it clear I didn't want to stay in a place soaked in Aria's energy. Still, I can admit, the place is impressive. It's sleek, modern, and way up in the clouds. All glass and steel, like he's trying to conquer his fear of heights by living in it. And hey, once this place no longer feels like a shrine to Aria, maybe I'll let him press me against those windows too. Scotty didn't hang around, said he had things to handle, took Bastian with him, and promised they'd be back later to keep me company. Honestly, I'm glad to have a moment alone. Gives me a chance to wander around and see what Enzo's world looks like. It's clear now, Aria never lived here. This space, it's all Enzo. Clean lines, monochrome colors, white, black, metal, pricey art, sculptures that look too expensive to touch. But there's no warmth, no photos, no personal memories. I avoid the bedroom, not ready for that. Instead, I settle onto the couch and shoot a text to Fisher. Are you okay? Getting worried. Call me. Miss you, Gup. Before I can even put my phone down, the typing dots appear. Hey, I'm good. Miss you too. Wanna chat? I call him right away. Thought you'd been kidnapped, I say as soon as he picks up. He laughs, sitting in his car. Nah, just trying to keep things together without you. What's been happening? Running the lair, mostly. Your uncle's still letting me. Crazy, right? Like he's replacing you with me. I'm not shocked. Uncle T wouldn't shut down a money machine, and Fisher's the only one who knows how it runs. I don't want to talk about me, though, he says. Where are you? I miss you, short stack. I miss you too. I'm in New York with Enzo. Yeah, I heard. I pause. You did? Yep. Your cousin filled me in. I thought you ghosted me. I didn't mean to. It's just... This thing felt fragile. I wanted to keep it to myself for a while. He gives me a sly smile. I'll forgive you if you answer one question. Shoot! Is he packing? I laugh. Almost too much. He groans. There's no such thing. There is. Over 9 inches and it's a problem. Spare me. He grins. So are you two official or what? I hesitate. I don't know. He makes me feel things I didn't think I could. He watches me carefully. Things are changing, huh? Yeah, big time, but no matter what happens, I won't forget about you. I've always got your back, he says. Good. Also, stay away from Aria, seriously. He laughs, then glances away from the screen. I gotta run. Talk soon. Love you. He hangs up. I stare at my phone, confused and weirdly unsettled. I try to center myself, close my eyes, breathe deep, but the conversation stirred something uneasy in me. A ding breaks the quiet. The elevator doors open. Instant tension hits me. No one should be able to access this floor without a key. A woman walks in, poised, polished, holding a giant binder. You must be Vanessa, she says with a bright smile. I stay seated. Depends. Who are you? The elevator dings again. A crew of men steps out and starts walking in, spreading through the apartment. What is going on? She approaches. I'm Vivian, Mr. Marino's interior designer. She sets the binder on the coffee table. Gentlemen, start clearing it all. Thank you. I blink. He didn't mention anything about this. She frowns. Really? Maybe he wanted it to be a surprise. Time to erase some ghosts. I call Enzo immediately. Piccola Sirena. I think I'm being robbed. He laughs. I sent them. Pick what you want. Make it yours. I glance around at the chaos. You're replacing everything? For you? Yes. I'm stunned. That's a lot. You deserve it. I'll be home tonight. We'll break in the new setup. You're really getting it delivered today? I told you I own this city. I shiver at how that sounds. That's hot. What are you wearing? Do you want the truth? I don't have time for games right now. The sincerity in his voice makes my chest ache. Thank you. This means more than I can say. Then spend big. That's how you thank me. I almost say 3 little words, but swallow them back. Vivian claps her hands, holding up her binder. Ready to spend his money? Enzo wasn't joking about the furniture. The second I chose what I wanted, Vivian made a call, and within hours, everything showed up like it had been conjured out of thin air. By sunset, she was gone, and the apartment was fully transformed. Everything was new. Everything was mine. Nothing Arya would have picked. That mattered more than I expected. Scotty and Bastian came back with enough groceries to feed a small army. Now we're all gathered in the open-concept kitchen just off the living room. Scotty's at the stove, rolling out his signature meatballs. Bastian and I are perched at the kitchen island. It's peaceful, familiar. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I belong somewhere. It has nothing to do with shared blood. Maybe that's where I went wrong before, chasing family and people who never wanted me. This feels more real. But even now, there's a part of me bracing for it all to fall apart. Good things rarely last. And no one is better at sabotage than humans, myself included. Scotty's talking about new neighbors who moved in a few floors down, but I tune him out. Bass finally interrupts. How do you even know this stuff? Scotty doesn't miss a beat. I pay attention. You might try it. Listening goes a long way, especially with women. You're ridiculous, Bass mutters. Scotty turns around with mock offense. You know I hate being called that. We've been over this. Yeah, Bass, be nice to him, I say, swatting his arm. He gives me an incredulous look and slouches in his chair, drumming his fingers on the counter. So what did you two get up to today? I ask. Scotty shrugs. Just burned daylight. I blink. What does that even mean? Hanging out, killing time till something better comes along. He waggles his brows. So, you settled in yet? Like I'd tell you. You talk more than a tabloid. He gasps, hand to his chest. That stings, V. I spend all day with this guy. He points to Bastian. And now you're throwing shade too? How's a guy supposed to feel appreciated? I'm not focusing on anything I can't control, I tell him. I'm staying in the now. He nods thoughtfully. Enzo know you feel that way? I avoid Bastian's eyes. That's between me and him. Bass snorts. I glare. Mind your own stories, not my life. He puts his hands up in surrender. Then we hear the elevator ding. Scotty peers toward the hallway. Better check who it is. You're the queen around here now. What if it's someone coming to take us out? I half joke. I still don't love how the elevator opens right into the penthouse, even if it needs a key. Scotty chuckles. Then I guess you'll buy us time to run. Not funny, Bass mutters. Babe, it's a top-floor suite tied to one of the city's most powerful men. You think they let strangers stroll in? Before I can argue, Enzo enters. He walks straight to me, scoops me up, and heads for the bedroom without so much as a nod to the others. I let him. Honestly, when he carries me like this, it's hard not to melt. Logic doesn't stand a chance. He kicks the bedroom door open, shuts it behind us, and drops me onto the new bed. Wait, I say, holding up a hand. Tell me you like the furniture. He doesn't answer. Just shrugs off his jacket, then his vest, then starts on his shirt. I watch, not even trying to hide it. I've been dying for a clear view of his ink since the moment I saw him at my uncle's place. When his pants come off, he's left in black boxers. Then he's on me, kissing down my neck, hands already exploring. I'm serious, I say. If you don't say something, it's going to distract me the whole time. He sighs and looks around. It's nice. I raise a brow. That's it? Nice? He grins. I'm more interested in this view. His hand slides down my front. My jeans get in his way. I like you in dresses, he says, tugging. Easier access. I pop the button, and he peels them off slowly, leaving warm kisses along my thighs. No underwear, he murmurs. Never liked them, I whisper. He hums approval, then pulls me close. Heat radiates between us, and I melt into his touch. Later, as we lie tangled in sheets, I trace his tattoos, fingers drifting along his neck. They all mean something? I ask. Not all. Some are just a feeling, but a few matter. He points to numbers on his arm. Dates? I ask. Yeah, one for my mom, one for my brother. Grief slices through me, swift and unexpected. I swallow the lump in my throat. Let's not talk about sad stuff, he says. I smile, grateful for the shift. Okay, we can talk about how sore I am instead. He chuckles and flips on top of me again. Adorable you think we're done. Then he grabs my hand and pulls me toward the floor-length mirror across the room. And just like that, the night isn't over.
46. Enzo. Coming home to Vanessa feels different, like finding the place you were always meant to be. She might not fully believe it yet, especially with how surprised she was when I had her redecorate the apartment. But to me, she's it. The one. And I couldn't care less what anyone else thinks. Maybe we're still in that euphoric honeymoon phase, and maybe reality will catch up. But right now, every time I see her, it hits me the same way it did when I was a kid, dreaming about what real love might feel like. I haven't told her all that yet. She's guarded when it comes to relationships, and I'm not about to push her away by dumping too much too soon. I need to know she's in this too. Gio, ever the wise one, suggested I talk to her. Be real. So that's what I plan to do, right after I have her again. The meeting with DeLuca left me charged. Turns out, when you seize control the way my father did, you rack up more enemies than allies. And those enemies? They've just been waiting for someone to make a move. I'll be the one to take him down. I'll take his place and rebuild what he broke, giving each family their voice again. I take Vanessa's hand, guiding her toward the mirror. I want her to see what I see. Us. Together. Unstoppable. She's breathless. Hair mussed. Lipstick smeared from before. And damn, she's beautiful. Hands on the mirror, I tell her. She does as I ask, and the way she surrenders so willingly, so confidently, it drives me wild. She trusts me, completely. I slide my hand along her back, our reflection locking eyes in the mirror. You see that? I murmur. Look how good you look with me. She nods, lips parting, and I press against her, slow and deliberate, savoring the feeling. Her back arches, inviting me deeper. Greedy, aren't you? I tease. Enzo, please. I grip her hips and answer her with action. No more words. Every move is purposeful. My hand trails her side, tracing the necklace I gave her. It hits differently, seeing her wear it, knowing it's mine. That she's mine. I keep a steady pace, watching her face flush, her breath hitch, her eyes locked on ours in the mirror. I lean in, pressing a kiss to her shoulder. You're doing so good. Her body trembles, close to release. I match her rhythm, whispering praise, grounding her with touch and presence. When it finally hits, she shatters, and I follow, clinging to her like she's the only thing anchoring me. Later, I hold her while she heats up the food Scotty left behind. He and Bastian had cleared out, probably the moment they heard us. Then, an elevator chime. Vanessa stiffens. You always let people walk into your place like this? Not usually, I say, already on alert. No one else was supposed to come, and the doormen know that. Footsteps echo. I move in front of Vanessa, keeping her behind me. And then, populations. He walks in like he owns the place, his eyes scanning the space before settling on us. Well, isn't this a cozy picture? Panic ripples through me. I never wanted him to know about her. Ever. And the fact he's here, right now, after my meeting with DeLuca, makes me uneasy. He smiles. I return a fake one, pulling Vanessa to my side. Well, he says, nodding toward her. You going to introduce us? I swallow, trying to keep calm. Didn't expect you, Pops. This a social call. What, I can't visit my own son? He says. You can. You just never do. I gesture toward Vanessa. This is Vanessa. He smirks. The woman who ended your marriage. She steps forward, unfazed. A pleasure, Mr. Marino. I've heard a lot about you. He takes her hand, kisses it. My fists clench. I want to pull her away. I wish I could say the same, he says. Not from Enzo, at least. Something in his tone shifts, and I know he's heard something. From someone. There's a lot about you that's surprising, he continues. Seeing you here in my son's kitchen. Forgiving, isn't he? Vanessa pulls her hand back. Her face hardens. What's this about? I ask. Pops smiles at her. You didn't tell him, did you? Don't talk to her like that, I snap. He shakes his head. Still blind, figlio mio. Always have been. You're in my house, I warn. Show some respect. I think this is the perfect time, he replies, eyes back on her. Isn't that right, Vanessa? She doesn't answer. Her face changes. And just like that, I know something's wrong. Someone tell me what's going on. Now. Pops keeps his gaze on her. I've waited a long time to meet the woman who tore this family apart. I laugh, uneasy. What the hell are you talking about? Now he looks at me. I'm talking about the woman you're sleeping with being the one who killed your brother.
47. Vanessa. I can't move. Enzo laughs, but the sound fades as his eyes lock onto mine. Realization settles over him like a storm cloud, wiping the humor from his face. I look away. I can't bear to see the shift when the betrayal registers. His father's grin widens, relishing the chaos. You and your uncle used to call him Joey, right? Thought it made him more marketable. I shake my head, though not to deny it. He's right, and I've had countless chances to confess. I didn't. I let this grow between us. Enzo turns from both of us, fingers gripping his hair. Bastian warned me. I knew this would come. But I didn't want to see this look on his face. Carlos claps once, smug. He grabs his cane. If your uncle and I hadn't worked out a deal, you'd be gone. A ghost. We compromised. He got to live. We moved on. The words sting, but I can't stop watching Enzo. My uncle didn't act alone, I say. He was given an order. He followed it. Carlos scoffs. That doesn't change what happened. He steps closer. Enzo doesn't stop him. That hurts more than anything. You're a stain on this city, he sneers. And your uncle? He was useful. Not anymore. He turns to Enzo. You said you had my back. Prove it. Enzo's jaw clenches. Kill her. Or I will. Then he walks out. The silence he leaves behind is heavier than any threat. Enzo, I whisper. I reach for him. Don't. He jerks away before I touch him. I try again, voice trembling. I didn't know you back then. I never wanted to hurt you. His voice breaks. What the hell, Vanessa? What did you do? Tears threaten, but I force them back. I owe him this truth, even if it tears everything down. Say it, he growls. You owe me that much. I swallow the lump in my throat. It's true. He stares, wounded. I should have told him. Should have given him the chance to prepare. I swear, if I'd known I'd fall for you. He rushes forward, hand over my mouth, pushing me back gently. Not to harm, but to stop the words. Don't, he says, voice rough. My chest aches like it's caving in. I didn't know him, I say quickly. He worked with my uncle. I followed instructions. That's how it always was. He laughs bitterly. And that makes it okay? I was doing what I was told, what I'd always done. I didn't know who he was to you. He leans in close. How did you do it? I hesitate. It doesn't matter. His fist slams into the wall beside me. A crack forms. I won't flinch, I tell myself. Your brother? He liked escorts, I say. His face goes pale. Did you sleep with him? He asks, voice brittle. No, I pretended to be one. Drugged him. Did what the contract said. He studies me. They told you how? Sometimes there are rules, I mutter. Didn't you ever get orders like that? He nods. Yeah, we did. My eyes narrow. You don't think your father? But the look on his face shuts me down. Cold, distant. You should have told me. His voice is raw. Why didn't you? If I had back then, I'd be betraying my family. He grabs my wrists. Well, now you've betrayed me. I try to move closer. He won't let me. If I'd known you back then, I can't finish the thought. I should end this, he whispers. His grip tightens. Then do it, I say. I won't fight. He might never forgive me, but at least I can give him the choice. Some wounds don't heal. Some betrayals can't be erased. But I know what we had was real. For a moment, it was everything. And he has a good heart, even if it's torn right now. He looks at me, and I don't look away. His hands shake, his eyes shine. Then he drops my wrists and steps back. You're not worth it. He walks away. The elevator dings. He's gone. I crumble to the floor, back against the island. I stare at the food, now cold. My fingers find my necklace, but it's not there. In a different life, maybe. A tear slips down my cheek. Then another. For the first time in years, I'm crying. It takes time to gather myself, but I leave. He won't want me here. And I won't make this worse by staying. I'm not sorry I did the job, but I'm sorry for the hurt it's caused and for staying silent when I should have spoken. Back at the hotel, I pack. I call Fisher, voicemail. I text Bastian, hey, he found out. You were right. I should have told him. Come by or I'll be at your room in 20. I go to reach for my seashell necklace. Remember, it's gone, left on Enzo's counter, and I don't deserve it anyway. A knock at the door, I don't think. I assume it's Bastian. I don't want to talk about it, I say, turning as I open it. Good, I don't want to hear it. I freeze. Jessica, smiling like a viper. What are you doing here? Just following orders. My heart sinks. Enzo sent you? She laughs. Enzo? No, sweetheart. Carlos is the boss. She lifts something, a dart gun. I feel the prick before I realize what's happened. My legs wobble. I stumble, knocking a globe off a shelf. It crashes, distant, muted. My vision blurs. Jessica looms. I'm going to enjoy this, she whispers. Another dart. Darkness.
48. Enzo. I haven't visited Peppino's grave since the funeral 3 years ago. But now, after leaving Vanessa behind, This is the only place I could go. I'm angry, frustrated, shaken. Like everything I believed in is crumbling. All the truths I held on to, gone. Replaced with betrayal that cuts deep. For years, I hunted the person responsible for my brother's death. I interrogated, I punished, I buried men for less. And all this time, it was her. Even if Peppino and I weren't close, he was still my brother. And Vanessa, the woman I trusted with everything, is the one who took him from me. How do you come back from that? Footsteps crunch across the cemetery grass. I don't turn. I already know it's Gio. He says nothing at first, just stands beside me, hands in his pockets, gazing down at the grave. Remember when we used to hang outside Max's shop as kids? He asks. I nod. Talking feels impossible. We were dumb back then, he says with a soft chuckle. One time I was riding that cherry red bike I worked all summer for, you remember? Black accents, yeah. You loved that thing. I was doing a grocery run for Mrs. Greenfield. Your brother stopped me. Said if I wanted to keep the groceries, I had to give him the bike. He really said that? Yup. And what was I going to do? He was older. Carlos's son. I handed it over. I shake my head. Peppino was always a jerk. Silence settles again. He didn't deserve your loyalty, Gio says. He never loved you like you loved him. But Vanessa, she did. I can barely get the words out. She lied. She killed him. Yeah, Gio says. But she also saved you. I grit my teeth. I'm tired of owing people for that. He steps in front of me, gripping my shoulder. If you told me we needed to take her out, I'd back you. No hesitation. But I think you'd regret it forever. Even hearing that, I can't bring myself to picture hurting her. And maybe that makes me weak. But I know I can't kill her. I don't want to. A lot of blood's been spilled for this family, Gio murmurs. Yours. Hers. It's the life, I reply. It is. And it was hers, too. So what, I forgive her? Just let it go. That's up to you, but think about it. If your father had asked you to take out her brother, would you have done it? I don't answer, because we both know I would have. So is it the act that hurts, or the silence after? I exhale. Does it matter? Only if you want to move forward. Can you forgive her? Before I can respond, Gio suddenly gasps. I turn just in time to see red blooming across his chest. Gio! I catch him as he collapses. Blood pours over my hands. I stand, weapon drawn. My father is standing nearby, a silenced gun in hand. You followed me, I say. He doesn't deny it, just smirks. Gio is still, too still. You never learn, son, Carlos says, stepping closer. I don't flinch. I stay calm. His eyes flick to the grave. Poetic, isn't it? You'll die beside your brother. Maybe try not killing everyone who trusts you for once. He laughs, dark and mocking. I had to clean up your mess. Again. Panic grips me. What did you do to Vanessa? You failed me, he sneers. Neither of you were ever worth the risk. And then it hits me. You ordered the hit on Peppino. He planned to betray me, I acted first. I'm stunned. Number, I never wanted your empire, I say. All I wanted was to be loyal. He moves closer, pressing his gun to my forehead. I let him. I stay still. He wrenches my gun away, thinks he's won. This ends now, he says. That woman, she'll be gone, just like your brother. Rage floods me, but I wait. Let him believe he's in control. I'll enjoy her first, he sneers. That's it. My patience snaps. I grab his wrist, twist. The gun falls. I catch it mid-air and turn it on him. If you ever knew me, I growl, you'd know I was trained to take you down. His eyes widen. If you kill me, you'll never find her. I'll find her, I promise. But I'll sleep better knowing you're not breathing. And I pull the trigger. Silence. His body drops. I wipe my face. But there's no relief. Only a sharp pull in my chest. Vanessa. I need to find her. I need to fix this. I need to love her like she deserves. Because life is too short to waste another second. I'm coming for you, Vanessa.
49, Vanessa. My head is pounding, worse than anything I've felt before. As I blink through the haze, I try to lift a hand to my face, but nothing moves. Clink. My brain feels sluggish, like I'm wading through mud. I can't tell where I am. Closing my eyes only makes things spin harder, so I force them open. The nausea coils in my stomach, but I fight it. I'm lying on something cold. Metal. When I shift again, I hear it. Clank, clank. Chains. As my senses return, so does the memory. Jessica, the dart, the dizzying fog. Damn it. Bastion is going to kill me if I survive this. I don't bother struggling. I know this table. I've strapped people to it before. Now I'm the one locked down. My legs twitch, the chains rattling again. Clank. I should have told Bastion to switch out the metal. I blink hard, trying to clear my vision. Slowly, my surroundings sharpen. The low hum of a water filtration system purrs in the background. No doubt about it. I'm at the lair. The irony's suffocating. I stay still. Wasting energy is pointless. No one escapes this place without help. And right now, I don't even know who brought me here. Was it Bastion? Uncle T? Jessica claimed Carlos was pulling the strings, and there's no reason I'd be back here unless someone I trusted betrayed me. Bastion knew I was leaving. I texted him. He's been around for everything, tagging along, bonding with Scotty, and Scotty's got a mouth on him. If someone wanted inside info, he'd be their guy. Still, thinking Bastion turned on me burns worse than the chains. Another person I trusted. And if I throw up like this, tied down, helpless, it'll be the most humiliating thing ever. Please, not like this. A door creaks open. I stay still, listening. Heels click against the cement floor. Then a familiar face appears above me, smirking. Arya. Finally awake, she chirps. Didn't expect that. Hello, cousin, I murmur, feigning boredom. Even now, rage churns in my chest. If I get out of this, I'll make her regret ever crossing me. Her and her dear old dad. Where's Bass? I ask calmly. She frowns. Why would he be here? Relief floods me. So it wasn't him. Which means it had to be her and Uncle T. Typical. He always kept secrets, and she clearly jumped at the chance to play his puppet. She's holding one of Bass's knives, but her grip trembles. Rookie. That's your problem, she says. You've always thought I was stupid, that I didn't matter, but guess who's been helping Daddy all along? I laugh. Not because it's funny, but because it's pathetic. Her hand cracks across my face. Stop laughing. I flex my jaw. That actually stung. I'm not laughing at you, I say. I'm laughing at your delusion. Do you honestly think bringing me here gives you the upper hand? I know this place better than anyone. Almost anyone. she corrects. My heart stutters. That phrase, it means something. She leans in, eyes sparkling with spite. You took something from me, so I took something from you. My chest tightens. She steps back. Fisher was mine first, too. What is it with you and my leftovers? You're lying, I whisper. You sure about that? And then he steps into view. Fisher. He won't meet my eyes. And my world breaks wide open. My throat aches with pressure, that tight, painful lump signaling the flood of emotion I can't quite shut off. Once the tears start, they pour. No warning, no mercy. I fight them back, barely. Neither of them deserves to see me break. Still chasing whatever walks in heels, huh, Gup? My voice drips with bitter amusement. He won't meet my eyes. Just shuffles his shoe on the floor like a scolded child. Can't even face me? Coward? Arya slaps me. Again. My head jerks sideways, thudding against the table. That's for messing with my fiancé, she hisses. Ex-fiancé, I mutter, turning my gaze back to her with a smirk. Her expression tightens. The knife in her hand twitches. What did you just say? You heard me. Enzo and I are just in a rough patch. That's normal. He still loves me. We both know that. I blink. Sure. She stops. What's that supposed to mean? I glance at the knife. Risky, I know. But I can't help myself. Nothing. Just seems like he forgot all that while he was with me all over New York. Her eye twitches. She smiles like it's glued to her face. Let him enjoy himself. Everyone knows we belong together. Then where is he, Arya? Now? While you're playing psycho with a knife? My chest aches, sharp and unrelenting, probably doing his best to steer clear of your insanity. He loves me. I saved him. We're fated. I stare at her, wide-eyed, genuine disbelief. You didn't save him. If anything, you nearly got him killed. Her knife lunges, grazing my arm. I inhale through my teeth. You ruined everything, she seethes. You couldn't leave it alone. Her words land like bricks, but maybe I should have seen this coming. All the signs were there. Well, you failed. That's why Uncle T sent me. He knew you'd mess it up. He just didn't tell me why. Her jaw twitches. I didn't need help. Clearly, I deadpan. She scoffs. The backup plan worked better anyway. Once we convinced Enzo's dad we could keep tabs on him, it was easy to get the ring. So you've been playing everyone this whole time. Shocker. I shift. The metal cuts into my wrists. Arya's gaze drops to the blood trailing from the cut she made. Her eyes glaze over. Something about it unsettles her, but she snaps out of it fast. Doesn't matter, I love him. He's mine. Fate said so. You believe in that crap, right? The universe always gives you what you need? I also believe karma never forgets. I glance at Fisher. Nothing. Not a flicker, not a blink. How can he just stand there while she raves like this? He doesn't care. Not about me. Not about what she's doing. Not even about the fact I'm bleeding and chained down. I should have seen this coming. I got distracted. Uncle T was right. I've been careless. If I'm going to get out of this, I have one tool left. My voice. Arya's always been easy to wind up. I just need the right bait. Look at you, Daddy's perfect daughter. All those years running, and here you are, right back in his pocket. She scowls. I am not. I raise a brow. Could have fooled me. She taps the knife against her arm. What's your point? He promised you things, didn't he? She nods, defensive. So? You know him as Daddy. I know him as a liar who'll say whatever it takes. And sure, he loves you. Almost as much as he loves something else. Her eyes narrow. Almost. Power. She drops the knife. He's not even here. I laugh. You really think he's watching from the shadows, ready to pat your head when you're done? He's not that sentimental. You don't know him. I know him better than you'd like. He plans every move. You think you're in control, but he's pulling the strings. That's how he works. She turns away, but she's listening. He doesn't treat me like you. He loves me. Of course, That's why he's using you to do the things he used to count on me for. Because love equals manipulation, right? She spins. I'm nothing like you. Daddy said after this, I'd get to go home. Back to Enzo. I lift an eyebrow. And you believed him? Yes, she says, but her voice wavers. If you kill me, he'll own you. You'll never get out. Not really. I'm not staying here. If you say so, not. She grits her teeth. You see, once you cross a line like this, you never really get to go back. There's always a stain, and he'll always know how to make it visible. She groans, exasperated. I'm supposed to kill you. I want to. Then do it. I sigh. Or. She leans closer. We could strike a deal. 50. Vanessa. Fisher is still standing by the aquarium, head down, hands buried in his pockets. Truly a fish in a tank. Helpless. Pathetic. Hurts to admit, but here we are. Why would I make a deal with you? You've got no leverage, Arya scoffs, dragging my attention back. The chains clink as I shift slightly. Power's a perspective game. You think I'm powerless because I'm chained up, but you have no idea what I'm capable of, Arya. She crosses her arms. Like what? Like getting you out of Atlantic Cove without tying yourself to Uncle T? She rolls her eyes. You're just bluffing. Believe what you want. She cuts me a sidelong glance. And why would you even help me? Simple. I don't want to die. If working with you keeps me alive, I'll take that gamble. Her stare sharpens. Planning to take out Daddy, is that it? A slow grin curves my lips. Now why would I spoil the surprise? She glances at Fisher, who still hasn't moved or spoken. Part of me wonders if he's letting me try to talk my way out of this. Maybe he still cares. Or maybe he just doesn't want to be the one who finishes what they started. Side with me and you get your freedom, I say, going in for the kill. I'll even help smooth things over with Enzo. She lifts the knife again. How? That's what I do, Arya. I solve problems. She studies me for a beat, then turns to Fisher. Is she telling the truth? Fisher finally meets her eyes. I look away. That used to mean something. Vanessa's a lot of things. A liar isn't one of them, he mutters. If she gives you her word, she'll keep it. Arya looks back at me. Then I want you to promise to stay away from Enzo. Forever. His name hits like a sucker punch, but I nod. I'll stay away from Enzo, for good, as long as you hold up your end. She opens her mouth to respond, but then the door slams open with a bang. Bastion! She gasps. My chest jolts. He's here. Her reaction tells me he wasn't part of the plan. Good. His footsteps echo as he enters, stopping beside Fisher. Hey, Bass, I say, managing a weak grin. I'm not feeling friendly, but appearances matter, especially with Arya. Bastion looks calm, but I can see the tension in his frame, his jaws tight, his eyes alert. You got my text then? He nods once. Right on time, I say. Arya and I were just negotiating. He glances around. What kind of deal? She's flipping sides, going rogue against Uncle T. What's that mean? Arya cuts in. I smile. It means you get your life back, your freedom, your man. She scoffs. You've got nothing without Daddy. Bastion steps forward. Actually, Vanessa has all the power. Arya aims the knife at him. Explain. That family painting? There's a hidden trust behind it. One your dad doesn't know about. One that names Adrena Anderson, Vanessa's mother, as the heir. And if she's gone, everything goes to Vanessa. Arya's face goes pale. So that's why you wanted it. I tilt my head. Maybe, maybe not. Inside, I'm reeling. That trust? News to me. Bastion steps closer. You still have the painting, right? Let's go. I'll prove it. She hesitates. Fisher stays here. Keep me chained. Insurance. You'd better move fast, Bastion warns. Enzo's on his way. My pulse skips. Forget it, Arya snaps. I'll destroy the trust myself. You could, Bastian says, but I've made copies. Want to risk it? Silence stretches. Arya points the knife again. You come with me, she stays. Deal. She turns to Fisher. Don't let her out of your sight. And if Dad calls, stall. Got it? He nods. I scoff. The urge to scream at him sits hot in my throat, but I swallow it. Arya softens, brushing Fisher's cheek. Don't screw this up, or she's finished. That catches my attention. As they talk, Bastian mouths a single word to me, cabin. Arya and Bastian exit. He throws me a final glance, eyes steady. I know what it means. He'll handle her. My job's Fisher. If only I could break free. Now it's just me and him, and silence. I've got questions, heartbreak, betrayal, all pressing against my ribs. Fisher drags his foot along the floor, just like always, and I wait. His head snaps up, eyes locking with mine. There it is. That flicker of fire. Shame I'll have to be the one to extinguish it. That thought stings, so I shove it aside to stay focused. Have you been working for Uncle T this whole time? Pretending to be my friend? My voice cracks on friend, and I hate it. I hate that he sees it. I miss the version of me who never cried, who didn't feel anything. That version was safer. You don't understand, he murmurs. Then explain it. Make me understand. I didn't have a choice. When Arya came back, he trails off, shaking his head. Before she left, we were... Can you unchain me? I interrupt. This isn't exactly comfortable. He looks at my wrists and ankles. I can't trust you not to kill me. Really? I'm the only one who ever truly got you? I've had your back for years, and this is how you repay me? I yank at the chains. They rattle, harsh and metallic. I know you two had a thing in school, but seriously, Fisher, she's worth all this. Did you know Arya was pregnant? He blurts. When she left, she was carrying my kid. She didn't disappear because she hated this place. She left to protect our baby. Arya's not the villain you paint her to be. The breath catches in my throat. New puzzle pieces don't fit the picture I thought I knew. She lied. No, she didn't. I was there. We found out together. She said she loved me, and I... You loved her? He shrugs and digs his hands deeper into his pockets. She's the only one I ever did. That hits harder than I expected. So you were just pretending to be my friend to stay close to her? Number, what we had was real. None of it was fake. Except the ending, apparently. His face twists in pain. A few days before Arya returned, you were off somewhere. Uncle T showed up at the lair and pulled me aside. Told me he needed information. I feel cold. What kind of information? About you, what you were doing, if you could be trusted. I scoff bitterly. Everyone's been stabbing me in the back, and I never saw it. He steps forward. I refused at first. Swear to God I told him no. Clearly that didn't stick. Then he showed me pictures. A kid. Blonde hair, freckles, just like Arya. He said if I didn't cooperate, she'd die. Maybe I'll never get to know my daughter, but I'll be damned if I let them erase her. Pity gnaws at me despite everything. My arms burn from being restrained, but I keep still. He's lying to you. They both are. I saw the photos. Short stack. Don't call me that, I snap. You lost the right. Fisher steps closer. They threatened my child. What was I supposed to do? You've always been too easy to fool, I bite back. There is no child. Don't you think they could stage that? Fake a photo? I look away, bile rising in my throat. Of course it was him. I told him everything on that call from New York, and not even a day later, Enzo's father was there to tear it all apart. He gave me up. They're manipulating you, I say softly, using your love, your guilt. Oh, and you haven't, he explodes, stepping to the edge of the table. You kept me in the dark. You let me run things without ever telling me the whole story. You only fed me what made you look good. I was protecting you, idiot. I didn't need protection. Apparently you did. Listen to me, Fisher. If Arya really was pregnant, that baby's gone. And Uncle T didn't send her away. You don't know that. I do. I was there when he lost it after she left. I was sent to check on her constantly. I saw her months later, no bump, no baby, and definitely not under orders. She left because she wanted to. His jaw tightens, eyes blazing. How do I know you're not the one lying? The question punches the air out of my lungs. I've never lied to you. Maybe I held things back, but never that. You believed them over me without even checking. You threw away everything. His eyes glisten. I didn't have a choice. There's always a choice, I say quietly. A realization hits me. How long, Fisher? How long have you been feeding him information? Since Arya came back or before? Since she came back. Uncle T had you playing guard with Enzo in case it all blew up. If needed, they could still take him out and put the blame on you. Air whooshes from my chest. Of course, I was the scapegoat, all along. So you had time to tell me, and you didn't. A tear slips down his cheek. I wanted to, I swear. I just couldn't take the risk. They cornered me. I wish I didn't understand, but I do. Regret swells in me, mirroring every word I didn't say to Enzo when I had the chance. You told Uncle T about New York. He nods. And he told Carlos. Another nod. I search my memory, trying to recall exactly what I said in that phone call. It was vague, but one thing is crystal clear. There are going to be some changes. Those words. Panic crashes over me. If they have me here, what's happening to Enzo? Fisher, if you've ever cared about me, even a little, then let me go. Unchain me. His eyes narrow. How do I know you won't kill me? I give him a sad smile. I guess you'll just have to learn to trust better, Gup.
Chapter 51. Enzo. Gio is sprawled across his oversized bed, arm in a sling, wearing a lopsided grin courtesy of the heavy-duty pain meds the doc administered after patching him up. You good? I ask, cracking a smirk. His eyes half close as his head lolls. Getting shot might be underrated. Don't joke like that. He chuckles. You love me. I shift in my chair, legs stretching out. Let's not get all emotional, Gio. I just need you to stick around. That too much to ask? You really do love me. Yeah, man. I do. He wipes away a fake tear. Touched, honestly. Loved by a mob boss. That's next level. Cut it out, I grumble. I'm still just me. E. Sure, boss man. He laughs again. But you're wearing the crown now. You can't run from it. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. That makes you my consigliere. He nods, sobering up. Have you told the families? Not yet. They'll figure it out soon. Left my father's body right in front of Peppino's grave. Cops will find him in the morning. Paid enough to make sure it hits the papers. Ballsy. I rake a hand through my hair. Let them rot together. Even as I say it, something tugs in my chest. They were family once, no matter how fractured that became. But it's done. I pull out my phone and hover over Venise's number. I need to check on her. Gio needed me first, but now that things are settling, she's all I can think about. Before I can press call, my screen lights up with images, my stomach drops. Her hotel room, a toppled bag, glass shattered, blood on the entry tile. My breath catches. Where's Bastian? Gone. I've been calling. Send me his number. Now, Gio watches me with foggy concern. What's wrong, E? I force a smile. Just need to handle something. You rest. If you need anything, Scotty's got you. You trust him? He's about to be made. Gio gives me a lazy thumbs up as I step out, already dialing. South Carolina. Again. Every trip here brings nothing but chaos. Bastian doesn't answer, but a text buzzes in. Can't talk. Aria's lost it. Vanessa's in trouble. Lair. Basement. Another ping. Don't trust Fisher. My heart races as I tap the cab driver's seat. Faster. I'm 20 over already. I toss a wad of hundreds into the front seat. Then go 30. He hesitates, so I press my gun to his head. Now. He floors it. I lean back, tension flooding my veins. If they touched her, if anyone laid a finger on her, I'll make sure they regret ever breathing. We're not done, her and me. Not even close. As soon as we pull into the Lair's lot, I'm out and moving. Down the stairs, gun drawn. I kick the door open. Fisher is leaning over her. And just like that, logic leaves me. I fire. He collapses. Vanessa scrambles upright, eyes wide, wrists raw and bleeding. She's okay. I rush to her, scanning for injuries. Just blood on her arm. No more than that. Handled it as always, she mutters. She looks shaken but alive. Sitting on the edge of the table, legs dangling. Yeah, really looked like it, I murmur, lifting her face gently. My gun taps her cheek, but neither of us reacts. I'm too focused on her eyes. You hurt? Would it matter? I'm here, aren't I? She nods, looks over at Fisher's body. He didn't need to die. Couldn't risk it. He was letting me go. After putting you down here? Come on. She shrugs. He was scared. Thought he had no choice. I don't care about him. Only you. Her lip trembles. He was still my best friend. You'd have done the same. She sighs. Probably. I'm just sad. Her hands grab my arms. But I'm so glad you're here. I didn't think you'd come. I glance at her wrists. Angry, red, torn. I kiss each one softly. Don't ever scare me like this again. She rolls her eyes. I didn't exactly plan it, and I thought you hated me. Maybe I should, but I don't. I press my forehead to hers. I'm angry, sure, but hate? Number, I love you too damn much. Tears slide down her cheeks. You're crying, I whisper. You do that to me. She sniffs. I don't deserve you. I just shot your best friend. Let's call it even for now. She gives a tiny laugh. We'll talk like real adults? Crazy, I know. I kiss her, slow and grounding. Enzo? She says softly. I love you too. My chest stutters. You do? She kisses me again, pulling me closer. We're both grieving, both broken. But we're here, alive. I pull out her necklace and clasp it around her neck again, pressing a kiss to the charm. I'm not sorry I shot him, I say quietly. But I'm sorry it hurts. She nods. Me too. Vanessa steps off the table, walks over to her saltwater tank, and kneels. She taps the glass, whispering to her fish. I give her a moment. Then, so what now? She stands, turns, and meets my gaze with fire in hers. Now we clean this up and take back what's mine.
Chapter 52, Vanessa. What would you do if I got kidnapped? The question isn't casual, but Bastian doesn't even blink. Arya's been gone less than a day, and despite the GPS trackers Uncle T embedded in everything she owns, he's spiraling, convinced someone took her to get to him. It's exhausting. Seeing Uncle T unravel like this over Arya only confirms one thing. Even the strongest men break, and it's usually a woman holding the sledgehammer. Still, it stings. Watching him panic over her, when I can't imagine anyone reacting that way for me. I'd hope you finally learned to stay aware and packed a weapon, Bastian says dryly. I laugh. He never lets up, always about the gun. I hate guns. He needs to get a grip. People will start using Arya against him if he doesn't, I mutter. Bas gives me a warning glance while Uncle T paces his office like a man possessed, tossing things, snapping at staff, completely unhinged. Where would you hide someone if you had to? I ask, partly out of curiosity, partly out of boredom. We all know Arya ran. She's wanted out for years, and the fact she's in New York, the city she's dreamed about forever, makes it obvious. Uncle T naturally is blind to the truth. I don't know, Bas replies. I give him a look. You always have a plan, don't lie, it's me. He sighs, folding his arms. A cabin, probably. My jaw drops. You have a cabin? And you never took me? Be glad. It's where I'd stash someone if things went sideways. Charming, I deadpan. Still want to see it. I'll take you, but it stays between us. Pinky swear, I say, hooking my finger in his. Funny how those small moments end up saving your life. Because now I know exactly where he took her. 3 hours inland, buried in a dense forest, sits a cabin registered under a fake name. No neighbors for miles. Cell reception? Non-existent. This is messed up, Enzo mutters, as Fisher's stolen car bounces over the uneven dirt road. What part of this isn't? He smirks. Once this is done, I'm taking you to bed. I snort. Romantic. Still pissed, baby. Gonna work that out on every inch of you. Heat coils in my belly. Promise? Count on it. He glances at me. So, what's the plan? I arch a brow. You don't have one? This is your operation, I'm just backup. My grin fades. What about your dad? The air shifts. His features harden. Handled, done. I'm sorry, I say, and mean it in a way. He had to go. Only option. I exhale. Fisher told him I was with you. It was my fault. I talked too much. Enzo's jaw tightens. Then I'm glad he's gone. He put you in danger. A pang of guilt hits me. Even with the betrayal, losing Fisher still hurts. Also, I add, your assistant, Jessica, she's the one who grabbed me. If she's still breathing, I'd like the honors. His grip tightens on the wheel. Jessica? Yep, guess she worked for Daddy Dearest. He mutters a curse, then laughs. Jessica got the jump on you? Baby, your situational awareness needs work. I narrow my eyes. She's going down twice as hard now. He kills the engine when we reach the cabin. Silence settles in. Then he squeezes my hand. Ready? As I'll ever be. Inside, the place is still. Bastian is in the kitchen, chewing through a sandwich with the Kingston family painting propped up beside him. Glad to see you're not dead, he says between bites. Didn't plan on it, I reply. Fisher? I shake my head, another jab to the heart. Bastian nods slowly. He would have let you die. Don't carry guilt for surviving. Still hurts. He was my friend. Until he wasn't. I swallow it down. Where's Arya? He points. Locked in the back? Is she injured? Number figured. I'd wait to see what you wanted. I want to use her. Bait. Enzo eyes me. You sure that'll work? It has to. Uncle T always breaks when she's in danger. I pause. Question is, will he give up power for her? I approach the painting, chewing my bottom lip. Were you serious about the docs being in here? Check. I flip it over. A slit in the backing. 2 thick envelopes inside. Why 2? Your mom's handwritten will and your grandfather's official one. Leaves everything to her. Then to you. Enzo frowns. Why wouldn't Trent destroy them? He never knew, Bastian says. Used the MC to wipe out everyone in the know. Thought he burned it all. But when he gave me the painting for the engagement party, I found these. Figured no one needed to know. Hands shaking, I scan the documents. He's telling the truth. Trent stole the empire from my mother. That's why he killed her. That's why I'm ending him. I turn to Enzo. I need a favor. He moves closer. Name it. I need you to pretend to love Aria. He recoils. Nope, not happening. I grip his arms. She's obsessed with you. If she thinks there's a future, she'll cooperate. Otherwise, this falls apart. His jaw flexes. How far do I take it? Say whatever she needs to hear. Convince her this alliance helps you both. He pulls me close and kisses me gently. This is for us, so I can love you out loud. I nod, swallowing emotion. Then step back and watch him disappear down the hall, off to sell the fantasy. So I can claim the truth. Chapter 53. Vanessa. There were a lot of places I pictured confronting Uncle T for the last time. His house, his office, the Aquata. But in the end, I chose the lair, my home base. I needed an edge. Familiar ground gives me that. If this goes sideways, and let's be honest, it probably will, I want the battlefield tilted in my favor. Enzo nailed his part. Because of that, Aria came willingly. We returned to the lair, and she didn't even fight when I chained her to the same table she had me strapped to. Now she thinks we're working together. That I've flipped her. Uncle T was harder to pin down, floating somewhere off the grid in open water. But the delay worked to my advantage. I needed the time to get everything in place. Aria's bound and ready to be rescued. The deal is simple. If Uncle T comes alone, he lives, maybe. If not, Aria dies, and I go public with the documents. He loses everything, the wealth, the image, his throne as king of the sea, maybe even his freedom depending on how the charges stick. That's the story Bastian fed him. As far as Uncle T knows, Bas is still loyal. Now we wait. Enzo and Bastian are nearby, monitoring the parking lot. I told them not to interfere unless things go truly south. This is mine to finish. The men in my life have a habit of jumping in too soon. I'm done with that. I press my hand to the aquarium glass, watching Jack and Flora swim. Sorry, babies. I've been gone too long. Won't happen again. A scoff behind me makes my shoulders tense. I don't even turn around. Got something to say, cousin? Plenty, Aria mutters, but I'll save my breath. That tone, arrogant, smug, it's all her father. She inherited his worst trait, the belief they're always one step ahead. She thinks when this is done, she and Enzo will vanish into the sunset with bags of money and a clean slate. Sure, sweetheart, dream big. I sprinkle a line of black salt along the room's edge. What are you doing now? She asks, craning her neck to see. Setting up a protection circle. You still believe in that weird voodoo crap? It's not crap. It's about energy, balance, protection. I glance at her. You'd probably botch the spell and invite a demon. I close my eyes, picturing light pouring into the space. I draw a pentagram in my mind. Top point spirit, then air, earth, water, fire. It's overkill, sure. But after the week I've had, I need every ounce of protection. Aria mutters something I ignore. Shh, I'm focusing. Finally, I open my eyes. The circle's done. You better hope that salt does more than flavor the floor, Aria says. My dad won't hesitate. I lift my shirt slightly and draw the Glock from my waistband. Don't worry, I've got backups. I pointed at her for effect. Her eyes widen. Relax. Just a reminder not to test me. I hated bringing the thing, but I finally accepted that being caught off guard is getting old and, frankly, embarrassing. If I hear Bastian say, "I told you so," one more time, I'll scream. And Enzo started in on it now, too. I glide my hand over the tray beside her, syringes prepped and labeled. One for Uncle T, one for Arya in case things go sideways. Let's review, I say, standing by her head. She groans. I'm chained up. What more do you need? You hide. Daddy bursts in to save me. I play along. You take him out. Got it. And after that? You pay me and keep your hands off my man. He doesn't want you anymore anyway. I smile like I believe her. It's easier. I'll honor the part about letting her live. She's awful, but not evil. She's a product of her upbringing, just like the rest of us. She yanks at her cuffs. How much longer? This table sucks. You'll live. The burner phone hidden in my bra buzzes. Right on time. I don't have to look to know. He's here. My pulse spikes. I close my eyes and think of Mom. Of Fisher. Of everything Trent ever took. When I open them, I'm steel. I lean in close to Arya and grip her cheeks. Game time, cousin. Remember, it's all about the performance. I grab the syringe and the gun and move behind the aquarium. The door slams open. Daddy! Arya cries out, voice shaking just enough to sound real. She's a natural. Where is she? Uncle T scans the room, gun drawn. His gaze roams over Arya's limbs like he's checking for injury. Bastion follows him in, weapon ready. Bass, clear the area, Uncle T orders. Bastion does a sweep. His eyes pause at the salt circle and roll skyward. I'll hex him later. He passes me and we lock eyes. He nods once. All clear. Want me to check upstairs? Number stay here? Uncle T rushes to Arya, placing his gun on the table. Rookie mistake. Are you hurt? Did she touch you? Where is she? I'm okay, Arya says. But listen. Later, he cuts her off. We need to go. Bass, how do these chains unlock? Daddy, listen, Arya yells. Too risky. I step out from behind the tank. Hello, Uncle. He whirls, reaching for his gun, only to find it gone. His eyes shoot to Bastion. You little traitor. Bastion smirks. I learned from you. I raise my weapon, stepping beside the tray. Tsk, Uncle. You really should treat your people better. His eyes lock on mine. I will kill you, Vanessa. A wicked grin pulls at my lips as I stare him down. Laughter bubbles up from my chest, sharp and cutting. Oh, that's adorable. You really think you're the one in control here, don't you, Uncle T? That's always been your downfall, believing the world revolves around you. He fires back, smug as ever. Doesn't it? No. I slam my palm against the metal table right next to Arya's head. She flinches. This isn't about you. Not this time. This is about me and everything you stole. His face tightens as realization hits. That's right, I growl. I know everything, so you might want to start practicing your groveling. Who knows? Maybe I'll spare your precious daughter. I shift my gun until it's resting against Arya's temple. She whimpers, her body trembling. Uncle T lifts his hand slowly like he's trying to calm a wild animal. Let her go, Vanessa. I drag the barrel down her cheek. She's catching on now, realizing she didn't hold up her end, that the deal's broken. Why should I ask coldly. We had an agreement. She didn't deliver. Arya panics. Daddy, Without warning, I whip the gun across her face. The crack of it echoes through the room. I breathe out, slow and satisfied. Been waiting years to do that. She groans, rattling her chains. You psycho. What do you want? Uncle T steps closer. I cock my head. What do I want? Let's see. I've got your daughter right here, Miss Royal Pain herself, and I have the upper hand. So the real question is, what are you offering? Anything, he says too quickly. The word slices through me. Just like that, he's willing to give her up. So easily. For her. Never would have done that for me. A smile tugs at my lips. Okay then, make your offer. Let her go, and I'll take her place. No, Daddy, she's bluffing. Don't. Deal! I cut in, signaling Bastion. He keeps his gun aimed at Uncle T. I grab the syringe I made just for Arya. She's lying. Enzo's here, and I jab the needle into her throat. That's enough out of you. No. Uncle T lunges. Bang! The shot rings through my ears. Uncle T drops, clutching his side. I look to Bastion, smoke still rising from his barrel. I sigh, exasperated. Seriously? I had it under control. He shrugs. Then finish it. Rolling my eyes, I pick up my Glock and step over to Uncle T. Arya's coughing behind me, trying to breathe. I ignore her. I wanted this to be slower, I tell him, crouching beside his bloody form. More symbolic. But you've taught me well. Sometimes quick is better. He lashes out, grabbing for my weapon. We struggle. I fall back as he yanks the gun free, scrambling to his knees and aiming. Weak. Just like your mother, he spits. The words rip through me. He pulls the trigger just as I kick forward, slamming both feet into his chest. Bang! Glass explodes. My aquarium shatters. Water floods the floor. Jack and Flora flop helplessly. No! I scream, scrambling to them. Before I can move, Bastion tackles Uncle T, locking an arm around his throat. Uncle T thrashes, but it's obvious he's fading. I rise, soaked and furious, snatch the venom syringe and storm back over. You tried to kill my babies, I snap. I kick him hard. He flinches. I kick him again. Blood seeps through his fingers as he struggles to hold himself together. I crouch and jam the venom into his vein. You'll never get away with this, he croaks. I grin. Too late. I watch his eyes dim. His body goes slack. Bastion steps back, wiping his hands on his pants. The thud of Uncle T's corpse hitting the floor is oddly satisfying. Seconds later, Enzo bursts in, gun up, eyes wild. Heard the shots, he says, chest heaving. You okay? All good, I smile. Bastion, check on my babies. Get them in the backup tank. He nods, glancing at his bloodied hands. Enzo scans the room and spots Arya. What'd you do to her? I follow his gaze. She's quiet now, eyes wide, mute. I skip over, pure joy in every step. Trouble breathing? I coo. You'll adjust, hopefully. She opens her mouth, no sound comes. Don't waste your energy, I say sweetly. Custom cocktail, arsenic and lead, causes vocal paralysis. Enzo joins me. She won't be able to talk? I shrug. Not well. I refocus on her. About that deal, I think we'll have to renegotiate. Enzo wraps his arms around me, trailing kisses up my neck. Arya's eyes flare. Don't look so surprised, I whisper. You really thought I'd give him to you? No tears, not a single one. Typical. I press a nail to her throat. You still have your looks. That should get you far. A tear finally rolls down her cheek. I lean closer. Fisher's death? That's on you. You get to live with it. You get to remember every single day. Or you can use that last syringe. End it yourself. I turn to Bastion, still moving my fish. He won't let her leave before we're long gone. I grab Enzo's hand and lead him to the exit. Then I pause, glance back. Consider this mercy, cousin. She wanted freedom. Now she has it. Let's see what she does with it. Chapter 54, Vanessa. It's been a month since everything flipped upside down, and I'm just now starting to feel grounded again. Even though Enzo wasn't thrilled, I held a memorial for Fisher. Hardly anyone turned up, and the whole thing felt off, but I needed to do it. For me. He was my best friend for years, and no matter how things ended, I won't pretend he didn't matter. I didn't ask Enzo to come. It wouldn't have been right. At one point, I could have sworn I saw Arya tucked into a corner, hiding behind a column, but I figured my mind was playing tricks on me. No way she'd show her face again after everything, especially with her father found dead on his yacht. Bastion handled the details. Once Uncle T was gone, I had no interest in dragging out the mess. Bastion made it look like it was Miller's doing, some final blow-up between old business partners. Word is the MC wanted revenge, and Miller took the fall. If justice doesn't come from the law, I have no problem making it happen myself. Now I'm back in New York, home, supposedly. It still sounds strange. Enzo let me use his private jet, and the luxury is nice. but I'm itching for a real home. Not a high-rise where anyone can walk in just because they know the elevator code. That kind of safety? Gone. Bastion's busy revamping Seven Seas construction. He's putting new people in place at the lair, trying to untangle everything that was corrupted. That building holds a lot of ghosts. I wasn't supposed to return from the service until tomorrow, but Scotty pulled strings to get the plane fueled early. I wanted to surprise Enzo. Even though it's late and I'm wiped out, I've got this excitement buzzing under my skin. We haven't seen each other in a week. He's been building his empire, fielding pledges of loyalty, and restructuring everything. I don't ask questions. When we're together, I want to keep the darkness out. Just for a little while. We're new at this, at relationships. And we've both been taught that words are weapons, not tools. Still, I even brought up therapy. I keep wondering if he resents me for what happened to Gio. Enzo said no, of course. Mafia men don't do therapy. Confidentiality issues, prison risks, blah blah. I might get Gio to play counselor instead. When the elevator opens into the penthouse, silence hits me like a wall. It's so quiet it almost hums. No Enzo in sight. He's either out or sleeping. I pad toward the kitchen, grab a bottle of water, then plan to go wake him up. I've just twisted the cap when the elevator dings again. Scotty rushes in, panting, eyes wild. What's going on? I ask, instantly tense. I saw her. The doorman said she can't speak. Aria. She's here. She's in the building. My stomach drops. I grab his arm. Breathe. Where? Somewhere in the apartment. I swear it. I bolt down the hall, Scotty right behind me. I slam open the bedroom door and there she is, knife raised above Enzo's body. He's out cold. Drugged? I don't wait to find out. I charge, slamming her to the ground. She fights, thrashes, mouth open in a silent scream. I pin her down, wrench the knife from her grip, and press it to her throat. Lost your voice? Should have stayed gone, you pathetic witch. Her eyes plead, mouth working like she wants to beg. I'm done with mercy. You have no idea how long I've wanted this. I drive the blade into her chest. She gasps, soundless, and her body starts to shake beneath me. I hold it there, watching, waiting. As her breathing slows and her limbs fall limp, I feel it. The weight I've carried for years finally lifting. It's done. And now, finally, I get to live.
Epilogue. Enzo. How many times do I have to tell you I don't like celebrating my birthday? Vanessa grumbles as I guide her forward, hands resting on her hips. I can't help but grin, even though she can't see it, not with the blindfold she's been wearing since our plane touched down in Atlantic Cove. We're here now, standing on the boardwalk, and I'm determined to change how she feels about today. Enzo, she calls, slightly annoyed. You can't just stay silent while I can't see. It's creepy. I lean down and kiss the back of her neck. I know, Piccola Sirena, but I like celebrating you, even if you don't. She pouts. Aren't you supposed to hate what I hate? Perks of being in love and all. Can't hate the day you were born, I say softly. You just have to trust me. I guide her a little further until we reach the seawheel. Her nose crinkles as she sniffs the air. Wait, are we in Atlantic Cove? It smells like it. I give her a playful tap, then let go, taking a few steps back to steady my nerves. I arranged for the entire boardwalk to be shut down tonight. Easy enough when your fiancé is one of the most powerful figures in town. Even with her wicked reputation. They call her the Sea Witch. She wears it like a crown. The evening sky is clear, stars scattered above, and the moon, full and glowing, washes the place in silver light. She once said she'd only marry under a full moon. Something about harmony or fate. We're not saying vows tonight, but we're close. Scotty picked up hundreds of white daisies and placed them everywhere, along the picket fence, inside vases flanked by rose quartz and white candles. It's perfect. I clear my throat. You can take off the blindfold now. Life doesn't wait. It can flip in an instant. One moment can change everything. For me, that moment was meeting her. Vanessa rips off the fabric and blinks as her eyes adjust. She turns slowly, scanning the setup. I drop to one knee, the ring in my hand. I knew it. I smelled the salt water. She's smiling until she sees me. Then her expression shifts. "What's this?" she asks, her voice unsteady. My whole life was mapped out. I accepted it. I thought I knew the ending. Then I met you. I take her left hand and kiss it. You made me crave something else. A tear slips down her cheek. Words don't do this justice, I say, slipping the custom ring onto her finger. A marquise diamond flanked by rainbow moonstone on black platinum. She gasps softly. Yrsa Vanessa Anderson, I knew you were my other half the second I saw you. You've changed me completely. I don't want another life. I want this one. With you. Always. So marry me. She laughs, wiping at her cheeks. Was that a proposal? Sort of. I just want to make memories with you every day. Let me be your husband. Let me love you loudly. She beams. Yes, I'll marry you. Now get up, lover boy. As soon as I'm up, she leaps into my arms, legs wrapped around my waist, kissing me like I'm air. I love you, she whispers. I love you too. I slide a hand into her hair and pull just the way she likes before kissing her hard. She pulls back. Are we alone? Of course, I wanted privacy for your real birthday present. She raises an eyebrow. There's more. She studies her ring, her grin widening. It's gorgeous. How'd you know I'd like moonstone? I know you, baby. Always have. I kiss her again, then take her hand. We walk until we reach the old game booth, where we once danced around our feelings. She slows. Wait, is that? I wrap my arms around her from behind, lips brushing her neck. Did you think I'd let those who hurt you walk away? She turns to me, surprised, then smiles before kissing me hard. I groan, gripping her close. When we break apart, I spin her around and nudge her forward. Inside the booth, goldfish swim in tiny bowls. Plush squids hang overhead, and in the middle, tied and restrained, are Rusty and Jessica. Rusty's beaten, barely conscious. Jessica's wide-eyed and gagged. Vanessa steps behind the counter, spotting the potions Bastion delivered earlier. She runs her fingers along them. You brought me gifts. I grin, heart full. Happy birthday, Piccola Sirena. Time to make a memory. End